British civil servant. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 401 Mountbatten Plan. Alan Wilson can be said to be very courteous to those who will work in Newfoundland in the next year. And to be honest, he can't hide what the Chinese think. In his heart, Alan Wilson really hopes to select a group of pillars of British Malaya in the future from this cooperation and establish a cooperative relationship. The combination of interests is stronger than any fetters. Alan Wilson said that it would be best to find a group of people with massage skills to accompany them. The local conditions are relatively poor, and they must be based on self-sufficiency. If they can bring some seeds, they can also help the workers in the summer. Do you need a doctor to set bones? Let's ask around. Su Yang nodded seriously. Master Zontang is not hiding the local situation. We brothers are very grateful. I, Su Yang, would like to offer a glass to Master Zontang. That's nothing. Newfoundland will need your help in the coming year. Alan Wilson raised his glass without any hesitation and said, although I'm not in Malaya, I can still speak about things here. My father-in-law is the uncle of the current crown prince. According to your words, he is the uncle of the king, pretending to be a royal relative. Of course, the fact that the crown prince of the British Empire is actually a woman was concealed. Although Britain is not worth mentioning compared to China in terms of human relations, it is easier to understand from the perspective of the Chinese. Sure enough, with such a fleeting revelation, the men including Shan Kai and Q and Su Yang were all in awe, and seemed to understand why Alan Wilson had become Master Zontang at such an age. This explained it. The governor of a place was so courteous and respectful, drinking with ordinary people like them without any scruples, which made everyone very proud. I hope we can cooperate sincerely in the coming year and get what we need. Alan Wilson finally raised his glass and said that he could not drink much. He could still eat some food, but he really couldn't drink any wine. After eating and drinking, they returned to the commissioner's office. The Malayan commissioner Jared Edwards saw the governor of Newfoundland who was drunk. Alan, you don't seem to feel strange at all. Alan Wilson burped and said, what's strange about it? The Chinese food here is very authentic. Ask them to bring more wine when they leave. The weather in Newfoundland really needs some wine to keep warm. The Soviets are experts in this regard. Is he drunk? Jared Edwards smiled helplessly and said, I see you can chat with these Chinese quite well. What does it matter? General topics are no problem. Alan Wilson sat down in a zombie-like posture and said without hiding anything, in fact, these Chinese are not difficult to deal with. Of course, this is just my personal opinion. As long as you understand their needs, it's easy to deal with them. Oh, really? Jared Edwards' intuitive feeling was that he could talk without any pain in his waist. But among some people, the desire for independence is very strong. Although the situation has been stable in the past year, who knows if it has been hidden. Some things can be said more clearly, so that they realize the fact that Malaya is like Japan. Unless the US military withdraws from Japan one day, Malaya will never be independent. Alan Wilson laughed and said, in fact, some words are hurtful, but the overseas civil servants are not prepared to let Malaya be independent, and are willing to pay some price for it. When such a day comes, it will be divided according to the model of British India. Of course, since it is a division, it will definitely not be so fair. For example, most of the cities will be given to Malays. It's normal, after all, Malays are locals. And I remember that the Malays advocated that they are the only locals, whether Britain, China, or India are foreign forces. This is very simple. When that day comes, we will leave and support the Malays' opinions. Either support us to colonize Malaya, or leave with the British. There is no third way to choose. Of course, what we overseas civil servants hope most is that everyone can live in peace. It will be bad for everyone if there is a quarrel. We British will certainly feel uncomfortable, but they all have to die. Speaking of this issue, it seems that the Dutch expatriates are evacuating Java Island and migrating to Kalimantan Island. And they are negotiating with Australia on the issue of New Guinea, and it seems that they are also preparing for partition. After hearing Alan Wilson mention the issue of partition, Jared Edward thought of the changes in the Dutch. Well, I know about this. In fact, this is a good backup. If it is France or Portugal, we can be more assured. Alan Wilson nodded. The French and Portuguese are more reassuring on the issue of colonies. With these two countries at the forefront, our pressure will be much less. The French are more stubborn. France should have known in Vietnam that after the awakening of nationalism, the colonial policy would no longer work, but it just did not give freedom, equality, and fraternity to the Algerians. Instead of appeasing the Algerians and giving them the status of French citizens, nor allowing them to be independent, they intensified their exploitation to heal the trauma of World War II, the Vietnam War, and the Korean War. If France could make some concessions, a Franco-Algerian confederation that was closer than the Commonwealth would have the potential to completely overwhelm Britain and Germany and become the leader of Europe. Europe would be unified under the leadership of France, rather than France and Germany arguing over leadership and being disrupted by Britain, whose national strength was already weak. But on the issue of colonies, the most trustworthy people were still the Portuguese, and they did not let go of the colonies until a revolution broke out in their homeland. The Netherlands began to secretly prepare for partition. Alan Wilson not only knew about it, but he was also planning from the perspective of the Dutch. What is the Dutch-Indonesian Federation? What is that, and what is the meaning of it, even if it is really established? According to our agreement with the French, we must fully support the French rule in Vietnam. Jared Edward nodded, and he could also see that the French military action in Vietnam was serious. After the war, Britain negotiated with France, and France supported Britain in restoring other colonies in Asia, and Britain withdrew from southern Vietnam and gave all of Vietnam to France for management. I can see that the French are serious, but the French mainland is too far away. The trend of the war is also related to Vietnam's northern neighbor. Alan Wilson chatted for a while and seemed to be sober. If the idiot supported by the United States is defeated, it will be useless for France to persist in Vietnam. I don't have any suggestions. Blow up all modern facilities before leaving and destroy all power plants, railways, and ports. This is also the attitude of the French in Africa in the future, but the affairs of Vietnam were taken over by the United States in the later period, so France didn't have to do it so drastically. The French are still too rigid. If it were Alan Wilson, he would directly bring up the forced assimilation of the Ming dynasty. In fact, it is more accurate to summarize it with shaving the head and changing clothes. In fact, when the Ming dynasty occupied Vietnam, it probably implemented this set of policies, starting with clothing and forced assimilation. The reason why the Ming dynasty did not become famous for doing this is much simpler. It is easy to scold others, but it takes courage to scold yourself. But as a British, Alan Wilson would write this kind of thing into the history book truthfully, at least from the perspective of provoking relations between Vietnam and its northern neighbors. But then again, does Alan Wilson need to stir up such a relationship? It's only a matter of time before they fall out. Which country negotiated with the French at the Geneva Conference and finally came up with a North-South division that North Vietnam accepted? You're Vietnamese. What do you think? Anyway, Britain did something similar in history, and it was finally recorded in history as the Munich Conspiracy. Anyway, Alan Wilson tried his best to convince Jared Edward that his idea was absolutely correct. If he didn't believe it, he could just wait for the partition of India and Pakistan. If there is a civil war after the partition of India and Pakistan, don't block the news. Make sure to let the people in Malaya know. If they die 500,000, we'll say 1 million in the newspaper. Anyway, the statistics in India are just for fun. Maybe we can double the real number. But some leaders who pursue independence have fled to Java. We can't send troops to fight them. Jared Edwards said in embarrassment. It's not difficult for us to catch these people in Malaya, let alone go to Java. The only way to do this is to use some unpresentable means. Alan Wilson used his brain and finally revealed nothing to Jared Edward. He wanted to talk to Mahaj Lovic in northern Rhodesia and play ethnic cleansing with the telegram he helped. Now the two were on the same boat, so it was not too much for him to ask these Yugoslavs to send some people to help. At this time, Lord Radcliffe, the most important lawyer in history so far, had already set off from London. Before Lord Radcliffe set off, Governor Mountbatten officially announced the partition plan and established the principle of independence of British India. Nehru and Ali Jinnah received the news at the same time, but in fact Ali Jinnah had already prepared for this. The Muslim League headed by Jinnah naturally agreed to the partition of India and Pakistan and the establishment of an independent Pakistan. This was actually Jinnah's lifelong goal. But Nehru was different. In Nehru's view, the division of the country was a disaster. Mountbatten believed that India had to bear this price in order to gain independence. He also believed that unification was not necessarily good, and the reality of fierce conflicts between Hindus and Paxis could not achieve this. India and Pakistan could go their own way and live their own lives. Jinnah does not agree to live in the same country with Hindus. What does Mr. Nehru want me to do? Tell London to mobilize the whole country, suppress the Muslim League, and then hand it over to the Congress Party? General Mountbatten looked at Nehru indifferently and said, "Do you think this is realistic?" Chapter 402, Trip to the United States. Mountbatten said very frankly that the partition of India and Pakistan was inevitable, and it was irreversible at this point. After repeated consultations, Nehru and other leaders of the Congress Party finally agreed to the basic part of the Mountbatten plan. The remaining issue was how to deal with the future of hundreds of large and small Indian princely states. At Nehru's firm request, Mountbatten expressed his willingness to persuade the princely states, but he was not mentally prepared to do so. The steps for the partition of India and Pakistan were finally launched after 2 years of constant repetition, and history was about to open a new page. Alan Wilson in British Malaya, of course, also heard the news, but he didn't have any special ideas in his mind. Now the only expectation was when India and Pakistan would fight over Kashmir. Of course, he was still not idle, because Pamela Mountbatten and several friends went all the way to Kuala Lumpur. In fact, Pamela Mountbatten came to visit her fiancé who was staying here. The main purpose was to go to Australia with some noble friends and talk to the Australian government about exploration in Australia. Bang. After slapping the spendthrift woman's buttocks hard, Alan Wilson gritted his teeth and said, "Your husband works so hard, and you take a group of ladies to Australia for fun. And you even cover all the travel expenses? It hurts." Pamela Mountbatten's eyes were filled with tears, and she said aggrievedly, while covering her buttocks with one hand, "Your hand was so heavy that it broke. It's like this, before we get married. You will beat me to death. After we get married, it's not too late for you to regret now." Alan Wilson said angrily, "Don't waste my hard-earned money. I'm doing serious work. It was you who asked me to do the exploration. Now I have to rely on myself in the aristocratic circle. People don't believe that I can make money. Didn't I pull some aristocrats here to show off?" After rubbing for a long time, Pamela Mountbatten felt the burning sensation in her buttocks eased a little and explained in a low voice, "Don't be so stingy. I believe in you unconditionally, but others can't be like me." There is actually some truth in what he said. Alan Wilson felt that he had been a little too heavy-handed, but he could not admit his mistake at this moment, otherwise he would be caught. He asked about the cost of this trip to Australia. After a world war, not all the nobles were unscathed. Some noble families were already living in a tight financial situation, and they had to consider the cost of a trip to Australia. It was Alan Wilson's idea to negotiate the development of iron ore with the nobles in Australia. Now it seems that this slap was indeed untenable. But Alan Wilson could not admit his mistake, and he argued that he should maintain a simple style before his career progressed. "I think these nobles in the country might as well go to the colonies. Many people are local tyrants in the colonies, and their lives are much better than those in the mainland. Why haven't I heard of it?" Pamela Mountbatten twisted her waist and looked back, and asked Alan Wilson to turn his head back. "What are you looking at? It's just a red handprint. What's there to see?" Of course there was a white king in Sarawak, who later signed an agreement with the colonial government. However, this agreement can be overturned, and changes in colonial policies are not as unshakable as domestic policies. In fact, I want to sell the throne of Sarawak to Maharaja Ali Khan. The Malayan colonial government has to pay his family a pension, which is nothing compared to the hundreds of thousands of square kilometers of land in Sarawak. Pamela Mountbatten was stunned. There is such a thing, and there are people who don't want to be king and sell such a large land. The world is so big that there are all kinds of wonders. Alan Wilson shrugged. How would I know what he is thinking? The King of Sarawak was a British born in India. During World War II, Japanese troops landed in Kuching, Miri and other places in Sarawak, and then occupied the northern half of Borneo in less than a month, driving the British, Dutch and Australian troops to the southern part of the island. Before the Japanese troops landed, King Wayne Brooke had taken out £200,000 in cash from the Sarawak treasury, fled to Sydney, Australia with his wife and children, and then formed a Sarawak government in exile there. After Japan surrendered, the king returned to Sarawak. That year, he signed a treaty with the British Colonial Office, formally ceding his kingdom to Britain on the condition that the British government would pay him and his 3 daughters a considerable lifetime pension. Will it succeed? Pamela Mountbatten asked inexplicably. It should be possible. Among the 4 departments of the Foreign Office, the Indian Affairs Department, the Commonwealth Department, and the Colonial Office, the Colonial Office has the lowest status and has been responsible for immigration work for a long time. Because these 4 departments are parallel, many local powers are not requested. As long as they are operated, it is not impossible to take Sarawak out again. Alan Wilson conducted a purely technical analysis and explained the division of powers of the 4 foreign-related departments in the UK. Although the Colonial Office seems to have great power over the colonies, it actually has little power at all. Alan Wilson was nagging here, thinking whether he should repay his kindness by selling Sarawak to the Hyderabad monarch Ali Khan. Pamela Mountbatten's thoughts had already entered another track. Although the king had said that the title of Mountbatten could be passed on to his daughter, she had an older sister. Even if the title could be inherited, it would belong to her sister Patricia Mountbatten. She could not inherit the title. Now when she heard Alan Wilson mention Sarawak, a trace of desire flashed in her eyes. Can't I be the ruler of Sarawak? Then find a place for the Maharaja. Alan Wilson suddenly looked at Pamela Mountbatten and said in surprise, why didn't I realize this side of you before? I didn't know there was such a thing before. You also know that my father's title belongs to Patricia. His Majesty only said that his daughter can also inherit his father's title, but my father has more than one daughter. Pamela Mountbatten said a little embarrassedly. Alan Wilson put his hands on his chest and sat aside with a thoughtful look on his face. You know, I don't know much about noble titles. Will a hereditary title hinder my work as a civil servant? He seemed to remember that Churchill refused the title of Duke of London because his son was the Prime Minister. Although in fact his son was just a shield, he obviously wanted to be the Prime Minister. The hereditary title? It will affect the country, but the title of Sarawak has nothing to do with the domestic title. I will find a chance to ask Elizabeth. Pamela Mountbatten hurriedly said when she heard it. This also involved her knowledge blind spot. After all, this kind of thing is rare, especially the Mountbatten family has never encountered it. If you want, you can try. Seeing his fiancée so eager, Alan Wilson couldn't refuse directly, but he still reminded her, you can't sacrifice my job, understand? You go talk to Wayne Brooke first, and then see if there is any way to circumvent it. Pamela Mountbatten nodded, indicating that she would care about this matter. In the past few days in Malaya, she and the noble ladies who came with her were directly drafted by Alan Wilson. Aren't these all genuine British nobles? Hurry up and prove that AI Zhangtang is not bragging, so that these Chinese workers in Newfoundland will not have doubts in their hearts. With a bunch of genuine nobles cheering, Alan Wilson talked about the long history of Chinese culture and how he was fascinated by it. Pamela, does your fiancé really like Eastern culture? I heard that he is a student of the Oriental College. Seeing Alan Wilson's performance, the noble lady standing next to Pamela Mountbatten asked quietly. He is a graduate of Oriental Studies, that's right. Pamela Mountbatten answered one of the questions first, then lowered her voice and said, but what Alan said now is just a polite remark. He said that there is no accurate data to measure culture. Any nation can claim that its culture is broad and profound, so when talking to people from other civilizations, if there is no reason to get closer, they will brag about their culture. So that's how it is. Several noble ladies beside him nodded, showing an expression of sudden enlightenment. Alan Wilson didn't know that he had been betrayed by his fiancée, but it was right to be evaluated like this. Alan Wilson never thought that there was any difference between high and low cultures. Chinese civilization was just a part of world civilization. He didn't look up to it or look down on it. If he wanted to belittle other civilizations, he only needed to put his own private goods in the textbook. Imitating the textbooks of the previous life, he said the words of how many years the armillary sphere was ahead of the world, and how many years the seismometer was ahead of the world in reverse. The boasting that geometry was ahead of the world by so many years was completely justified, because except for ancient Greece, the mathematics of other civilizations were all algorithmic, and could not be compared with geometry in terms of quality or quantity. But he did not do so. If he did not boast about that kind of thing, well, it would be the result of the prehistoric nuclear war in ancient India. Before Pamela Mountbatten went to Australia, Alan Wilson still knew that he was betrayed by his fiancée, and reluctantly reminded her, "Are you going to strip me naked and show it to your friends?" People asked, "So I said so." Pamela Mountbatten said embarrassedly, "You said so in India. I told you not to continue to tell others." Alan Wilson was furious. "Next time you have no sense of confidentiality, you should be spanked." I know you are cruel, and I spanked you last time." Pamela Mountbatten begged for mercy. "I will go to Newfoundland to see you after I finish these things." Watching the plane disappear from sight, Alan Wilson moved his neck, and it was time for him to set off. First go to the United States, and wait for the workers and machinery to be on the road. I haven't been to the United States yet. I want to see what the city on the hill is all about. 3 days later, Alan Wilson arrived in Los Angeles, walked out of the airport, and found Vivien Leigh's residence according to the address he wrote down. Chapter 403. My friend McCarthy. Although California is a relatively friendly environment in the United States, Alan Wilson, who had just left Malaya, always felt a little cold. However, the chill could not extinguish the fiery heart of the governor of Newfoundland, although he had to report to the Boston consulate next, and then go to Newfoundland to take up his post. Vivien Leigh was surprised by Alan Wilson's visit. She stretched out her little fist and hammered the man's chest. She said with joy, "You are so cruel. I thought you forgot me. How dare you? Which British dare to forget the gift of the national treasure?" He grabbed Vivien Leigh's hand and kissed it. The next moment, he picked up the big British treasure from the door and closed the door with his heels, as if he had installed navigation. He missed it very much after not seeing it for a long time. In the spring, the season of revival of all things, Alan Wilson is ready to do something that is in line with the arrival of spring. In the spacious bathtub, Vivien Leigh lay comfortably in Alan Wilson's arms, as if she had put off all her fatigue. Her eyes half open, rubbing the back of her head against the man's neck. "You're going to Newfoundland to be the governor general, so that means you can't stay in Los Angeles for a long time. At least we are on the same continent. I will try my best to make time to see you." Alan Wilson kissed the British treasure on the cheek. "Vivien, isn't the environment here much better than London? No matter how good the environment is, what's the use if I don't have a man to rely on?" Vivien Leigh snorted lightly, not knowing if she was complaining or because of the chain reaction of her hands playing tricks under the bubbles. "You just threw me in the United States and got engaged the next time." "Vivien." Alan Wilson was a little embarrassed. Just as he was about to explain, Vivien Leigh turned over and their eyes met, not knowing where to start. "I know, I'm much older than you, and I've been married twice," Vivien Leigh said somewhat sadly. "Don't mention the past. You've helped me a lot. I don't ask for anything." "You say that. I'm even more ashamed." Alan Wilson couldn't help saying. He thought it was difficult for him to explain this problem, and in fact it was indeed difficult to explain. He didn't know that Vivien Leigh was able to finally avoid trouble, not because of some profound truth, but a simple truth. A red man is red when he is close to a red man, and a black man is black when he is close to a black man. The best friend of the British babe in the United States is Katharine Hepburn. And Katharine Hepburn is the protagonist who has been having sex with her for free because her partner cannot divorce because of Catholicism. If she had friends like Joan Crawford and Bette Davis, maybe the British babe would have changed several partners now and forgotten Alan Wilson. He didn't delve into why the British babe didn't make a fuss, but Alan Wilson, who had just been made a fuss by his fiancée in Malaya, felt that it was a good thing to get away with it so easily. Without delving into it, Katharine Hepburn was naturally not brought out. In Vivian Leigh's house, Alan Wilson comforted himself with a clear conscience that the machinery and laborers would all take a ship to Newfoundland. He could use this time to adjust himself, and there was no rush to take up his post. He and Vivian Leigh lived here like a normal couple. Vivian Leigh also mentioned that this time of development in the United States was not as easy as before the war, but fortunately Barbie doll had established a firm foothold and was now very well known in the United States. Last year's sales reached $5 million, which made her and many female stars who held shares very excited. Joan Crawford came under the name of a guest, and whenever she saw a mirror, she would always look at herself carefully. She believed that she did not look too bad. A straight and generous nose, a white and clean high forehead, shiny wavy black hair, and black eyes that sometimes contained a bit of depression. However, due to the misfortune of her family, the nature of her previous career, and various interpersonal relationships, she not only had no real friends in the past, but also, in her opinion, it was not necessarily possible to find them now. Joan Crawford's trip to British India was a big breakthrough, which relieved her tension and depression. After returning to the United States, the great success of Barbie dolls made her no longer have to roll around in Hollywood, the world of fame and fortune. At least she had more room to maneuver. But then again, even before she earned a penny, she had been thinking to herself how great it would be if she had a better skirt, a prettier coat, a pair of nicer shoes, and a set of well-made clothes like other women. High-end clothes and a beautiful house. Joan Crawford's pursuit was no different from that of ordinary women, and she did not have a good family to support her like Vivian Leigh, so she could only rely on her own struggle. It was just that when she came, Alan Wilson was not there, but went to the consulate to get information. As the consul who was about to take office, or at least concurrently served as the consul of the Boston consulate, it was not too much for him to familiarize himself with the upcoming work. Then he came back with the information of American senators and important congressmen. In view of the special relationship between Britain and the United States, Alan Wilson did not want to use the word intelligence to describe the information he brought back. After all, Britain and the United States are close allies, although these materials are actually intelligence. Diplomatic agencies have always been semi-public spy agencies. When he came back again, Joan Crawford and Hedy Lamarr were chatting with Vivian Leigh in the living room. Alan Wilson was a little embarrassed. After all, they were friends who had a close relationship. But since they were not embarrassed, there was no need for him to be embarrassed all the time. He said hello, and went upstairs with a bag of documents. Now you don't betray others, you live together. Joan Crawford said meaningfully, it's just right that Vivian is a single woman again, and she can think about herself. Don't make a fuss. He came to North America to work. Vivian Leigh blushed and said shyly, my divorce has nothing to do with Alan. It was Oliver who had an unclear relationship with another woman when I went to British India, which led to the divorce. Oh, really? Who gave you the idea? Joan Crawford knew the set of thief crying thief. She believed Vivian Leigh's words. If his wife was not around, could a married man be an ascetic for more than a year? In this case, as long as the woman was careful, she would definitely catch it. In Joan Crawford's opinion, Vivian Leigh had already prepared before returning to London and took the initiative to get evidence in her favor. Is this Joan Crawford's guess? In fact, it is the fact, with only differences in details. As for the person who gave the idea, he just went upstairs. What job is Alan doing this time? Hedy Lamarr put her legs together, showing a unique temperament. At this time, she also asked curiously, didn't I hear that he was transferred back to Europe? I heard that he came here to be the governor of Newfoundland and the consul of Boston. Vivian Leigh herself did not realize that when she mentioned Alan Wilson's work, she had a sense of pride. Governor? Got. Hedy Lamarr was not an American like Joan Crawford. She certainly understood what a governor meant. Even if he was not as powerful as the governor of the Third Reich, he should not be regarded as a decoration. Hedy Lamarr guessed correctly. There are two types of governors in the British Empire. One is the governor of the Dominions, similar to the governors of Australia and Canada. They have no real power, or they can't use their real power. The other is the governor of the colonies. The governor of the colonies is not the governor without real power like the governor of the dominions. Although he is not like the wartime governors who have all the power set up by the Third Reich, he is also the real head of a place. It just so happens that British Newfoundland is currently a colony, not a dominion, so the Governor General Alan Wilson has real power. In fact, after a trip to British India, Joan Crawford also realized that the inherent thinking of capitalists who had been cultivated in the country before was that their fathers were officials was not necessarily universal. So after hearing Vivienne Leigh mention that Alan Wilson was here to be the governor, she couldn't help but sigh that he was so young. Alan Wilson upstairs, although he could hear the voices of the three female stars looming, turned a deaf ear to them and flipped through the American political intelligence provided by the consulate page by page, including but not limited to the foreign policy analysis of the Republican and Democratic parties, as well as the resumes of specific politicians. In the end, Alan Wilson took out the documents of Republican Senator McCarthy from these thick documents. McCarthy was born in a small farm family in Appleton, Wisconsin, and was the fifth child in the family. When he grew up, because of his Catholic faith, he chose to study at Marquette University in the state. After graduation, he began to work as a lawyer. Before the war, he got the opportunity to serve as a judge of the Wisconsin 7th Circuit Court, thus entering the system as the youngest judge in the history of the district. When the United States participated in World War II, he joined the US Marine Corps. In 1946, with his excellent eloquence and clear position, he was successfully elected as a Republican senator in the United States Congress. Behind the file about McCarthy, the consulate gave a note that a mediocre alcoholic, no matter from any angle, is a very ordinary person, and I don't know when he disappeared from the American political arena. Wow. Alan Wilson held the file about McCarthy in both hands. A mediocre alcoholic? It should be true that he is an alcoholic, but it should not be said that he is mediocre. There will always be a time to shine. The document shows that McCarthy is not a difficult person to approach, except that he is addicted to alcohol. He can even be evaluated as a good person when he is sober, but he is less sober. Now McCarthy should be a very ordinary senator. Alan Wilson has an immature idea. Simply put, my friend McCarthy. Chapter 404 A critical year. At present, McCarthy is far from being a big shot. He is just an ordinary senator in the Republican Party. The British consulate's evaluation is not wrong. It can be said to be very appropriate. If we consider McCarthy's final downfall, this is a very correct evaluation. Was McCarthy's final downfall and abandonment due to his opposition to various communists? Absolutely not. In fact, for politicians with positions like McCarthy, opposition to communism is a plus, definitely not a minus. The reason why McCarthy finally became a nobody can be attributed to his poor brain. He did this when the Democrats were in power and the Republicans supported him behind the scenes. But when the government changed and the Republicans came to power, he still did this. There is no other reason to explain it, except that he drank too much. From this point of view, McCarthy should not be a big boss of the establishment. He should be considered a relatively grassroots figure within the Republican Party, so the consulate gave a very ordinary evaluation. Even Britain, the originator of modern intelligence, cannot predict the future. It does not know the meaning of time makes heroes. This drunkard who is often drunk will make the United States a mess, but this is not necessarily a bad thing for Britain. As for the foreign policies of the Democratic Party and the Republican Party, the Democratic Party of the United States has always been aggressive. Since the westward movement of Manifest Destiny in the 19th century, the Democratic Party of the United States has always used war as a means to solve problems. The Republican Party is an open-minded party that advocates isolationism. Of course, there are also some things that London is not satisfied with. That is, it opposes the Marshall Plan and believes that European countries can completely overcome difficulties on their own. The supporters of the Democratic Party are white people in the South and farmers in the Midwest. The former are descendants of the Confederate States of America. The latter are rednecks. The supporters of the Republican Party are in the Great Lakes region in the developed economic belt on the East Coast. This is exactly the opposite of the impression of the two parties in the world decades later. In the 1960s, because of the issue of the Equal Rights Act, the positions of the Republican and Democratic parties will change. Now the Democratic Party, a party that protects white rights and interferes in foreign affairs, will rush step by step towards the root of Black Lives Matter. At this time, the Republican Party, which is open-minded and self-proclaimed as liberal in the United States, will gradually become what it is in the future. Think about it now, isn't it 1948? The famous incident of Chan Gong betting on the wrong horse. Alan Wilson calculated the time, and this year is an election year. The party stance in the election year is only a reference, because everyone will do whatever it takes to win. The Republican Party can also show an anti-Soviet face, and accuse the Democratic Party of being weak to the Soviet Union. Even though the Republican Party has always opposed it, the Democratic Party's Marshall Plan supports Europe. If the Republican Party wins this election, the Marshall Plan can be completely stopped after the change of government. And because Roosevelt has been re-elected as president for many times, it seems that the current public opinion in the United States is more favorable to the Republican Party coming to power. This public opinion favor eventually made Chan Gong fall into the pit, and he used Truman's aid to support Dewey. This move of using American money to do American things was obviously not well operated. It is estimated that it was not personally micromanaged. If it was personally micromanaged, it would be even more embarrassing. The information of other American senators was collected, leaving only the information of McCarthy himself. Now, under the premise that he has to work in North America in the short term, he can get to know this man of the hour in a few years at an appropriate time. In fact, McCarthyism can be advanced and wait until the result of this election is known. If Truman is still re-elected, it can start. If Truman is re-elected successfully, the Republican Party will definitely be dejected for a while. After all, Dewey is far ahead in terms of momentum and polls. Once defeated, it will definitely be uncomfortable for the Republican Party, which has been in opposition for 20 years. That time is the time to express the special relationship between Britain and the United States. Of course, the most urgent task now is to take care of his own affairs. Alan Wilson, who felt hungry, was packing up the materials while shouting downstairs, "Vivian, I'm hungry, ouch." Seeing Vivian Leigh get up and go to the kitchen after hearing the call, Hedy Lamarr and Joan Crawford looked teasing. Vivian is really a good wife and mother. Don't think too much, Alan is young, and it's time for him to grow up. Vivian Leigh explained in a way that made things more obvious. Is he young? Joan Crawford rolled her eyes and disagreed with Vivian Leigh's statement. It was obviously a very satisfactory size. Hedy Lamarr and Joan Crawford were not surprised to be left behind. Alan Wilson asked how they had been doing in the past year and if they needed any help. But then again, the whole world has become a ruin, and the United States is the most popular now. Alan Wilson ate a chicken drumstick. Vivian Leigh's cooking skills were very disappointing. No one is better than you. You've been the governor for such a short time. Hedy Lamarr looked up and said with a smile, "It's an honor for us little actors that the Governor General has the honor to have dinner with us actresses. When were you considered little actors in Hollywood?" Alan Wilson chuckled, then sighed. The situation in Newfoundland is very bad. It's not certain when it will become independent. My current position as governor is actually just a transitional candidate in the eyes of London. Being the consul in Boston is more important in London. Why that place? The most famous event that can link Boston to the British Empire is the Boston Tea Party. This event was not simply caused by Britain's monopoly on the tea market, but had many reasons. But no matter what the reason was, it was a landmark event and Britain was still the villain. Alan, are you thinking of the Boston Tea Party? Joan Crawford caught the subtle expression on Alan Wilson's face and mentioned that historical event. The patriotic education in the United States is very good. Even she knows the symbolic event of American independence. She held back her laughter and said, "If you were the governor in that era, we would be enemies." No, because the United States does not exist at all. There is no such thing as an enemy. Alan Wilson said very straightforwardly, "As a rare Orientalist in the Empire, I have always admired the attitude of Eastern culture towards rebels. Because the bourgeoisie and the king have traditionally fought wits and courage for hundreds of years, Britain is not even as good as France in this issue. Don't worry, this is just a hypothetical question, and I'm just giving a hypothetical answer. Isn't the United States very prosperous now? After Alan Wilson finished answering, he began to change the subject again, about the issue of Hedy Lamar's divorce. Alan Wilson didn't think it had anything to do with him, but now it had something to do with him. In the name of busy official duties, Alan Wilson said that he would stay in the consulate for a few days, and then he found Hedy Lamar's address and personally went to comfort the young woman. You are crazy, aren't you afraid that Vivian will know? Hedy Lamer snuggled in the man's arms and did not forget to criticize Alan Wilson's audacity. Aren't you afraid of losing the national treasure of the British Empire? I can't stand losing you either. Alan Wilson shamelessly showed his mentality of wanting everything and praised. I said you didn't refuse firmly, otherwise I wouldn't succeed. I should have called the police to arrest you just now. Hedy Lamer glared at Alan Wilson, angrily scolding the other party for taking advantage of him. You are embarrassed. The governor has not yet taken office and was replaced. I'm a diplomat and have diplomatic immunity. Alan Wilson was complacent. Anyway, he succeeded. Hedy Lamer can say whatever she wants. It won't hurt to be criticized. It's not morally untenable. Alan Wilson is an unmarried man, and Hedy Lamer is also single. What's wrong with the two of them being in love? If it weren't for you, would I have been able to negotiate with the French about the common film market? Alan Wilson brought out the words he had spoken to Vivian Leigh when he first arrived in the United States, and repeated them in front of Hedy Lamer. He was going to repeat them when he went to see Ingrid Bergman in 2 days. It's okay to have old tricks, as long as they work. For now, this set of words is still very useful. Alan Wilson vividly linked the negotiations with selling out national interests, saying that in the negotiations on the common film market, Britain actually suffered a loss because the French film industry was stronger than Britain's. Alan Wilson said that for the sake of Hedy Lamer, Vivian Leigh when she first arrived in Los Angeles, Ingrid Bergman in 2 days, etc., he had to a certain extent endured the current situation of Britain suffering a loss and reached an agreement on the European common film market. Really? Hedy Lamer looked at Alan Wilson's face carefully and asked with a burning gaze. Of course. Facing Hedy Lamer, who was called a vase and was undoubtedly the worst actress in the group of girlfriends, Alan Wilson was a gentleman and magnanimous. In fact, after I returned to China, Whitehall arranged 2 jobs for me. One was to be the Deputy Secretary General of an organization facing European affairs to promote the implementation of the Marshall Plan. Hundreds of billions of dollars would pass through my hands. But I still came to North America without hesitation. Hedy Lamer is not suitable to know that she has too many bosses in Europe and is far from being free in North America. She just needs to know that Alan Wilson, let alone $100 million US, tens of billions of dollars are not as important as these actresses in his eyes, and those tens of billions of dollars are not his. For Alan Wilson, working in North America can be said to be time-sensitive and heavy tasks. Take Swedish cars for example. Alan Wilson has always believed that hardware such as headlights and chassis are the advantages of Swedish cars, and the buffering performance is very good. The owner Ingrid Bergman deeply agreed with this, and said that the British gentleman who came to the door was right. The governor of Newfoundland who had just arrived in America was very busy, and paid too much for the British Empire. The common market is going to be established. I want to go back to Europe to develop. It would be best if I could take into account both the European and North American markets. Ingrid Bergman, wearing a bathrobe, sat directly beside Alan Wilson, saying that she had always wanted to go back. I strongly support it. Alan Wilson agreed and wanted to make a move again. Don't move. I looked in the mirror when I was taking a shower just now and there were handprints. Ingrid Bergman opened her bathrobe and pointed at her chest and said, look, how obvious is it? Alan Wilson said that it was all because of the good performance of Swedish cars. If he didn't hold on tight, he wouldn't be able to control it. It was windy today. I saw the chapter name 404 and drove to celebrate. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 405 Big Apple City. Alan Wilson thought that he had paid so much for these actresses, and it was not excessive to make some demands. The annual sales of 5 million Barbie dolls was not entirely his credit, but at least part of it was his credit. What were these actresses working hard for in Hollywood? In the final analysis, it was all for money? So was it too much for him to want to test drive? Not at all, and he was not taking advantage of them. After all, he was younger than these actresses in terms of age. In order to prove that he still had a sincere heart for the British Empire, even before he officially took office, Alan Wilson did not forget to write a report while passing through the flowers. Although this year is an election year, it is still the beginning of the year after all, and it is still too reckless to conduct a feasibility analysis of the election now. Moreover, Alan Wilson's personality is not here. Without Oriental studies and colonial personality, it is more established. So he used his short stay in British Malaya as an excuse to analyze the situation of a civil war in a certain country. Based on what he saw and heard during his residence in Hong Kong, he said that the level of the Cannon Party was very poor. The second half extends to the entire East Asia and Southeast Asia, indicating that this situation is very common in Asian countries. In these paragraphs, Alan Wilson used a very certain tone, because he knew that during the Cold War, the United States supported various pig teammates. At least in East Asia and Southeast Asia, Chan Gong was just an ordinary guy among the people, supported by the United States, far from the bottom. After writing this report, Alan Wilson did not send it out. After all, the machinery and laborers were still floating on the sea. He now had time to familiarize himself with another job, the Boston consul, which involved diplomatic work. He would send this report to London only when the Newfoundland matter officially started, showing that he was still concerned about the country and the people in the difficult environment. In the life of a test driver, Alan Wilson experienced the smallness of domestic cars and the solemnity of German cars, but compared with Swedish cars, German cars also seemed not very spacious. After a round of wandering, Alan Wilson returned to the embrace of domestic cars. In the short few days in Los Angeles, Alan Wilson also found an opportunity to observe the living conditions of Americans, hoping to find some clues from post-war Americans. In fact, from the moment the World War broke out, London and a small number of decision makers had already thought of the transition from Greece to Rome 2000 years ago. In the eyes of the Greeks, the Romans were barbaric but high-spirited. They inevitably absorbed Greek culture and became a more powerful empire. In the eyes of that small number of decision makers, the British Empire, which was still influential in the world at that time, had inevitably fallen to the fate of Greece facing Rome. At the beginning of the World War, as the entire country was involved in the war, the United States achieved unprecedented prosperity in terms of industry and national strength. Obviously, the military expansion of the United States was outstanding in terms of speed and influence. The number of military-related employed people increased from 300,000 in the 1930s to 12% of the national population during the war, 16 million people, and never fell back to the pre-war level. Of course, when communicating with colleagues in the Los Angeles consulate, Alan Wilson knew that at the government level, the United States had begun to prepare for the fight against the Soviet Union, not as obvious as McCarthy later, but in a way of doing without saying. After Truman proposed the containment policy, he announced the launch of the Federal Employee Loyalty Program to prevent communists and their supporters from entering government departments. The political direction conveyed in this was very obvious. The oath of allegiance has become a very important part of American life. Americans have had similar oaths before, but only in times of armed conflict. The appearance of this oath in peacetime shows that the United States has truly launched a war with no end in sight. Where there is war, there will be casualties. Truman's presidential order launched a loyalty investigation of federal employees, causing hundreds of people to lose their jobs. This number is not that surprising, because the total number of people investigated is more than 4 million. Like the so-called progressives, there are at least two places in the United States. One is school, which is always the base camp of idealists, and many dangerous ideas are spread in school, and the other is Hollywood. President Truman still didn't grasp the real important point. As the consul in Boston, Alan Wilson seemed to be a little wrong to speak so loudly in the Los Angeles consulate. However, he has not officially taken office yet and currently has some freedom. It is natural for him to discuss issues with colleagues from the perspective of a free man. This is not to slander Hollywood. Not to mention the specific attitude of Hollywood during the McCarthy era. Hollywood in the 21st century alone is also the base camp for various political correctness. Although the ultimate goals are not the same, the effects they play are similar. Alan, it just so happens that the country has asked about your situation. Jerry, the consul in Los Angeles, walked in and saw Alan Wilson and said, after you arrive in Newfoundland, you should be prepared to welcome representatives from other countries at an appropriate time. London wants to hold a meeting in Newfoundland. Are they urging me to take office? Alan Wilson said with a wry smile, but the support I need is not in place yet, and it's useless to go. If there is no improvement after taking office, I'm afraid the residents of Newfoundland will be disappointed with the British Empire. Of course, Alan Wilson couldn't say that he hadn't driven enough, so he could only explain that the support he had called for was not in place yet. His original intention of staying in the United States was still. Besides, I haven't been to Boston yet, so I have to make contact. There is no urging in the telegram. Jerry shook his head and said, the tone is not urgent, just a reminder for you to make preparations. London is going to convene a meeting in Newfoundland in the middle of the year. Canada will participate, and the United States will also send representatives to participate. Alan Wilson, who had been absent-minded, listened to the countries mentioned by the Los Angeles consul, and the playful look on his face disappeared. The Five Eyes Alliance is going to be established under his nose? In fact, before the Third Reich knelt down, during World War II, Britain and the United States jointly launched the Venona Plan to cooperate in the decryption of secret intelligence, aiming to intercept and resist the threat of the Soviet Union. There is no Five Eyes Alliance yet. The British and American intelligence cooperation joined Canada, Australia, and New Zealand because Britain believed that if the power of the two countries was compared separately, the balance would lean towards the United States. So Canada, Australia, and New Zealand, which had a good impression of Britain, were pulled in as a counterbalance to the United States. Of course, decades later, Britain had declined into that virtue, and the three countries that were originally introduced as a helper also turned to listen to the United States and left the old father aside. Calculating the time, it seems that the time when Britain pulled Canada in to contain the rebellious son was 1948. What surprised Alan Wilson was that he didn't expect that this would be related to him. Alan Wilson stayed in the United States, but he didn't drive all the time. While driving, he was also thinking about how to develop the economy of Newfoundland, but he didn't know if he could succeed. There is no such thing as lottery in the United States at present. There was in history, but it has been banned for 50 years. The lottery business in the United States developed rapidly after the American Revolutionary War, but in the late 19th century, the lottery business was banned by some state governments in the United States due to poor management and the exposure of scandals of some leaders. Louisiana is the only one. The lottery business in Louisiana, the United States, reached its peak in the second half of the 19th century. A golden octopus lottery game issued by the state government was known to almost everyone in the local area. However, many lottery-related corruption and bribery incidents also occurred frequently in the state. Harrison, the 23rd President of the United States, wrote to Congress, insisting that Congress introduce relevant regulations to stop illegal activities related to lotteries. Congress enacted regulations in 1890 and ordered the deprivation of the right of the United States Postal Service to operate lotteries. Later, in order to rectify the lottery business, the existence of American lotteries was directly banned. I don't know if promoting the lottery business in Newfoundland can affect the United States. Although they are all in North America, Newfoundland is a bit remote after all. Of course, Alan Wilson's idea of revitalizing Newfoundland includes, but is not limited to lotteries. Although compared with the population of more than 100,000 citizens in Newfoundland, if you can do a good job in lotteries, you can live well. But people can't always put all their eggs in one basket. What if they fail? Of course, He was going to find a way to import and export timber by taking advantage of Europe's post-war reconstruction, but the pressure to complete the task on time was too great if he relied solely on timber import and export. Naturally, he needed to think of other ways. In addition to working as a lumberjack, he also needed other help to be more secure. This telegram from London was still effective, and Alan Wilson reluctantly left Los Angeles. Arriving at New York, closer to Boston, he stood at the door of an apartment building and knocked until the door was opened. Greta Garbo, who was wearing a home dress, opened the door. "Why are you here?" Greta Garbo had no intention of letting Alan Wilson in and said in a cold tone, "How did you find this place? I'm an outstanding imperial civil servant after all, and it is not a problem to find someone." Alan Wilson was about to squeeze in when he spoke, but Greta Garbo did not let him in and threatened softly, "This is America, not Britain. If you do this, I will call the police." Bang! The closed door blocked the rest of the words. Alan Wilson was very angry. He couldn't contact the silent film queen, who was living in seclusion in New York. He had to let Greta Garbo know that he was very angry. Chapter 406 Governor of Newfoundland. "I'm just staying in New York for a few days, and I'll go to Newfoundland next month." Alan Wilson was very proud. There was nothing a MILF couldn't handle. "Then go ahead. What are you doing in New York?" Greta Garbo put on her clothes with a cold face. "Are you here to collect female stars? Are you here specially?" "That's not the case. I'm just passing by." Alan Wilson lied without changing his face. This attitude of the silent film queen really made people feel helpless. "What's the difference between you and your competitor Katharine Hepburn? She followed a married man, and you were immersed in memories for a long time. Is this interesting?" He found that the female stars of this era were really different from those of decades later. Katharine Hepburn never got married because of a married man. Greta Garbo was even more legendary. Her first love was to discover her own director. Later, because Hollywood used Greta Garbo to hype up the scandal, the director was old and finally took the initiative to withdraw and passed away sadly, which made the silent film queen discouraged and determined to be single for life. None of your business. Greta Garbo was touched in the sore spot, and her already melancholy face became even more indifferent. "You don't have a fiancé, and you provoke a 40-year-old woman every day. Isn't it just for your vanity? Be reasonable. You were not like this when you were in New Delhi." Alan Wilson sighed, not knowing what went wrong, but if there was a problem, it had to be solved. He also hoped that Greta Garbo's smart head would help him analyze what Americans like, so that he could cater to their preferences. It would be best if this kind of thing could strengthen Newfoundland's status. In fact, Alan Wilson also had such a luxury in his heart that Newfoundland would remain under British rule and not choose independence. After all, there are not many places like Newfoundland that are loyal to the British Empire and have a small population and are easy to maintain. Moreover, the area is large, more than 400,000 square kilometers, while the British mainland is only more than 200,000 square kilometers. Greta Garbo finally returned to her normal self. "Is Newfoundland a dominion in northeastern Canada?" Seeing Alan Wilson nod, Greta Garbo thought for a moment and said, "With such a small population, it's too difficult to start a business through work." "That's right." Alan Wilson agreed deeply. Chinese workers going to work can only solve short-term problems. After all, Chinese workers cannot live there permanently, and the residents of Newfoundland will not agree to Chinese workers settling there. Then you should think about how to attract the attention of the rich. But the local climate is not very friendly. Americans usually go out to play in their own country. Puerto Rico is quite far away. Greta Garbo said thoughtfully, "Making movies is not possible. There is Hollywood. Lottery is a way, but it is not certain whether it can affect the United States. Think about what methods can benefit the rich class, and then find some stars you are familiar with to shoot TV commercials to increase their popularity. Travel is not possible either." Alan Wilson listened to Greta Garbo's words and began to think about ways around the rich class. What do the rich need? Fame. Some, but certainly not all. The general desire of the rich class is the same as the general desire of the poor, to make money, the more the better, and the rich also hope to see the increase of wealth, especially in the UK, where the inheritance tax is very high. Inheritance tax? Alan Wilson seemed to have opened up his 8 meridians, and his thoughts suddenly became clear. This time, New York was the right place to come. Greeter, thank you. To express my gratitude, I will cook you a meal. Alan Wilson really has limited time. As a master of time management, it is impossible for him to make time out of thin air. He will go to Boston in 5 days, and then stay for a day to explain some things, and then take a boat to Newfoundland. In fact, before he thought of a good way, time was not so tight, because he had to travel around the United States. But now that he has thought of a way, he doesn't have to refuse the position in Newfoundland. Greta Garbo was still confused. Seeing this man, he seemed to have changed into a different person. She was puzzled, but when she saw the man standing up naked, she frowned slightly. At least take off your pants. How can you cook like this? I'm sorry. I thought I could be treated like a husband. Alan Wilson apologized without sincerity. He went into the kitchen and said, can you go shopping with me tomorrow? After all, it's not easy to buy clothes in Newfoundland. Who will go shopping with you? Greta Garbo thought so. The next day, a man and a woman appeared on the streets of New York. Greta Garbo was wearing huge sunglasses. She didn't want to come, but she was threatened. Yesterday evening on the balcony, the man threatened her that, if she didn't agree, he would shout at the pedestrians below in the downtown area, so that everyone would know what the two were doing. The silent film queen, who kept saying that this was the United States, not the United Kingdom, and that she would call the police, gave in and agreed to go out, to accompany him to buy clothes, and then let Alan Wilson carry her back to the room. Shopping was very unfamiliar to her. Since she retired from the screen, Greta Garbo has been staying at home for many years. She rarely interacts with friends, let alone being in the downtown area. You should go out more often. Although you Swedes are born with a sense of distance, your current living condition is too much. If your first love is still alive, he would not want to see you living like this. This is because the temperature in the northeastern United States is not high at this time of year. Otherwise Greta Garbo would look strange wearing a hat, a scarf, and huge sunglasses. This day's trip to the Big Apple was basically Alan Wilson talking, and Greta Garbo listening. There was little dialogue between the two. Greta Garbo was also afraid of being recognized. After all, she was a person who broke the box office record, and was still very well known in the United States. After fulfilling Pamela Mountbatten's obligations without any danger, Greta Garbo returned home trembling with fear and helped this uninvited guest try on clothes. Actually, Newfoundland has a sparse population. You can come and see me when the time comes, Alan Wilson said to the silent film queen behind him while stuffing his clothes into the suitcase. Who wants to go there to see you? Greta Garbo instinctively refused. Say it again. Alan Wilson's face turned from sunny to cloudy, and he looked straight at Greta Garbo. I mean, I will go again, when I have the chance. Greta Garbo's attitude immediately changed from firm opposition to conditional approval, and finally to firm support. It's really gratifying to hear such an unforced answer. Alan Wilson finally felt the pulse of the silent film queen. Although Greta Garbo looked very strong, she would choose to yield in the face of a stronger one. In the next few days, Alan Wilson lived in Greta Garbo's luxurious apartment and flipped through the books he had just bought. It must be said that in this era, American published books are already very expensive compared to the price of goods. The title of the book is An American's Dilemma, The Black Problem and Modern Democracy. This book condemns and indicts the United States in many ways, especially the inequality in the American South, and has a huge impact. The author points out that the American creed believes in freedom and opportunity for all, and the racial inequality in the South violates this creed. Few Southerners will like the description of the South in this book, a remote place that is boring and unsafe where emotional Puritan religion prevails, and unhealthy emphasis on sex is everywhere. From the aspects of the lynching system and the legal system, it shows how blacks and whites in the American South are trapped in a destructive relationship full of fear and violation. This relationship emerged because of slavery and continued because of the widespread attitude of Americans towards poverty, crime and social segregation. Reading and then taking notes has always been a good habit of Alan Wilson. In the notebook he carried with him, Alan Wilson recorded the red threat represented by the Soviet Union, as well as the pink threat, purple threat and black threat. The latter three color threats represent the women's movement, gay equality and black issues. It would be great if these three issues were combined with the Soviet Union. Alan Wilson put the notebook away, but it was a pity that it was not the right time, and he could not get to know McCarthy yet. Greta Garbo happened to come back from the balcony and took back the clothes that Alan Wilson had hung to dry. Seeing the man mumbling, she said, "What are you laughing at? I'm reading the works of you Swedes and learning some knowledge." Alan Wilson held the book in his hand and did not forget to complain. Compared with the prices of books in the United States, they are too expensive. Greta Garbo is not Hedy Lamarr. She has no habit of reading. Her life at home is to watch soap operas every day. It's a pity that she can live like this for 7 years. According to the future trajectory, she will continue like this until her death. In New York, the time has come. Alan Wilson dragged the full suitcase to the door and suddenly turned around. It seems that at this time, the wife will give a farewell kiss to the husband, who is away on a long journey. "You are not my husband." Although Greta Garbo said so, she still stood on tiptoe and kissed him. "Remember to visit me when you have time. You are Swedish, so adapting to the local climate should not be a problem." Alan Wilson stood at the door contentedly, saying some words about staying at home and taking care of your health, and then he slowly walked down the stairs with his suitcase. This time he was really going to take up his post, and Greta Garbo didn't close the door until the footsteps on the stairs disappeared. Alan Wilson arrived in Boston and said some words of solidarity at the consulate. The next day he boarded the ship to Newfoundland. He already had a rough plan, and time was very precious under this premise. Finally, he set foot on the land of Newfoundland, and only then did he enter the role of Governor of Newfoundland. Chapter 407, Governor's Conversation. From now on, Newfoundland, with an area of more than 400,000 square kilometers, is theoretically under the jurisdiction of Alan Wilson. The moment he stepped onto the dock, many local councillors came to greet him. Alan Wilson greeted the people who came to greet him. One of them walked up and introduced himself. "Mr. Governor, I'm from Northern Rhodesia. Mr. Mahajlovic asked me to say hello to you. Just call me Savjevic. Mikhailovic and I are old acquaintances. With you here, I believe that the Chinese workers who arrive later should not conflict with the locals. Of course, I would like to remind you first that the relationship between us and the Chinese workers is a purely employment relationship. Due to cultural differences, if there is any misunderstanding, you can sit down and talk, and don't use force to solve the problem." Alan Wilson said at this point, "It happens that I also understand Chinese. I believe there will be no problem. Your ethnic duty is to isolate the conflicts between the Chinese workers who come to work and the local residents." "Understood, Governor." Savjevic nodded and reminded in a low voice, "We are Ustasha." Alan Wilson raised his eyebrows. It turned out that he was from Croatia. He coughed softly and said, "Almost. In that part of Africa, you are all white in the eyes of black people. There is no point in arguing about this." Savjevic agreed with this. The century-old hostility between Serbs and Croats was alleviated a lot in just a few months after arriving in Northern Rhodesia. Although they are not as close as family at present, the two ethnic groups and a small number of Slovenians have chosen to stick together for warmth when facing the issue of Africans. Because we don't have many people, and Northern Rhodesia also needs production, we have 300 people this time. We arrived a week ago. Savjevic followed behind Alan Wilson and introduced his group. "That's enough. In fact, it's just to maintain law and order. I know something about the Chinese. As long as we make it clear, there will be no conflict. As for the local residents, I will explain to their representatives immediately." Alan Wilson walked into the capital St. John's without stopping. The land under the jurisdiction of Newfoundland is 440,000 square kilometers. The island of Newfoundland alone has 110,000 square kilometers. The remaining more than 300,000 square kilometers of land is adjacent to Canada on the North American continent. The main island of Newfoundland has a temperate climate, but the land on the North American continent has a cold climate, which is similar to the climate of Siberia. St. John's is a city in the north of the Avalon Peninsula in the southeast of Newfoundland. It is the capital, largest city and important port of Newfoundland. Alan Wilson knew that this was still the base camp for resisting the merger with Canada. Currently, St. John's has 80,000 residents, which is a very suitable number in Alan Wilson's eyes, because his hometown in his previous life was about the same size. The total population under the rule of Newfoundland is less than 200,000, and the remaining population is distributed in other settlements and Labrador in North America. At present, because it is a direct colony, the Parliament of Newfoundland has been dissolved for more than 10 years. At present, Newfoundland has only one committee as a channel for communication with Canada or London. To a certain extent, this committee also determines the future of the entire British Newfoundland. The governor's mansion in Newfoundland is actually an inconspicuous 3-story European-style building. Alan Wilson just got familiar with his nominal residence and went directly to the previous Newfoundland Parliament building to discuss the future of Newfoundland with the members of the Newfoundland Committee. Although the Newfoundland Parliament building is now just a symbolic building because the Parliament has been abolished, it is perfect as a bridge to communicate with the local elite. Alan Wilson entered the Newfoundland Parliament building. When he stepped in, he also checked the time. It was 11:03 AM on February 21, 1948. Perhaps this would be a day worth remembering in the future. As an unruly governor, he must write a diary. St. John's is not large. How large can a coastal city with a permanent population of 80,000 be? Not long after, the members of the Newfoundland Committee rushed to the Newfoundland Parliament building. They already knew that the new governor had finally arrived. Their first impression was to marvel at Alan Wilson's age. At this age, it was really hard to believe London's sincerity. "Dear gentlemen, this is our first meeting. Please don't be polite. I'm the new Governor General. Of course, you can call me by my name. If you want to be more enthusiastic, call me Alan. If you want to be more business-like, call me Wilson." Alan Wilson took out the information from his briefcase and greeted them in a friendly manner, asking these Newfoundland elites who looked a little distrustful to sit down. As for their distrustful looks, Alan Wilson attributed it to the fact that they might be envious of his thick hair. This is a kind of jealousy, which is completely understandable. We heard that London has appointed a Governor General, but we didn't expect that Governor Allen would take office a little later than we expected. A middle-aged man with a monocle spoke first. "I believe this trip is very pleasant." That's not the case. It was quite tiring along the way, especially when we were inspecting in the United States. Alan Wilson was telling the truth, without any falsehood, not a drop of it. He also got the travel expenses from Vivian Leigh and extorted some clothes from Greta Garbo, which was completely worthy of the evaluation of being incorruptible. As for the fact that he got the living supplies of Chinese workers from Bokina for free and even the machinery he ordered was paid by Bokina, he was too embarrassed to mention it. He had paid too much for Newfoundland, and the key was not to take credit for himself. "Gentlemen, I know you have doubts about me as a new governor. For now, I'm alone in office and have received nothing except the £1 million allocated by the Ministry of Finance. I also ordered machinery from Europe and the cost of recruiting workers." Seeing the disappointment on the faces of the members of the Newfoundland Committee, Alan Wilson changed the subject and said, "There is still £1 million left." The members of the Newfoundland Committee were all well-known figures, and they were all old. When they heard Alan Wilson's constant complaints, and then said that it was actually the result of freeloading, they almost sprained their waists. Of course, this is not what Alan Wilson wanted to say. The next step was the first formal communication. "Gentlemen, let's get to the point. In comparison, I have done my homework on the situation in Newfoundland. At present, the basic conditions in Newfoundland are similar to those in Canada and Australia, and may even be better. The per capita resource possession is extremely large, exceeding that of Canada and Australia. Even if nothing is done, it will take time to slowly recover, and the pressure of life is much less than that of the other two places. Australia's deserts and arid areas occupy 70% of the total area. Canada's permafrost area occupies half of the country's area. Of course, this is not completely undevelopable, but it requires more hard work and effort. In terms of industrial distribution, Newfoundland is more similar to Australia than Canada and Australia, and the per capita resources are still twice that of Australia. In the first meeting, in front of these local elites in Newfoundland, Alan Wilson mentioned the £1 million grant, and the rest was to praise Newfoundland's per capita resources. Australia has a population of 8 million, regardless of whether the land is suitable for settlement or not, 1 square kilometre per person. Canada is similar, but British Newfoundland is different. Newfoundland has a population of less than 200,000 and a total area of 440,000. There is still room for 1 person to have 2 square kilometers, and this is already taking into account the land that is not suitable for development. In addition, Newfoundland's flagship product is fishery, while Australia's flagship product is farming. The world's largest and best quality iron ore has not yet been discovered, and Australians are now farming and raising sheep. Newfoundland's flagship industry, fishing, has become so powerful that even forestry resources can be ignored. It may be because the fishery resources are too good that even forestry resources are taken for granted. So the problem of Newfoundland is similar to the Dutch disease, which is completely a case of being full and bored. The only problem is the debt problem, mainly because the British Empire is now in debt, so it regards Newfoundland as a burden. In fact, this is also the general idea of the residents of the capital St. John's. In the referendum process of merging with Canada, St. John's, the capital of Newfoundland, was the main force of opposition. In the end, all Newfoundland residents voted in a referendum, and it barely passed the 50% ratio, and became part of Canada. There is no doubt that Europe is currently in the process of reconstruction, and Newfoundland's forestry resources are extremely scarce for this kind of reconstruction. Alan Wilson stood up and gave each member of the Newfoundland Committee in front of him a copy of the estimated gap data for raw materials for Europe's reconstruction. The reconstruction of Europe requires a huge amount of timber, and all of this timber is now provided by the Soviet Union. In fact, if we give some of it to Newfoundland, it will be easy to solve Newfoundland's debt problem. But we don't have the manpower. The speaker was Joseph Robert Smallwood, the local governor of Newfoundland. Dear Mr. Joy, the thing that the British Empire lacks the least is manpower, but it is not in Newfoundland. Alan Wilson corrected calmly. Today is my first day in Newfoundland. I will communicate with you gentlemen. In the evening, I will talk to the residents of Newfoundland through the radio. Let everyone understand what I, the Governor General, think about the future. At 6 o'clock in the evening on February 21, 1948, the residents of St. John's were enjoying dinner next to the warm fireplace. Alan Wilson's voice appeared on the radio on time. He first introduced himself and greeted all the citizens of British Newfoundland, and then explained his views on British Newfoundland. In fact, the citizens of Newfoundland don't realize how good the place you live in is. I used to work in British India and deeply understand what a person's basic needs are. For many people, living is just living, and the citizens of Newfoundland can want to live better even in the most difficult times. It happens that British Newfoundland can do this. Alan Wilson's peaceful and sincere voice was transmitted to thousands of households in British Newfoundland through the radio. Chapter 408 Tax Havens. Let us point out a simple fact. Newfoundland's fishing grounds are indeed excellent fishing grounds in the world. Fishing alone can allow Newfoundland to return to its previous living standards within a few years. Newfoundland's current debt problem has never been a problem in the long run. But even so, Newfoundland cannot rely solely on the development of a seasonal industry such as fishing. There are many things that deserve more attention than fishing. The 440,000 square kilometers of Newfoundland are covered with vast coniferous forests. As long as a small part of them is utilized, we can get out of the current predicament faster. The reconstruction of Europe has begun, and the demand for various raw materials will surge. This is also an opportunity for Newfoundland. I can already see the future of Newfoundland. It is about to enter a stage of rapid development, faster than anywhere else I can see. The current problem plaguing Newfoundland is nothing more than a lack of manpower, but from another perspective, this can be called a happy trouble. Newfoundland's current predicament is like an ordinary person finding a gold nugget weighing dozens of tons in the mountains, and one person cannot carry it home. In Alan Wilson's words, why do Canada and Australia just have fun? What does it mean to be rich in resources? Newfoundland, with less than 200,000 citizens and only a few 100,000 adult citizens, is a resource-rich template. The current dilemma of Newfoundland was described by Alan Wilson as, there is money on the ground, but the residents of Newfoundland do not want to bend down. In this case, there is a shortage of manpower, so use external forces to supplement it. Although the overview of Newfoundland is suspected of being on paper, it is generally in line with the facts. In the end, Alan Wilson said that Newfoundland's potential is not limited to the untapped forestry resources, and Newfoundland's positioning can be broader. London has never forgotten this place, and will not forget, that Newfoundland paid a heavy price for Britain. Residents of Newfoundland, good night. Change starts from this day. I hope that tomorrow's dawn will come, and you can get up with hope to welcome a new day. The half-hour soul-stirring chicken soup was heard by many Newfoundland residents as the first communication between Alan Wilson and local residents, after he took office as the chief executive of Newfoundland. The next morning, after getting up, Alan Wilson went directly to the Newfoundland Anglican Church in St. John's. The full name is the Anglican Church of Newfoundland in the Dominion of Newfoundland, but Newfoundland is no longer a dominion. In essence, Alan Wilson is unfamiliar with any Christian sect, and he does not believe in any religion in his heart. But when in Rome, do as the Romans do, and he can pretend to be a believer in God. At present, the Newfoundland Anglican Church is the largest religious group in British Newfoundland. In St. John's, the Newfoundland Committee held a brief inauguration ceremony, and Alan Wilson issued the first executive order. Companies settled in British Newfoundland, once registered, will not be charged any form of tax, and only need to pay an annual management fee of £50, no matter how big the company is. Inheritance tax is also promulgated to prohibit any inheritance and related taxes from breeding. In the Governor's Palace of Newfoundland in St. John's, Alan Wilson issued the first executive order. As far as Newfoundland, which is currently a colony, his words can be regarded as the will of the British Empire, and his words are followed by the law. In the communication with the Newfoundland Committee, Alan Wilson said that he would immediately count the population and promulgate the immigration threshold standards. You will never imagine how popular the Newfoundland identity will be in the future. I can't imagine what effect it will have. Joseph Robert Smallwood, the governor of Newfoundland, asked, "Oh, dear Joe, I just do what I say." Alan Wilson said with a smile, "I heard that you are a socialist? Then you may not understand the power of this policy. Although the British Empire has disintegrated in the 21st century, Britain still has several very small colonies. Like the mainland, it is more accurate to call it a tax haven. Panama, Cayman Islands, Bermuda, British Virgin Islands, Barbados, Bahamas, and Costa Rica in the Caribbean, Ireland, Netherlands, Luxembourg, Switzerland, Malta, Gibraltar, and Cyprus in Europe, Mauritius in Africa, etc. Most of these tax havens are very small island countries. Since there are no resources and industries in the local area, they can only find another way to achieve the purpose of tax avoidance by providing offshore financial services with very low tax rates or even zero tax rates to attract individuals and multinational companies to set up companies in their country. The wealth that has passed through these inconspicuous islands alone accounts for 8% of the world's total wealth, close to $10 trillion. As the first to try it, British Newfoundland will not lose much. Besides, British Newfoundland only has a small population and meets the characteristics of these tax havens. But in fact, Newfoundland's per capita resources are not worse than Australia, and life is not much worse without the bonus of tax havens. But Alan Wilson wanted to make progress too much. He felt that the natural fishing grounds and the Chinese workers who arrived soon to bless the forestry resources were still not enough, so he directly launched the tax haven that gradually emerged in the 1960s. As for the current situation, the inheritance tax in the UK is very high, and as the Cold War gradually becomes clear, the European countries will hardly reduce taxes because they are on the front line. Alan Wilson is not clear about the estate tax situation in the United States, but there is a famous saying in the United States that there are two things that cannot be escaped: death and paying taxes. Paying taxes in the United States is not an ordinary problem. Once the date comes, it must be handled on the same day and cannot be delayed for a day. April 15th of each year is the most painful time for the American middle class. If it is a tax refund, it is okay. If you have to pay taxes, you must mail it on this day, otherwise you will be fined. When paying taxes, you will find that at least 30% of your hard-earned income in a year has been paid to the government. The government chose April 15th very well. If you do the math, the most pitiful American middle class basically worked for the government before April 15th. The money earned before this day was all used to pay taxes, and sometimes it might not be enough. As for letting the CIA and the FBI stand aside, the reputation of the US Internal Revenue Service, which is well known in the joke world, is no stranger to any keyboard politics enthusiast. Pay taxes to the federal government on time. The American gangster boss who left a famous last words just died last year. The ICE has the priority of law enforcement. That is, if the CIA and the ICE catch a person at the same time, the CIA suspects that he is a Soviet spy, and the ICE suspects that this person is evading taxes, and the people from the two departments collide with each other. The CIA must watch the ICE take the person away. Alan Wilson doesn't know whether the pensions of American fallen soldiers in this era should be taxed. Anyway, they will have to be paid in the future. The figures calculated by the ICE are the pensions for fallen soldiers. Alan Wilson did not slander the governor of Newfoundland in front of him. He himself called himself a socialist. However, in Alan Wilson's opinion, Mr. Joseph Robert Smallwood, who took the initiative to join Newfoundland in Canada, should be a verbal socialist. It's okay to shout slogans to keep up with the trend, but the rest is just average. The emergence of tax havens occurred at the peak of the Cold War. Eastern European countries generally distrusted the United States. They all put some foreign-related funds in European countries. In fact, to make a good tax haven, you only need to make 3 preparations. Business activities are rarely regulated by laws and regulations. Procedures are simple and tax-free. The lending currency in the offshore financial market is foreign currency, and borrowers can freely choose the currency type. The lending relationship in this market is the relationship between foreign lenders and foreign borrowers, and this lending relationship involves almost all countries in the world. There are 600,000 companies on the books of the British Virgin Islands alone, 1/3 of which are related to China. Joey, let's talk about another question. Where is the best forest area on the island? Are there any conditions that can be used? I mean, it would be best to use the river. Alan Wilson has learned about the basic conditions of Newfoundland. The railway cannot be used. There are only so few people on an island of 110,000 square kilometers. How can anyone build a railway connecting major settlements? Since the railway cannot be used, we can only use the miracles of nature. The use of rivers is also very important in wood production. Wood can be preserved for a long time if it is air dried, and it can also be preserved for a long time if it is completely soaked in water. But if it is in a neutral environment, it will rot. He remembered that in his previous life, he found logs deposited in the lake next to the forest area in his hometown. The oldest logs had been soaked for decades, but they were still in good condition, and even better. After all, the wood of the same diameter had been cut down. Alan Wilson had no worries about whether the environment would be damaged if he cut down logs for a year on an island of more than 100,000 square kilometers. For the area of Newfoundland, even 10,000 cubic meters a day was a drop in the bucket. It was impossible for such a large island to have no rivers to use. Alan Wilson said that he wanted the local governor in front of him to take him to survey and see where he could generate income. Joseph Robert Smallwood pondered for a moment, thinking about what reason to refuse. After all, this was a physical job. I understand. I'll find another guide and let Savevich find a few people to deal with the wild environment. Alan Wilson said simply. He was a verbal socialist, so it was understandable. Chapter 409 Pamela's Efficiency. The Humber River is located in the western part of Newfoundland, British. It originates from the Changling Mountains and flows southward, passing through a series of waterfalls and several lakes. The estuary is Corner Brook, the second largest city in Newfoundland in later generations. However, Corner Brook did not exist at that time. According to history, Corner Brook would not become a city until the 1950s. Currently, there are about 3,000 people in Corner Brook. The Humber River Basin is one of the few logging areas in Newfoundland. As the newly arrived chief executive, Corner Brook is Alan Wilson's destination. He will go to the Humber River Basin to investigate and formulate a logging plan to supply the reconstruction of the European continent. Due to the protection policy in later generations, forestry logging is generally only winter logging. It is said that there was also an autumn logging when forestry resources were abundant in the past. However, for Newfoundland, which has almost no development potential for logging, this is not so troublesome. Alan Wilson thinks that logging all year round is reasonable. The Humber River Basin flows into the sea in the southwest of Newfoundland, which has an advantage, that is, it is not easily affected by blizzards. According to local data, the northern part of Newfoundland has reached the snowfall season and the snowfall is very heavy, which delays forestry production. The development rate of Newfoundland is originally low. There are no roads and no railways. If the rivers cannot be used, it will increase the difficulties. Before leaving St. John's, Alan Wilson did not forget to send a telegram to Pamela Mountbatten in Canberra. In fact, there is no special reason. He just mentioned the content of the executive order he issued. British Newfoundland has become a tax haven. If he can help to spread the word, he will be grateful to his fiancée. Although Alan Wilson used British Newfoundland to step on Australia, it must be admitted that Australia is also an enviable place. As long as the population does not exceed a certain number, Australia does have the capital of the deputy sheriff in the Pacific region. It is not unreasonable for people to say that Australia is a small version of the United States. But the premise is that Australia's population must not be too large. One thing that resource-rich countries must do is that the land is vast and the population must not be too expanded so that they can live a good life. The land in Australia is old, and it has been washed by rain for billions of years, and the nutrient loss is serious. The oldest rocks on Earth are in the Murchison Mountains in Western Australia, with a history of 4 billion years. Australia's poor soil and low productivity have had a serious economic impact on agriculture, forestry and fisheries. The low fertility of the soil requires more mechanized tools to grow crops, and relies on artificial fertilizers to grow crops, and the output is still not comparable to that of other countries. The poor nature of Australia's soil is not easy to see at a glance. When the British first arrived in Australia, they thought that the large forests were a fertile land, so they cut down and overgrazed them. Then they found that the replanted trees and grass grew very slowly, and had to abandon large tracts of land. The nutrients in rivers and offshore waters mainly come from the soil carried by the water. But Australia's soil is poor, the water lacks nutrients, and fish resources are very easy to dry up. Australia has the third largest fishing ground in the world, but its output value ranks after 50. The output value of freshwater fisheries is even smaller. Another serious problem is salinization. The soil in the wheat belt in the southwest contains salt that has blown in from the Indian Ocean for millions of years. There used to be freshwater lakes in the inland basin that were separated from the seawater. After the water evaporated, the salinity of the lake water increased. After it dried up, the remaining salt was blown to the eastern region. If it weren't for the discovery of the world's best quality large iron ore, the basic conditions of British Newfoundland would have surpassed Australia. 90% of Australia's population is in several cities on the eastern coast, and Canberra is one of them. Pamela Mountbatten is leading the noble ladies who are supporting the scene to develop her career in Australia, while her fiancé is deep in the mountains and old forests. Thank you so much, Uncle William. Pamela Mountbatten thanked the old man in front of her obediently. William Joseph Slim, the current Governor-General of Australia, this nearly 60-year-old veteran, the pinnacle of his life was to command the British Indian Corps, to fight the Japanese army in Imphal and win the Battle of Imphal. As we all know, Pamela Mountbatten's father, the current Governor-General of British India, Mountbatten, was the Commander-in-Chief of the Southeast Asian Allied Forces at the time, that is, the boss of the Australian Governor-General in front of him. This is of course very relevant. Didn't you see that the Portuguese government just announced that it would award General Mountbatten himself with a medal to commend General Mountbatten for his outstanding contribution to ensuring the security of the subcontinent? Oh, Pamela, isn't your father worried about you taking these ladies around? Admiral William Joseph Slim reminded lovingly, I feel a lot of pressure when the ladies of your family go out. Admiral Slim and Mountbatten have a very good relationship, which is because of the friendship established during the war. Slim himself got along very poorly with his superiors. On the battlefield in Southeast Asia, his direct superior, Admiral Lees, was dissatisfied with Slim. He suggested to Mountbatten that Slim stay to clean up the remaining resistance of the Japanese army in Burma, and General Christensen commanded the proposed offensive against Malaya, which meant removing Slim from the position of Army Group Commander. Mountbatten himself was best at dancing with long sleeves, which was the reason why London sent him here. So he didn't want to offend both of his subordinates, so he played a little trick and agreed to Lees's suggestion, but let Lees come forward to explain directly to Slim. In this way, the conflict between Slim and Lees always broke out, and Slim protested to London. At this time, due to the overwhelming victory of Burma, Slim finally gained recognition in London and established his personal reputation. Lees was also deeply dissatisfied with Mountbatten's smooth attitude and publicly accused Mountbatten, the commander-in-chief of the Allied forces in Southeast Asia. Mountbatten then wrote a letter asking the chief of the Imperial General Staff, Viscount Alan Brooke, to remove Lees from his position. In this way, the dispute between Slim and his immediate superior was interfered by Mountbatten, the biggest boss, resulting in Slim becoming the winner of this dispute. It is a difficult thing for a subordinate to defeat the boss at the time in the tradition of any country. It can be said that, if General Mountbatten had not been playing the game, Admiral Slim would definitely not have had a good time. With such a relationship, it was natural for Pamela Mountbatten to ask for help. I don't understand you young people. A group of noble ladies insist on setting up an exploration company. Admiral Slim smiled bitterly and shook his head. Pamela, let me remind you in the name of your father's friend that the land in Australia is very barren, and many experts have said that there are no mineral resources here. You set up an exploration company and come to Australia, but you may return empty-handed. Uncle William, we must believe that there are miracles in the world. Australia is poor in mineral resources, so we must help Australia even more. If a miracle happens, it may establish a closer relationship between Britain and Australia. My fiancé said that once Australia has been independent for a long time, its close relationship with Britain may fade. There is no relationship more solid than the binding of interests. Pamela Mountbatten replied politely, girls like us also want to contribute to the empire. Whether or not minerals can be explored is not very important to Pamela Mountbatten. The key is that her fiancé has ordered so. Alan Wilson made a lot of money in British India and then handed it all to Pamela Mountbatten without leaving a penny. This is not something that ordinary men can do. Now he just wants his fiancé to help him with such a small favor. She can't refuse it. Who let this man love her too much? Your fiancé is Alan, who just became the chief executive of Newfoundland. Let's meet if there is a chance. Admiral Slim did not mention the word governor. The governor asked the cabinet to propose, and His Majesty to appoint. In fact, Alan Wilson was not appointed by His Majesty. Admiral Slim believed that Pamela Mountbatten's fiancé must have been deceived by the cunning head of the civil service system. But the things they do are similar. What the governor can do, the chief executive can do the same. Just as the two were chatting, an officer pushed the door open and saluted Admiral Slim, saying, "Governor, this is a telegram from Newfoundland." "Let me see." Admiral Slim stood up and took the telegram. Then a playful smile appeared on his face. "Pamela, actually I'm looking for you. Your fiancé has taken the expedition team into the mountains for an investigation. You can take care of the rest yourself." In the telegram, Alan Wilson mentioned his hard-working life as an imperial civil servant, and at the same time, greeted his fiancé who was far away in Australia, and didn't know if she was doing her job. Then he mentioned the Newfoundland executive order he signed, which naturally included the executive order on the tax haven, but the most important part in Pamela Mountbatten's eyes was the part involving inheritance tax. Seeing the part about inheritance tax, Pamela Mountbatten suddenly became uneasy and prepared to call her sisters over to have a good talk about the impact of this matter on the aristocracy. He is still like this. Pamela Mountbatten couldn't help but smile bitterly. "I took the expedition team into the mountains, and I don't know if I can adapt to the local environment. Now I can't contact him. It's really a headache." Pamela Mountbatten also wanted to tell Alan Wilson that with the help of the Governor-General of Australia, she had obtained the approval of the Australian government to conduct mineral exploration throughout Australia. She hadn't sent a telegram yet, but she received a telegram first, and it also brought good news about the inheritance tax. You know, the aristocracy was at a loss for the high inheritance tax, but FNK made a loophole. Recommended to my friend Chang Feng's novel, The Silent Secret War, the silent chapter of the Secret War trilogy. During the massacre, Luo Yao escaped from death. By chance, he entered the Linley Special Training class. He used his talent for hearing to kill traitors, catch ghosts, hunt down Japanese spies, and decipher the Japanese Army's top secret codes, performing a legendary life. Chapter 410 Exploration Contract. Alan Wilson, who had already entered the deep mountains and old forests, knew that Pamela Mountbatten had arrived in Australia, so he was not worried about achieving his goal. As the saying goes, blood is thicker than water. After the Nassau Agreement was signed in the future, if a nuclear war broke out, Britain would have suffered a devastating disaster. There are 2 top secret records of British nuclear submarines involving 2 countries. The first one is that, if the United States still exists, it will directly accept the command of the United States to launch a counterattack, and the other one is to go to Australia. Australia is vast and sparsely populated. It is separated from the mainstream European and American countries and faces the population advantages of Asian countries. It has always been highly vigilant, but until 1942, Australia was clearly guided by the interests of the British Empire. After the United States joined the World War in 1942, the Australian local political circles were almost instantly full of goodwill towards the United States, and the impression of the United States became extremely positive, mainly because Japan was approaching step by step and Australia could not resist it on its own. But so far, Britain and the United States are still equal priority options in the eyes of Australians. This understanding will continue until the 1960s, and the United States will thoroughly establish its advantage over Britain's influence in Australia, who made the Royal Navy almost finished by the 1960s. In the close cultural relationship, we must also face the facts. Alan Wilson's guess is indeed similar. This is almost a replica of Pamela Mountbatten's arrival in Australia. The British have always had a psychological advantage over the Australians. But when she came, Alan Wilson had specially reminded her not to show such arrogance. In fact, the cost of living for Australians is much lower than that of the British. As long as the population does not reach the upper limit of Australia's land, this will always exist. Up to now, Britain is still Australia's largest trading country. 45% of Australia's imports and 30% of its exports are related to Britain. Pamela Mountbatten brought a group of noble ladies and talked about the exploration plan with the Australian government very smoothly, as smooth as General Mountbatten being the Prime Minister of Australia. Pamela Mountbatten was educated when Alan Wilson was still in British Malaya. After arriving in Australia, she had to do 2 things. First, don't mention the embarrassing performance of the British Army during the Battle of Singapore. If you can't avoid it, scold Churchill. It is said that the British noble officers wanted to fight for Australia very much, and it was Churchill's ignorance of military affairs and blind command that led to Britain's defeat in the Battle of Singapore. Another question about the European community. If someone asks, just say that it was forced by the Americans, and Britain did not want to lead Europe. Historically, after Churchill's 3-ring diplomacy failed, and the Suez War ended, Britain was forced by the United States to join the European community. In addition to being humiliated by Charles de Gaulle, the rest of the relationship between Australia and Britain was cold. Compared with the fall of the Singapore base during World War II, Britain's application to join the European Union constituted a more fundamental impact on the relationship between Britain and Australia. Australia even condemned Britain's behaviour as immoral and dishonest. In Canberra, Pamela Mountbatten held a very expensive cocktail party to express her gratitude to the local Australian elites who were invited, and then said something very good. If there is another war, I will also join the army to defend Australia. At the cocktail party, Pamela Mountbatten attributed the embarrassing performance of the British Army in the Battle of Singapore to Churchill's macro-manipulation. At the same time, it shows that, no matter how good Europe is, it can't compare to Australia. As for gaining favorable impressions, it was mentioned that the royal family and the aristocracy admired Australia because Australia was an immigration place for criminals. Speaking in this way as an aristocrat would make Australians feel valued. The aristocracy's resentment towards Churchill was real, but it had nothing to do with Australia. It was entirely because the aristocracy suffered heavy losses in the World War. It was not just a matter of inheritance tax. Many owners of British companies before the war were aristocrats. But because Churchill wanted to fight to the end in the World War, under the dominance of Roosevelt, the Lend-Lease Act was extremely unfavorable to Britain, resulting in a large number of companies owned by aristocrats being sold to the United States under Churchill's pressure. The United States specially tailored an additional clause for Britain. Before Britain can obtain aid from the United States, it must sell all valuable companies in the United States. This provision means that Britain has to sell a large number of high-quality industries in the United States to the United States at a low price. When the British government protested, it received a cold reply from the United States. The US government believes that this sacrifice is necessary. Rolls-Royce, which is still in the UK, is just a lucky fish that slipped through the net among the large number of high-quality companies accepted by the United States. A large number of high-quality companies operating in the United States were sold to the United States by Churchill overnight, resulting in heavy losses of British capital. Naturally, Pamela Mountbatten criticized Churchill and the noble ladies who came to Australia with her, which was very sincere, even though Churchill and Mountbatten had a very good relationship. No matter how good the relationship is, Pamela Mountbatten's hostility to cutting off people's money cannot be allowed. If it weren't for her fiancé to make a gap in British Newfoundland, the aristocracy would be really helpless in the current British environment. Will Alan Wilson's behavior in Newfoundland hurt the government's income? This depends on how to say it. In the long run, it will definitely be, but the World War has been over, and there will be no war in which a large number of nobles will be killed in a short period of time. The next batch of noble heirs will be exploited by the government at least 10 years later. Therefore, this kind of damage is not very urgent for government revenue, but the aristocracy looks at this matter differently. Facing the London government, the aristocracy is now in a weak position, especially the family with only female heirs now. If women's rights prevail in a few decades, they can spray the government out. But now the aristocrats can only endure silently. After the World War, Britain has not recovered its homeland for a long time, but it has become the largest investment country for decades. There is definitely a reason. A large number of aristocrats must transfer their wealth to prevent it from becoming government income in the name of inheritance tax. Alan Wilson just took advantage of Newfoundland's current special status to guide these fleeing capital to settle in a place that is relatively safe for Britain. If he doesn't do this, these fleeing capital will also go to the United States. Most people will never sit and wait for death. In terms of inheritance tax, London will not feel anything in the short term, and there will be no war that will cause a large number of aristocrats to die for them to reap. The current Australian Prime Minister is Joseph Benedict Chifley. Coincidentally, he is the representative figure in the Australian political circle who hopes that Britain will quickly restore its national strength. In fact, given Australia's economic situation, it should have gotten rid of the rationing system long ago. But Chifley still withstood the pressure and maintained the policy of wartime economic control, including the high oil price policy, which made the public quite inconsolable about him. In fact, because Australia's trade was deeply dependent on Britain, Chifley's purpose in helping Britain was to hope that the British economy would quickly recover and the politics would stabilize after the war, which would naturally be of great benefit to Australia's politics and economy. 2 days after this reception, Chifley summoned the representative of the Mountbatten Exploration Company, Pamela Mountbatten. Prime Minister Chifley first asked very intimately about the situation in British India. This was because a fierce conflict broke out between the pacifists and Hindus in British India. In the area centered on Kolkata, the two major sects had a religious conflict, and tens of thousands of people died. This conflict, which originated in Kolkata, has spread to all parts of British India, and is the biggest news in the world recently. The two major sects in India have been hostile for hundreds of years, and my father is at a loss as to what to do about it. Pamela Mountbatten said very obediently, for 2 years, my father and the civil servants of British India have been doing their best to bridge the contradictions, but now it seems that there is little effect. Oh, that's right. Prime Minister Chifley nodded knowingly. I wonder how much the country has recovered. The situation in London is okay. Pamela Mountbatten knew that when Prime Minister Chifley mentioned the country, he was actually talking about Britain, because the imperial preference system was still in place, and Australians were, in a certain sense, subjects of the British Empire. If Alan Wilson were here, he would also know that the reason why Australia could not accept Britain's eventual joining of the European community was that when Britain joined the European community, it began to regard Australia and some dominions as foreigners. This seriously hurt the feelings of the Australians. Sure enough, Prime Minister Chifley nodded happily and said, once London is fully recovered, it will be of great benefit to the economic and trade relations with Australia. This is also the purpose of my coming to Australia, dear Prime Minister. Pamela Mountbatten strictly followed the guidance of her fiancé and carefully prepared a series of speeches. From the time she arrived in Australia until now, the effect has been very good. Both the government and the elite class are very fond of these noble ladies from London, and Canberra is full of praise. After meeting with Prime Minister Chifley, the Australian government announced that Mountbatten Exploration Company will have the right to conduct mineral exploration throughout Australia, and all expenses will be borne by the exploration company alone. It also stated that Mountbatten Exploration Company's efforts to help Australia get rid of the hat of a mineral poor country have been supported by a large number of nobles in London. Then Pamela Mountbatten directly registered a mining company in Canberra. According to the agreement with the Australian government, the mining company will have priority mining rights for the discovered minerals. The contract states that, after discovering the resources, the mining company will share profits with the Australian government and state governments. In fact, for Australia, which has implemented a ban on iron ore exports for decades, the profit-sharing agreement prepared by Pamela Mountbatten is very conscientious, and can even be regarded as taking care of Australia's feelings. Chapter 411 Collective Enterprise. The Australian government attaches great importance to the noble ladies from Britain, which is understandable. Pamela Mountbatten took a group of noble ladies to visit local celebrities everywhere, trying to win the favor of Australians again. The most consensus building issue is the Dutch East Indies, which is seeking independence in the north. The population of the East Indies is 10 times that of Australia. This population pressure does exist, and every Australian cannot take it lightly. Australia, which is far away from the mainstream culture of Europe and the United States and faces the population pressure of Asia, has always placed its security on its brothers, the United States a few decades later, and now Britain. Dear Prime Minister, Britain is trying to establish a base in Malaya to contain the Dutch East Indies. At the same time, it supports the Netherlands to divide New Guinea in order to establish a buffer zone for Australia. As long as we, Britain, and other European countries are still in Asia, Australia's security is not a concern. The issue that Pamela Mountbatten talked about is an issue that Australia has always been worried about. Decades later, it was manifested as whoever is the challenger to the United States, Australia will bite whoever, whether it is Japan, Indonesia or a certain big country. Australia cares more about the hegemony of the United States than the Americans themselves. At present, the British Royal Navy is still strong, and Australia still relies on Britain. Naturally, Prime Minister Chifley was very pleased to hear Pamela Mountbatten's words. The movement of the Dutch East Indies is indeed a matter of great concern to us. We are very touched that London can think of this. After all, the British mainland is too far away from Asia. In World War II, we underestimated the Japanese. This mistake will not happen again. Pamela Mountbatten smiled and said, "My father agrees with this very much," and he also pointed out that the Netherlands is a small country with a small population after all, and it is very difficult to rule the East Indies, and there is a possibility of failure. If Australia can help from the side, the success rate of this matter will be much greater. Pamela Mountbatten's knowledge of key politics naturally comes from the governor of Newfoundland in the deep mountains and forests, rather than Mountbatten, the governor of British India, but attributing the credit to Mountbatten is more acceptable to the Australian Prime Minister. After all, Mountbatten was the commander-in-chief of the Southeast Asian Allied Forces in the World War. As the daughter of the commander-in-chief, Pamela Mountbatten should have such a knowledge of key politics, and it is natural for her to say these words. Prime Minister Chifley naturally expressed his willingness to assist the Netherlands in establishing a buffer zone to separate Australia from the East Indies. Although the Dutch people's feelings were still a level lower, they seemed very amiable when they thought of the large population of the East Indies. The key to maintaining the British Empire's military presence in Asia lies in the Suez Canal. In fact, the United States' attitude towards colonies has caused London great distress. If the Suez Canal is out of the control of the Empire, the British Empire's power to protect Australia will inevitably be greatly reduced. General Mountbatten's vision is admirable. Prime Minister Chifley was full of admiration and thought that Pamela Mountbatten's vision came from Mountbatten himself. Prime Minister Chifley's admiration was sincere. Although Australia is a large island, Australians do not have an island mentality, but consider themselves an isolated continental country. With the lessons learned from Japan, they will be more eager to solve the problem before the danger comes. Seeing that Prime Minister Chifley was so easy to talk to, Pamela Mountbatten couldn't help but admire in her heart. Alright. It was as if Alan Wilson was right next to her, and he saw through Australia's thoughts on national security. In the process of competing with the Netherlands for maritime hegemony, Australia was a strategic fulcrum for Britain. At that time, the Dutch had the largest territory in the South Pacific, occupying the East Indies. The Philippines was a colony of Spain, and was later snatched by the Americans. The British had a sharp vision, occupying Malaysia and Singapore, controlling the Strait of Malacca, and strangling the maritime throat of the Dutch and French. As an auxiliary of the British Empire, Australia held the Dutch back in the south. Now that the national liberation movement is surging all over the world, Australia's biggest threat is no longer the Dutch, but the Indonesians who have been resisting continuously. London also expects Australia to play a greater role. To put it bluntly, Britain still has many warships waiting to be sold, and Australia can be a good buyer. At this time in 1948, the Soviet Union should have taken action to Sovietize Czechoslovakia. However, until Alan Wilson came out of the Humber River Basin, where there was almost no logging site, this did not happen. He was very optimistic about this inspection. The pitiful small logging area was due to manpower problems, not resource problems. For now, it is to take advantage of the fact that the British Trade Commission is still the boss, measure the forestry resources of Newfoundland, win the favor of the European market, and exert one's own strength as much as possible to exchange resources for money. Just as Alan Wilson returned to the capital St. John's, a cargo ship carrying Chinese workers arrived at the port of St. John's. The Chinese faces made the local residents of Newfoundland terrified. How could so many foreigners suddenly pour into their hometown, which was like a paradise? In the evening, Alan Wilson's voice appeared again on the radio of Newfoundland residents, explaining the arrival of Chinese workers and the next plan. After careful consideration, the idea of colonial complementarity is very necessary for Newfoundland at present. Alan Wilson took the written speech, spoke into the microphone, and communicated with the residents of Newfoundland for the second time in a tired voice, talking about his inspection of the Humber River logging area. My initial idea is to maintain a production of 10,000 cubic meters per day, including rough processing. Send Newfoundland's forestry resources to the European market. That is an urgent need of raw materials for reconstruction. However, at present Newfoundland's local labor force is in great demand. As for whether there will be conflicts, there is no need to worry about it. The militiamen from northern Rhodesia who came to Newfoundland are here to help the local residents, and these Chinese workers isolate themselves from the conflicts. At this point, Alan Wilson paused, not for any special reason, but because he was turning the pages and saw the prompt on the paper. He coughed a few times after reading this, and then coughed a few times into the microphone and continued reading. I'm very sorry, I may have caught a cold during the inspection in the Humber River Basin. Along with intermittent coughs, Alan Wilson's voice continued to be heard on the radio, and was known to thousands of households in Newfoundland. At the end of the broadcast, the voice from the radio said, I'm willing to eat and live with all the Chinese workers who come to Newfoundland, and live together in the logging area. With this attitude, we can ensure the psychological safety of the local residents. The first batch of Chinese workers who arrived found a place to stay during Alan Wilson's performance of pretending to be sick. There is another problem. After investigating the Humber River Basin, Alan Wilson understood that manpower cannot solve all problems, at least not in forestry production. With the terrain of the Humber River Basin, vehicles are almost useless. Fortunately, it is only necessary to push the wood from the logging area into the river, which can save a lot of effort, but this section cannot be solved by manpower. As long as animal power is needed, it means that at least horses are needed as auxiliary tools. So he called the Newfoundland Governor Joseph Robert Smallwood, and said in a hoarse voice, "Mr. Joy, I have a glorious and arduous task. At present, only you are suitable. Mr. Allen, please speak." Smallwood saw Alan Wilson, who had not seen him for more than half a month, and had a visibly weathered face, and he also restrained his verbal socialist style a little. In the broadcast last night, Alan Wilson promised to eat and live with the Chinese workers who came to Newfoundland. It is not known how the response will be, but he has indeed made a great sacrifice. It's very important, but it may not be a very difficult thing for you. I need to buy a batch of horses in Canada to help with logging. The current settlement at the mouth of the Humber River has far from enough horses in reserve. Alan Wilson said with a smile, "I come from China and don't have a close relationship with Canada, so I need your help. As we all know, Canada is vast and sparsely populated. In fact, the animal husbandry of countries with vast land and sparse population is not weak. First of all, if animal husbandry occupies an important position in a country, it can prove that the country is either not populated or has a vast territory. Because animal husbandry itself has no added value, if a country has population pressure, it must be placed after industry and agriculture. Unless it is like British India, which believes that cows are sacred and turns a blind eye to cows wandering back and forth on the streets. If animal husbandry is strong and can become an industry valued by the country, it must be a country with vast land and sparse population, such as Canada. Okay, I wonder how many you want? Smallwood did have a good network of contacts in Canada, so he decisively agreed. 3,000 horses are enough. Alan Wilson pondered for a moment and gave a rough number. The next day, Smallwood set off for Canada by boat. When Smallwood boarded the ship and left, Alan Wilson announced at the Governor General's Palace the establishment of the Newfoundland Timber Industry Association to manage the export of forestry resources to the European market. The Humber River Basin is divided into 10 logging areas, and rough processing is carried out at the river mouth. I'm currently in charge of the Newfoundland Timber Industry Association. Any Newfoundland citizen has the right to supervise it. Newfoundland residents can elect a committee to conduct audits to prevent certain low morals, which is actually an opportunity for me to embezzle. In principle, the Timber Industry Association belongs to all Newfoundland citizens, and the proceeds will be used for the development of Newfoundland. This is a collective enterprise. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 412, The Governor of Showmanship. At the same time, the recruitment of workers for the Newfoundland Wood Industry Association was announced. As a collective enterprise serving Newfoundland, it certainly needs to be managed by local residents of Newfoundland. It is mainly about account management, which is also necessary for the future tax haven, to reserve some necessary talents. As for the establishment of a collective enterprise, whoever opposes it is unreliable in the eyes of Alan Wilson. Don't the skeptics know that the nationalization movement in the UK is almost completed? The great Prime Minister Attlee pointed out, we must combine the advantages of capitalism and socialism and have a British socialist road. A few days ago, Prime Minister Attlee announced that the UK has successfully established a welfare system covering the entire population and officially became a welfare state. Prime Minister Attlee also has to use money to buy private enterprises for nationalization. The environment faced by Alan Wilson is much simpler. He directly established a collective enterprise to express his response to the policies of the London Labour Party government. What's the problem? As the current Speaker of British Newfoundland, Alan Wilson now feels that those who have doubts about this are potential anti-British element who want to sever the relationship between British Newfoundland and the UK. Moreover, the fishing moratorium in Newfoundland is about to end. There is no manpower in Newfoundland to harvest wood products. Once the fishing moratorium is over, Fishermen in Newfoundland will go out to sea to start fishing. Fishermen in Newfoundland use traditional methods to fish. Larger fishing boats carry several small fishing boats to the sea far from the shore and unload the small boats. There are 2 or 3 fishermen on each small boat. Several small boats cast nets to catch fish nearby. When the small boats are full, they sail back to the big boat and load the seafood in the cabin and then continue to cast nets. Generally, each small boat goes back and forth 2 or 3 times a day. After dinner, the fishermen also pickle the fresh fish caught that day on the big boat for preservation. After a few days, the big boat returns with a full load. At present, Newfoundland fishermen do not fish all year round. In addition, the rich resources of Newfoundland fishing grounds can also support the regular fishing moratorium of Newfoundland fishermen, but once the fishermen have rested enough, they still have to go out to sea. After all, fishermen are not workers or civil servants. In comparison, their lives are still very difficult. The houses in the fishing village are almost all two-story, but they are not villas for enjoyment. Generally, the downstairs is a storage room for storing fishing gear, and the fishing boats are placed outside the building. The upstairs is the bedroom. In fact, the life of fishermen in Newfoundland is very similar to the life of many people in higher latitude areas, which is half a year of work and half a year of rest. Many farmers in higher latitude areas are like this, using half a year to make money, and then using the accumulation of half a year to maintain their lives after the climate turns cold. Maybe you Chinese workers have to make some adjustments in what you eat. Alan Wilson said to Su Yang and Shian Kai and Q, I believe you also know the situation here. Newfoundland is an island. The meat here is mainly various fish, and of course there are crabs. As for the price of pork and beef, it is much more expensive than fish. Due to the restrictions of these conditions, I hope you like to eat fish. Masters Antang. In fact, as long as we can ensure that we are not hungry, we have no requirements for food. Su Yang patted his chest and guaranteed, as for the work, it depends on us. I believe this. Alan Wilson nodded. Maybe this is also the advantage of recruiting Chinese workers. Considering the similar population to British India, perhaps even more, they must have suffered from hunger and starvation in their life experience. Compared with the native Chinese in Malaya, these Chinese workers sent to Malaya can be said to be very content. In addition to cod, the Newfoundland fishing grounds also have a large amount of Arctic shrimp and crabs. In later generations, the cod resources in the Newfoundland fishing grounds were not completely fished out, and they relied on Arctic shrimp and crabs to survive. Natural fishing grounds like the Newfoundland fishing grounds are rare in the world. At present, many meat products are still very primitive and are in the breeding stage. To give a simple example, in China during this period, the pigs in the country should be almost all black-skinned pigs. Many old black and white movie shots have black pig shots in rural areas. The white pigs that people can commonly see in the 21st century are actually from breeds bred in the United Kingdom, the United States and Denmark. Faster growth and higher feed conversion rate eliminated the black pigs in China. Even now in 1948, many crops are very different from those in later generations, and the yield cannot be compared. As the saying goes, live by the mountain, eat by the mountain, live by the water, eat by the water. The only way to change the taste of these Chinese workers is to try to develop the habit of eating fish. Arctic shrimps and crabs are plentiful. As for land livestock, they can only avoid them if possible. After nearly 2 months of sailing across the ocean, Alan Wilson understood the hardships of these Chinese workers who had already arrived, but it was his duty to remind them, as for your physical needs, I can't solve them. If you really can't hold it back, you can deal with them with your hands in less than a year. When you go back, you have a house and land, and you can decide how many women you want to marry. According to the Qing dynasty law in British Malaya, it was not illegal to marry more women, which was a respect for tradition. He really had no way to solve this problem. He didn't dare to advocate the idea of racial integration, which was a bullshit idea. If he dared to mention it, British Newfoundland would immediately become independent. Even the United States and later generations was a negative example, to be ridiculed in Alan Wilson's eyes. How could he do something similar? Although the yellow and black people are different, the problem is the same. If you have anything to say, just talk to me directly. Alan Wilson said very politely, "If there is any cultural gap with the local residents, I can explain it for you. As long as we can live in peace, I believe everyone can return to Malaya with their gains and live a good life of their own." With what Lord Zhang said, "We are relieved. It is amazing that the territory of the British Empire is so vast." Cheyenne Kian Kyu exclaimed, "We have been on the sea for almost 2 months before we got here. It is really an unforgettable journey. It would be great if our country also had such a land. It has always existed, but there are too many people." Alan Wilson said without comment, "If you are talking about colonies like Newfoundland, it does not conform to China's national conditions and is destined to not exist." Considering the psychological acceptance of the two, Alan Wilson did not mention this matter. Chinese civilization is basically insignificant in the exploration of the ocean. It is not just a problem of lagging behind Europe, but also lagging behind the peace civilization and even the Hindu civilization. This is not slander, but the fact. The fact that the East Indies now have the mainstream of the peace religion proves the Arabs' achievements in navigation. Before the Peace Church, the East Indies was dominated by Hindu culture. Oman ruled Madagascar in Africa, and the Chala Kingdom in India ruled Malacca. These are historical facts. In fact, compared to these scattered lands, having a huge land is more enviable. Alan Wilson said with emotion that the development of civilization is like the evolution of species. It does not depend on how strong a certain period of time is, but to live as a living fossil, that is the ability. Of course, if there is no change, it is destined to be eliminated. For example, the distance between the Egyptian pyramids and Qinshi is about the same as the distance between Qinshi and the 21st century, but Egypt is the kind that will be eliminated. When Egypt was awesome, mammoths were not extinct. So what? Even the emperor still has an unknown old age. In the evening, Alan Wilson made his third broadcast after taking office. This broadcast did not have much dry goods, but expressed good wishes for the future of Newfoundland, instilled some spiritual chicken soup, that difficulties are temporary, and finally said that he would go to the logging area of the Humber River with the Chinese workers to fulfill his promise to live and eat with the Chinese workers and supervise them at the same time. As the dawn fell, the next morning, Alan Wilson began to pack his bags and prepare to go to St. John's Wharf, board the ship and set off with the Chinese workers. He packed a very down-to-earth package, then put it on his back, pushed open the door and walked out, with a frightened expression on his face. "You scared me." At the door of the governor's mansion, many St. John's residents looked at the Newfoundland chief executive who was putting on a show. The governor at this time was carrying a huge package, and he was like the migrant workers in the future. "You all got up very early. When I'm not in St. John's, if you want to go out to sea to fish, you must pay attention to safety." Alan Wilson immediately restrained his frightened expression and greeted these local residents with a smile. At the same time, he walked along the street and walked towards the St. John's Wharf. The boat to the mouth of the Humber River was already waiting, and Alan Wilson felt bad because he was waiting alone. "Governor Wilson, Mr. Allen." Some people saw the Newfoundland chief executive like this and couldn't help but ask him to stay. "Remember to deliver supplies. The Chinese workers are not picky about food. I have told them. Don't let us starve to death." Alan Wilson staggered and kept greeting more and more residents without any arrogance. "If we die like this, I don't know if there will be no pension. Mr. Governor." The young chief executive was so good at acting that he successfully deceived the simple residents of Newfoundland. For a moment, he didn't know what to say. "Don't be like that. No one forced me. I took the initiative to propose it." Alan Wilson kept talking as he walked through the crowd on both sides of the street. "Since there are so many people today, why don't we sing a song? I'll start. God bless the king, may he live forever. God bless the king." Alan Wilson started easily, and the local residents in St. John's, the capital of Newfoundland, sang the British national anthem God Bless the King. Alan Wilson boarded the ship amid the singing, and did not forget to wave and shout, "Difficulties are temporary, and the future of Newfoundland will definitely be bright." Amid the singing of the residents of St. John's, the ship's whistle sounded, and it slowly sailed away from the dock. The governor of British Newfoundland also disappeared from everyone's sight along with the ship. Chapter 413. Keene Capital. Alan Wilson could not avoid the practice of the Newfoundland forest mining plan. Most of the Chinese workers who came had never used a chainsaw. After all, China's kerosene lamps were in the hands of the Rockefeller family. With China's power generation, many people had never seen electric lights. During the War of Liberation, some soldiers saw electric lights for the first time and couldn't help but put their heads over to light cigarettes with cigarette butts in their mouths. Alan Wilson tried to select literate or smart people from the Chinese community that had arrived in Malaya for more than 2 years. He had to start from the beginning to talk about the use of chainsaws and electricity. British Malaya was certainly not a very advanced place, but at least it allowed the Chinese to see pigs running, even if they had never eaten pork. There was a local settlement at the mouth of the Humber River. As the second largest settlement in Newfoundland, there were also power facilities here. However, since he arrived here, the local residents have been deprived of electricity. The precious electricity must be used for rough processing of wood. The second step was to confiscate all the fishing nets brought with them, as well as the fishing nets of the residents at the mouth of the Humber River, and reweave them into interception nets, which were set up in dangerous places to intercept the logs that would drift down the river. After arriving here, Alan Wilson learned that this settlement was called Corner Brook Town. He came forward to the mayor and the respected people in the town to explain the purpose of coming here. After obtaining an understanding, he officially started working. However, an incident that happened a few days later shocked the residents of Corner Brook Town. This matter was a bit ridiculous. After all, logging is a dangerous job. Because it has not officially started, the Chinese workers have gradually adapted to it and tried to establish an unbreakable close relationship with their new friend Mr. Chainsaw. Wearing a safety helmet in forestry production is not excessive. However, the simple living supplies that Alan Wilson brought to British Newfoundland this time were provided by the Hellman family. Simple camp beds are understandable, but what the residents of Corner Brook can't understand the most is why these Chinese workers are wearing German steel helmets. Isn't that to make the best use of things? Besides, the quality is excellent, and it is much safer than a helmet. Alan Wilson also wore a German M35 steel helmet, the edge of which was a smooth curved edge, and the lining was more conducive to protecting the head. The shape of the German steel helmet is obviously different from that of the helmets of most countries. Newfoundland veterans who had served in the Second World War immediately realized that this was not the equipment of the German army. Once autumn comes, I will also order winter clothes from the Soviet Union. Don't be surprised when the time comes. After explaining the German steel helmets in front of the residents of Corner Brook, Alan Wilson did not forget to joke. With the increasing number of Chinese workers arriving in batches, the residents of Corner Brook must be somewhat uncomfortable. Alan Wilson said that, if there are any communication problems, they can find him. He knows Chinese, and will solve the problems when they are found. He will try not to disturb the lives of the residents of Corner Brook. As for the problem of electricity use, he hopes that the residents of Corner Brook will focus on the overall situation of Newfoundland as a whole. Once there is a profit, they will definitely compensate for the inconvenience of the lives of local residents. As for the future of Corner Brook, Alan Wilson said that he is considering food processing and focusing on the slogan of pure natural. That's why he started to talk nonsense after he recovered. He was exhausted in the first few days. After arriving in Corner Brook, he was carried back by a group of Chinese workers. He hadn't done physical work for a long time. He was exhausted because he pretended to be okay. But as a member of the natural world, it makes sense for humans to become the masters of the earth. Early humans evolved long legs, long Achilles tendons, short toes compared to other animals, developed hip muscles, etc., which are suitable for long distance running. These characteristics are not necessary for walking, but are very suitable for long distance running. More importantly, humans have a much stronger heat dissipation system than other animals. Humans are covered with sweat glands all over their bodies. As long as they have enough water, their body temperature can be kept constant during long-term exercise. This is why sweating horses stand out from other animals and become an important means of transportation in ancient times. And people can run horses to death. During the Soviet-Russian Civil War, the Soviet Red Army chased the Cossacks to a panic. set the longest march record at the time on foot, and chased the Russian cavalry all the way to Siberia. In long-distance sports, human endurance is invincible. Generally speaking, humans are not as good as horses in long-distance running within 1 day, but they can surpass horses within 3 days. Once the time exceeds 10 days, no animal on Earth can be a match for humans. 2 days later, Alan Wilson's body had readapted to this kind of physical work, and he slept more soundly. He worked with a chainsaw every day, imparted some experience of living in higher latitude areas, and built houses. With the arrival of batches of Chinese workers and the distance between the logging area and Corner Brook, the Chinese workers must live directly in the logging area. In fact, except for the discomfort in the first few days, Alan Wilson, who was not old, and even at his peak, did not feel tired now, and all problems could be solved by sleeping at night. When he was in the deep mountains and forests, in addition to Pamela Mountbatten obtaining the mineral exploration rights in Australia, the most important thing in Europe was the coal and iron community plan led by Britain and France. After accepting the Marshall Plan, the Netherlands, Belgium, and Luxembourg began to plan the idea of a common market among the 3 countries. This was also the first prototype of the coal and iron community in history. Germany and France joined in the 1950s. This time, Britain took the initiative to establish a coal and iron community with France for several reasons. First, Britain had promised the United States that it would contribute to the European Common Market, which was a condition obtained by the control of the pound at the Paris Conference. Britain used the control of the pound in exchange for helping to establish the European Common Market, so it must fulfill its obligations and contribute. Otherwise, the Marshall Plan could be stopped at any time. After all, it was still the Americans who had the final say on whether to give money or not. After all, the enemy is strong, and we are weak now. Since Britain believes that the value of the pound is more important, it must respond to the needs of the United States. So whether it is willing or not, Britain must make some efforts. Unlike in history, Britain has always occupied the British occupied area as a wing to supplement its national strength. Now the United States has begun to test the tone to see if it can merge the 2 occupied areas of Britain and the United States. Because the plan of flying both wings is very effective, Britain is of course unwilling to do so. The Marshall Plan is icing on the cake for Britain, far from the timely help in history. London certainly does not want to spit out the benefits it has obtained. It turned a deaf ear to the United States' tentative tone of merger, and on the other hand, it used the coal and iron community as a card to deal with the United States. Of course, this card must be played well. There is another reason. Britain hopes to use the framework of the coal and iron community to legally deprive Germany of some of its interests, while Germany is still in a state of partition and occupation without a government. In this way, even if Germany has a government in the future, it can only accept the fact that Britain has taken advantage of it in the face of this fait accompli. It is difficult for Britain to do this alone, so it is necessary to join France to do it together. This idea was described in the 2 Wings Flying Together in Europe chapter of Alan Wilson's report to Prime Minister Attlee. However, Britain is an island country. The interests of Britain and the European continent are not naturally opposed, but there are more times when they are opposed. The fragmented and internally consumed European continent is what Britain likes to see. Back then, Britain acted as a troublemaker in Europe and used the continental balance policy to stir up wars on the European continent and benefit from it, thus creating the British Empire. Now the situation is stronger than the United States and the Soviet Union. Because of the control of the pound and the exchange rate problem, London has to agree to the United States' request to promote the European Common Market, but it is not completely consistent with France's urgent psychology. Britain just shouted out the slogan first, and the negotiations around the coal and iron community will be held for a year or 2, which may postpone the merger plan proposed by the United States and drag out the time. France is obviously more concerned. Although Britain seems to be less enthusiastic, compared with itself in the past few hundred years, Britain can really promote the European Common Market. In the eyes of the French, it can be regarded as a prodigal son who returns to the right path. The French don't know that London has even thought of the excuse of delaying time. France always changes governments when the political situation is unstable. Now London especially hopes that Paris will change the government so that it can take the opportunity to wait and see and then start negotiations again. If Paris does not change the government, London will formulate a 6-month negotiation plan for this purpose and pass the framework of the coal and iron community 6 months after the current chairman of the Council of Ministers takes office. However, unlike the historical community, this time the community that Britain is willing to play a role in actively has a more powerful color, and it will definitely not be difficult to make a resolution if any member state of the EU in the future opposes it. After all, Germany and Italy have not yet gotten rid of the shackles of being defeated countries, and Britain and France are 2 permanent members of the Security Council. The coal and iron community they have created is definitely not as bad as the European Union in the future in terms of the degree of bickering. As for Alan Wilson in the deep mountains and old forests, he is still working as a diligent lumberjack, bragging and chatting with the Chinese workers. Masters Antang, how did Britain, an island country, get to where it is today? Su Yang, holding a chainsaw, imitated Alan Wilson, walking in goose steps, preparing to kill a waist-thick tree. Britain's living standards have been the best in Europe since the agricultural revolution in the 15th century. Because of the noise of logging, Alan Wilson's voice is good, and he shouted, the living standards should have been much better than those of other civilizations at that time. After all, there are only 5 million people in the mainland, and the living pressure is much less than that of civilizations with a larger population. When the chief executive was working as a happy lumberjack, some outsiders appeared in the capital St. John's. Capital has always been the most sensitive. Even if the transformation of Newfoundland's tax haven was not widely publicized, people still came to the door by smelling the smell. Chapter 414 Boston Guests. During the break, some Chinese workers were chewing snacks, which were actually Newfoundland specialties, dried Arctic shrimps, which had become a snack for many Chinese workers after work. In the dense forest not far away, the tall body of the Shire horse was walking with sword logs. As the largest horse breed in the world, the Shire horse, which had just arrived in Newfoundland, conquered the hearts of many Chinese workers as soon as it appeared. They all said that the British Empire was well funded to dominate the world. This made Alan Wilson smile. The Shire horse was a draft horse, and in the UK it played the role of a yellow cattle, used for ploughing. However, compared with the yellow cattle, the Shire horse was much more powerful, and its huge size was definitely not in vain. At first, even Alan Wilson didn't think that this kind of horse that traveled around the world with the British Empire could be used to replace machinery. In the forestry production of the previous life, horses were also commonly used as animal power tools in mountainous areas where machinery could not reach. But there were no such big guys in his hometown, and they were all replaced by ordinary horses, but they could be used just the same. Once these Shire horses brought back from Canada landed, they directly proved that they were an important force in British agriculture before the Industrial Revolution. They were not in vain, and they could drag logs back and forth without any effort. On an island that is too small, the animals on the island will be dwarfed, while on an island of a certain size, the opposite will happen. Ordinary animals will grow larger on a large island. As the governor of Newfoundland, who no one knows better than him, Alan Wilson said that if this labor is very successful, and if these Chinese workers need them, when they return to Malaya, he can decide to let the Chinese workers bring back a batch of Shire horses, as long as they think they can afford them. That's great. This kind of horse is really amazing for farming. Cheyenne Kayan Kiu replied very happily. It's not wrong, but it's cheaper to raise oxen. I forgot that Malaya is water buffalo. Alan Wilson patted his head. People like you, if you keep your hard-working quality, you can get rich quickly, even if you return to Malaya. After all, the local shipping is well developed, and there is support from the British mainland. The future is promising. Alan Wilson followed these Chinese workers to the Humber River. On the one hand, he was really putting on a show. Another purpose was to brainwash the Chinese workers who came to Newfoundland while putting on a show. It's not about socialism or capitalism. The current British Prime Minister Attlee is a real socialist. Alan Wilson's mention of this aspect is limited to the difference between British socialism and the Soviet Union. It's mainly about saying something practical to help these Chinese workers open their eyes. He mentioned that Malaya may carry out some reforms in the future with the support of the British mainland. He certainly won't say these things to the native Chinese in Malaya, because the native Chinese are almost the same as the Malays. There is no need to communicate. Just talk to the native Chinese according to the Qing dynasty law. Choose one of the four death penalty. The Chinese who have just arrived in Malaya can still communicate and talk about what Malaya needs for development. It is okay to take precautions to avoid conflicts in the future and end up like Japan. The Japanese just don't understand that Japan's development is the result of American connivance. Of course, this is not important. The important thing is that the United States can cut off this development trend at any time, and Japan has no ability to resist. The same is true for Malaya. If Britain really wants to dominate the European community and open up some markets for Malaya to carry out preliminary industrialization, then Malaya will undoubtedly start at about the same time as Japan. Considering that Malaya's population is not so large, the price paid by Europe is much smaller than that of the United States. As long as the adjustment is good, it will not be like the 1980s when Japan and the United States finally fell out. Falling out is not good for Malaya. Technical support and markets are in Europe, and raw materials are in Australia. The upstream and downstream are blocked. Falling out will only make Malaya become Japan. If the division of labor and cooperation can continue, the pressure of life in Malaya will be less than that of Japan, and it will not be a problem to be a beacon in Asia. Finally, Alan Wilson wrote a blank check that could never be cashed. In fact, some voices in London are like this. If the United States withdraws its troops from Japan one day, Britain will let Malaya become independent. Only Alan Wilson himself knew clearly how shameless this blank check was. The possibility of the United States dragging Japan to death was greater. How could it possibly loosen the chain on the neck of the Japanese? Seeing that forest farms and villages were built one after another, Alan Wilson knew that this Newfoundland self-help operation had begun to gradually get on the right track. The rest depended on whether the so-called hard work was genuine. At the end of a day's work, several Chinese workers were popularizing science for Alan Wilson. Boars must be castrated, and breeding pigs can be kept to pass on the family line. Moreover, pigs must be bled when slaughtered. Who knows how the topic shifted to postpartum care for sows. That seems to be the case, right? Alan Wilson said as he walked. By the way, you think that part of the pig is delicious. Internal organs, pig feet. Are there any parts that cannot be eaten? Several Chinese workers talked at once, and suddenly they were no longer sleepy. They all said that no one knew how to eat pork better than me. Maybe I can help you solve this problem. Alan Wilson understood that fish cannot be eaten as a meal. Even the supply of fish in the UK is only a small part of meat. Although these Chinese workers have never been hungry and have not complained much, they must be greedy. Although he has long forgotten how to talk about eating pork, he remembered that it seems that there is no habit of eating internal organs in the Western tradition, not including the UK. During World War II, even crows were eaten in the UK. But North America was not affected by the World War. If there was any impact, it was all positive. Whether it is Canada or the United States, they should still have a bad habit. After taking on the duties of a buyer from the Chinese workers, Alan Wilson left the logging area, boarded a ship from Corner Brook, and returned to the capital St. John's. Although he was a little disappointed that no one from his girlfriends came to visit him, it was important to talk about tax havens, and it happened to be together with the dietary needs of the Chinese workers. Europe and the United States mainly eat beef. First, pigs are not castrated. If you are unlucky enough to buy boar meat, then congratulations, you have a very fishy pork. Second, the slaughtering method is different. Some countries here do not bleed pigs when slaughtering, and pork without bleeding will not taste good. This time he came back, mainly to ask the guests from the east coast of the United States, to be precise, Boston, how pork is generally made in North America. It happened that he also had a consul position in Boston. Although he only stayed there for one day, this time was considered to be a make-up lesson. If there were more than 200,000 civil servants like Alan Wilson, who worked 2 jobs, but only received 1 salary, the British Empire would not have fallen into this situation today. Alan Wilson thought that the local power in Boston should be the Boston Consortium. Since they already have a banking industry, they are in competition with Citibank. At the same time, Boston's local advantageous industries are closely related to light industry and also involve food processing, which is quite consistent with the situation in Newfoundland. At least Alan Wilson thought so, although his so-called consistency was very fanciful, because the first thing he could think of in Boston was Boston lobster, which is seafood, and Newfoundland has natural fishing grounds, so it fits. Alan Wilson, who thought he had a good reason, happened to know that food processing was also an important industry in Boston, so he asked about the market price of pork and whether it could solve the problem of eating for Chinese workers. A few days later, Alan Wilson, the leader of British Newfoundland, with longer hair, oily work clothes, and even a German steel helmet, returned to St. John's. Smith Hammer was in his 40s, which was a golden age for a successful person. Dressed meticulously, he was shocked when he saw Alan Wilson, the young but unkempt Newfoundland chief executive. "Mr. Allen, your dress is very similar to that of the Dixie people." "Oh, American Southerners?" Alan Wilson said that no one knows America better than him, and he knew that the Dixie people were descendants of the Confederate States of America. "Country bumpkin? Rednecks? Sorry, that's not what I meant," Smith Hammer said apologetically, saying that he had no intention of offending anyone. On the contrary, he respected the Newfoundland leader in front of him very much and thought that Alan Wilson was a model of British civil servants. "Mr. Smith, please take a seat." Alan Wilson muttered the other party's name. He didn't know if Smith was a common name in the United States. It didn't matter. His biggest impression of this name was a movie called Mr. and Mrs. Smith. Of course, he hadn't seen the original version, but the adult version. The protagonist Caden Cross left a deep impression on him. Not surprisingly, Smith Hammer's purpose was related to the executive order issued by Alan Wilson. After the Boston Consortium got the news, they keenly realized that this was a tax haven. Similar operations have also occurred in the United States. When the DuPont family encountered difficulties, they bribed the Delaware State Assembly, amended the state law, and reduced taxes in Delaware. In fact, the only major enterprise in Delaware at that time was the DuPont family, and the main beneficiary of this bill was the DuPont family. After the bill was amended, the tax rate in Delaware was greatly reduced, but the companies headquartered in Delaware expanded rapidly, which in turn promoted the local economic development. But it was just hearsay, and Boston did not expect such extreme measures against Newfoundland. According to Alan Wilson's executive order, a company only collected £50 of management fees a year, which was much more ruthless than Delaware at that time. Chapter 415 The Worried Governor. The excess of good things made several Boston families suspicious, so they sent senior manager Smith Hammer to Newfoundland to see if it was true. "In fact, Mr. Smith doesn't need to come here at all. I'm also the consul of the Boston consulate. You can find the British consulate and ask them to contact me. You don't have to come here in person. Look at how tired I am." Alan Wilson began to change his face with the classic traditional skill. He almost instantly forgot his identity as a civil servant of the British Empire, as if he was the senior manager of the Boston Consortium, and directly took the opposite position. Although the Boston Consortium ranks first among the American consortiums, it is constantly surpassed by latecomers. Whether it is Morgan or Rockefeller, they are all rising stars in front of the Boston Consortium, which started with the slave triangle trade. The development of the entire Boston Consortium can be described as calm. Later, when Kennedy finally came to power, the Boston Consortium thought it could restore the glory of the Lawrence era, but Kennedy was assassinated. It can only be said that the earliest American consortium had a bad fate. With this mentality, Alan Wilson answered all Smith Hammer's questions with a sympathetic attitude. "Mr. Allen's actions are very courageous." Smith Hammer sighed sincerely after listening. "If I change a word to describe it, I feel it will be better." Alan Wilson thought to himself that fortunately he is not a politician, otherwise he would not dare to accept such a bold compliment. Smith Hammer came to Newfoundland in person, and also wanted to put himself in the shoes of this growing tax haven to see if Newfoundland has a promising future. Hearing that there were Chinese workers working on the island, Smith Hammer was surprised and said, "Mr. Allen is not afraid that these Chinese workers will not leave. Don't worry, once the winter in Newfoundland comes, it will be like a vacuum cleaner. Alan Wilson laughed and answered Smith Hammer's concerns, and even said that there was no such danger from the perspective of the worst result. Do you know why the effect of guerrilla warfare in northeast China is far less than that in the interior? This is the effect of the weather. If you really hide in the mountains and forests to resist, the winter temperature can solve most of the problems. In front of Smith Hammer, Alan Wilson mentioned the idea of Newfoundland's economic transformation. I heard from Mr. Joey that Newfoundland has had a lot more guests recently. It seems that they all have the same purpose as Mr. Smith. Their senses are too sharp. This kind of thing involves money. How can a person with a heart not be sharp? Smith Hammer sighed sincerely with an expression that looked at what you said. Who would object to having more and more money? This is indeed the idea of most people. Alan Wilson nodded seriously. As for the financial knowledge that Smith Hammer asked about, this touched on his blind spot. Although he claimed to know everything, he only knew it on the surface, which was a bit embarrassing in front of professionals. But Alan Wilson didn't understand, which made Smith Hammer satisfied, because he understood. Taking the Boston Consortium as an example, it learned that Newfoundland only needed to pay a management fee of £50 a year, and it could completely set up the same number of branches in Newfoundland for its different industries. These branches own most of the assets of the Boston Consortium. The Boston Consortium does not need to have any institutions in Newfoundland, and these subsidiaries have nothing to do with Boston's main business. By packaging these Newfoundland subsidiaries as commercially substantial and employing a small number of core personnel to undertake high value-added business activities such as equity investment, the Boston Consortium can openly transfer most of the profits generated and accumulated from the main business to achieve the purpose of tax avoidance. In short, Smith Hammer was very satisfied with this inspection and felt that this trip to Newfoundland was worthwhile. Oh, by the way, Mr. Smith, is there food processing among Boston's main businesses? Although Alan Wilson did not know any advanced financial knowledge, he could see that the other party was very satisfied. From this point of view, Alan Wilson could also say that he was better without any tricks, so he took advantage of the Boston Consortium's advantages, while the iron was hot to see if they could achieve complementary advantages. Mr. Allen really asked the right person. Smith Hammer said quite self-satisfiedly, Boston can be said to be one of the main centers of the American food processing industry. We can't say that we have a monopoly on the market, but we have an extremely special position in food processing. Smith Hammer also hinted that the Boston Consortium's opinion is very important for the harvest of local Newfoundland fishermen to enter the American market. After all, the two places are not far away, and many products overlap. Then it seems that Newfoundland should have a better relationship with Boston. Alan Wilson acted as if he had suddenly realized something and said flatteringly, if the two sides cooperate, they can complement each other to a certain extent. If Newfoundland's high-quality seafood can get help from Boston, it can be on the tables of thousands of American citizens. That's right. Smith Hammer gave a positive response. This makes Newfoundland's fishermen richer and can also strengthen Boston's voice in the food processing industry. After all, the special relationship between Britain and the United States is here. Helping Boston is helping Newfoundland. Alan Wilson was full of admiration. He now discovered the value of Smith Hammer. After all, he hoped that Newfoundland would take off immediately, especially since fishery has always been a traditional project in Newfoundland and should continue to be developed. Introducing the help of the Boston Consortium in this regard would be of great significance to the rapid takeoff of Newfoundland. In this case, Alan Wilson was willing to try any means to make money. He just wanted to make achievements quickly, regardless of whether the money was noble or despicable. And was it despicable to ask the Boston Consortium for help? He did not think so. On the contrary, it would benefit the fishermen of Newfoundland and make his work in Newfoundland more glorious. Smith Hammer was also very happy because it was also good for the Boston Consortium with the support of the Newfoundland fishing grounds. In terms of seafood, Boston's advantages will be even greater, and its influence on the food market will also be enhanced. The charm of trade comes from this, and learning from each other's strengths is the meaning of trade. With a common foundation, there is naturally nothing to oppose. As the chief executive of Newfoundland, the news that Alan Wilson negotiated with the Boston food processing giant to seek benefits for Newfoundland fishermen spread like wildfire, which was actually released by himself. It doesn't matter whether they were released by themselves or not. What matters is that the fishermen in Newfoundland are looking forward to it very much. As a colony, Newfoundland fishermen can of course freely do business with all parties, including Canada, Europe, and the United States. It's just that individuals lack bargaining power. Fortunately, the Newfoundland fishing grounds are rich in resources, so everyone can live a decent life, but if it can be higher, who would object? However, unlike the smooth sailing expected by the Newfoundland fishermen, Alan Wilson and Smith Hammer disagreed on the specific methods. Alan Wilson advocated controlling production to maintain prices, while Smith Hammer hoped to increase production. Alan Wilson knew that the Newfoundland fishing grounds had been exhausted in the future, and cod was even harder to find. The entire fishing ground was already supported by Arctic shrimp and sea crabs. With this future waiting, he certainly couldn't choose a similar path. Smith Hammer believed that it was necessary to increase production as necessary. He could use Newfoundland's unique rich fishery research to overwhelm competitors, and then the remaining market would not belong to the Boston Consortium and the Newfoundland fishermen. It sounds very reasonable, just like the Samsung Group in the future. All kinds of reverse operations. The less profit there is, the more production is increased. All competitors are squeezed out, and then the market is monopolized, and the price is raised, which sounds very reasonable. But Alan Wilson knows that everything can be planned, except food. Moreover, fishery resources cannot be compared with industrial products, and there is no added value at all. Unless it is like caviar, the fish are first made endangered, and the remaining small piece of production area is made into a luxury product. But this is a replay of the destruction of the Newfoundland fishery in the future, and he cannot accept it. Dear Mr. Smith, let's put aside the food processing for now. After all, I'm a civil servant, and you are a financial manager. We are talking about things we are not good at. Alan Wilson took the initiative to shut down, saying that the issues they were arguing about had nothing to do with their own professions. Yes, we should ask several families to send real food managers, not me, a financial manager, to talk. Smith Hammer patted his forehead and smiled. We are actually discussing fish. If Mr. Smith thinks there is no problem, we can handle it now, or ask for instructions from the country. Alan Wilson said with a smile, it just so happens that I have time these days. I will personally handle this matter as a salesperson. The chief executive of Newfoundland will do it personally? I'm so honored. Smith Hammer nodded. Although the two of them occasionally argued, they got along well in the past few days. He immediately expressed his intention to set up several branches, and several families in Boston had agreed. In this way, Alan Wilson collected a fee of $700, and Newfoundland had 5 more affiliated companies. Although it has only been a short time since he issued the executive order, it has brought more than $30,000 in revenue to Newfoundland. I believe that this accumulation will increase over time, and the tax haven plan has begun to bear fruit. While the tax haven plan is beginning to show results, timber production in the Humber River Basin has never stopped. He is now discussing the development of fisheries with the Boston Consortium. It is simply the Newfoundland version of three-ring diplomacy. Chapter 416 Newfoundland Total Leak. Alan Wilson also took the time to ask about the current political environment in the United States. As a member of the upper class, Smith Hammer, who is at least in the same class as Drake, the director of the US Steel Company, should have his own opinions. Smith Hammer pondered for a moment, but he didn't think there was anything wrong with saying something in front of a British man. After thinking for a while, he said, the war period is over. In fact, we all urgently hope that Mr. Dewey can lead our country. It is always bad for the country to be under the control of one party for a long time, and most people don't like the ideas of the Democratic Party. Most people don't like it. Alan Wilson's mouth twitched. This majority of people should be the middle and high income class in the United States, right? The result of the election was obviously that Truman, who claimed to continue Roosevelt's policies, won this election. Because of the Civil War, the Democratic Party is a party with historical burdens in the United States. It is very difficult to win the Republican Party once unless the international situation is tense. In normal elections, as long as the Republican Party completes the internal competition, it basically has an 80% chance of winning. Excluding Wilson and Roosevelt, two Democratic presidents during World War I and World War II, the Democratic Party can only beat the Republican Party in other election years. The winning rate is not ordinary. Now the war is over, and most of the donors also support the Republican Party to make a comeback. If Dewey, who is so optimistic, loses the election, it can only mean that the times have changed. Roosevelt has completely led the Democratic Party out of the historical burden of the Democratic Party's loser in the Civil War. Obviously, the Republican Party is also confident in regaining power this time. If it loses, it will definitely have a great impact on the Republican Party's philosophy. No wonder the Republican Party supported McCarthy so much after Truman's victory, which runs counter to the image of a successful person created by the Republican Party before. It is completely angry. Boston should also be a place that supports the Republican Party. Alan Wilson thinks that, if there is time at the end of the year, he should take the time to see what the Republican Party is like. There are always some opinions on the result of losing the popular vote for the first time in peacetime, especially when the situation is very good before the election. Alan Wilson, who was a bit of a host, personally escorted Smith Hammer to the ship. The other party was still in shock. Before boarding the ship, he promised to ask, after returning, how those unwanted garbage, delicate pig trotters and internal organs were dealt with. As the richest country in the world today, the United States is also undergoing a food revolution. A competition called Tomorrow's Chicken kicked off in 1946. Farmers and chicken farm managers from all over the United States came to participate in the competition. They each selected the most satisfactory eggs and sent them to specially built facilities for hatching. The chicks were hatched and raised with a standard diet. There were special personnel to closely follow the chicks and monitor their appearance, weight and health. This year is the final year. If nothing unexpected happens, the white feathered chicken will also become a god through this competition. From the current 1 kilogram weight after 56 days to 4 kilograms after 45 days. The Tomorrow's Chicken competition is very popular in the United States. The organizers invited celebrities and TV stations to broadcast it live. This is very consistent with Alan Wilson's original intention. He did the same thing. He invited Hollywood actresses to shoot promotional videos for Newfoundland, including Newfoundland's Pecas bisons, as well as Pecas bisons for forestry, fisheries and tax avoidance tourism, and waited for them to arrive. A few days after returning to the capital of St. John's, Alan Wilson received telegrams one after another. Pamela Mountbatten asked where to go for exploration. Alan Wilson replied that this matter should not be rushed. With his experience of working as a lumberjack in the deep mountains and old forests, he persuaded his fiancée's anxious mentality. If the contract was signed, and the iron ore was found right after, wouldn't it be obvious that Britain had known about this for a long time and concealed it from the Australians? It was obviously a good thing, which would help the British mainland and Australia to have a close relationship and forget the unpleasantness of the Battle of Singapore. If it went wrong, it would not be beautiful. Alan Wilson thought in the telegram that a 1-year deadline would be more appropriate. Alan Wilson calculated the time. If the iron ore was found by now next year, it would take another year to make the necessary investment. Then, when the price of iron ore rose during the Korean War, it was almost the right time to enter the market. He still believed that the Korean War would break out because after Hokkaido was occupied by the Soviet Union, the Americans still took back half of the Korean peninsula. Compared with history, the situation in Northeast Asia has not changed significantly, except for Hokkaido. In contrast, there is a vigorous Red Navy construction plan. In fact, the difference between Stalin and Khrushchev is that Stalin is actually very enthusiastic about the construction of the Red Navy after the war, and the degree of enthusiasm even exceeds the actual needs of the current Soviet Union. Before the Battle of Berlin, Stalin instructed the Navy to restart the construction of the Big Fleet, including the resumption of the construction of the Soviet battleship. The Soviet Navy Science and Technology Committee also inspected the hull of the Kronstadt in the spring of 1945, but the structure and protection of this warship are very balanced and can be transformed into a brand new large aircraft carrier. According to this plan, 10 years after the war, the Red Navy should have a fleet of 4 battleships, 10 battle cruisers, 30 heavy cruisers, 54 light cruisers, 6 aircraft carriers, 6 small aircraft carriers, 132 large destroyers, and 226 destroyers. Alan Wilson, who was in the bitter cold of Newfoundland, also did not forget his respected father-in-law, General Mountbatten, who was presiding over the partition of India and Pakistan. Mountbatten's schedule has been very tight recently. He has decided to travel between India and Pakistan in 2 days to participate in 2 Independence Day celebrations. There is also a son-in-law far away in Newfoundland who talked about the future of the Royal Navy in the telegram. The problem is that Mountbatten, who has never forgotten his dream to be the first naval minister in the future, is not immune to this topic. Alan Wilson's telegram stated that the additional military expenditure to build the Royal Navy is enough for the Labour Party to advocate. It is more realistic to be able to complete normal renewal and replacement, and there is still a way to think about finances. Regarding how the Navy can cry poor, Alan Wilson mentioned the construction of the Red Navy. This is not a secret. It is written in the 5-year plans of the Soviet Union at various levels, and it is all public information. Whether the Soviet Red Navy threat theory can be successfully shaped, it may have an effect on the normal renewal of the Royal Navy without interruption. If Mountbatten is willing to show his connections and communicate with the bigwigs of the military, there may be unexpected results. Before the call from his father-in-law came, Alan Wilson had another fireside chat after Smithhammer left Newfoundland to explain the discussion with Smithhammer on the development of Newfoundland's fisheries. At the same time, the main purpose is to secretly insert private goods, which shows from the side that the current state of Newfoundland is most beneficial to future development. In this broadcast, Alan Wilson mentioned the specific Newfoundland development plan, including the development of fisheries, forestry and free trade ports in 3 directions. Although I'm young, I have visited many places under the British Empire, but only Newfoundland gave me such an impression. No one has ever seen what heaven looks like, but Newfoundland meets my definition of heaven. Starting with a model of heaven above and Newfoundland below, Alan Wilson talked about the geographical location of Newfoundland, which is simply a combination of Europe and the Americas, and can do a lot of things with its geographical location between Europe and America. It's almost like Newfoundland's 2 wings are flying together. During the broadcast, Alan Wilson's expectations for the free trade port and optimism about forestry resources were all over the place, but only after praising the unique fishery resources as usual, he raised a concern. Modern society has become more and more efficient in acquiring resources. I don't know if this is a good thing or not. From the perspective of food, when we think that God's gift is inexhaustible, nature always reminds us not to be too optimistic about this. In Mauritius, humans discovered the dodo, which was declared extinct within 200 years. The Steller sea cow in the Bering Strait is the largest animal besides whales. It took only 27 years from their discovery to their extinction. In the past, passenger pigeons covered the sky of North America. Once they took off, the sun was blocked. There were 5 billion passenger pigeons, but they only lasted for 100 years. The technological development of today's society has been earth-shaking. Trawlers are getting bigger and bigger, and they are sailing farther and farther. The Newfoundland fishing grounds are a coveted target in the eyes of trawlers from various unknown countries, and it is too late to stop poaching. If I agree to the proposal to increase production, it is equivalent to opening the Newfoundland fishing grounds to trawlers. The citizens of Newfoundland can get money in the short term, but perhaps in 20 years, the fishing grounds will be fished out. Alan Wilson said in the broadcast that he would never selfishly give up Newfoundland's natural treasures and turn it into a one-time transaction. The subtext is that as long as Newfoundlanders can make their own decisions, they will have undisputed control over Newfoundland's fishing grounds. Trawlers from other countries dare to sneak in and fish. If Newfoundland becomes part of another country, then its fate will not be in its own hands. He couldn't say it too clearly in the official broadcast, but of course, his interpretation of this broadcast was leaked out as expected, forming a discussion among the residents of Newfoundland. Chapter 417 The Governor's Craftsmanship. As a colony with an area of 400,000 square kilometers, but only such a small population, there is naturally no environment that cannot be heard by the emperor. so it is very normal for the news to leak, and Alan Wilson did not blame it. St. John's was originally the base camp against joining Canada. The Governor General judged the situation and knew that public opinion was saying something nice here. This is also very normal, not to mention that he really cares about the future of Newfoundland. From the time Alan Wilson took office to the present, in the eyes of Newfoundland residents, he dare not say that he has 100 responses, but at least he has some influence. Diligent key politics is still effective. Politicians are afraid of not having a sense of existence. Although he is not a politician, the reason is the same. For example, in the agricultural era of China, every official who did not like the One Min umbrella liked it, even if the official was a corrupt official. This is what Alan Wilson is pursuing now. The residents of Newfoundland get benefits, and he can also jump to a bigger stage through here. Both sides can have a win-win result. In the following days, local respected elites came to the governor's mansion to verify and discuss with Alan Wilson about the future development issues mentioned in the broadcast. Of course, Newfoundland has such a high per capita resource, isn't it normal to attract prying eyes? Alan Wilson said in a tone of insight, the fishery resources of Newfoundland's fishing grounds alone are billions of income. Even if it is left there, it is billions, enough to support any welfare reform in Newfoundland. To be honest, the conditions in Newfoundland are too good, even better than Australia. Before the discovery of iron ore, his words were absolutely true. Besides, there are oil resources in the shallow waters of Newfoundland. Even if the technology is not mature now and cannot be mined, it will be useful in the future. The reason why Scotland thinks that independence will be better in the future is not because the North Sea oil fields will belong to Scotland after independence. The residents of St. John's, who account for half of Newfoundland's population, oppose joining Canada because they feel that once joining Canada, Newfoundland's fishing grounds will no longer be under their control and they will have to listen to the Canadian federal government, so they will suffer losses. Alan Wilson, who was harboring evil intentions, began to drag down Canada and the United States, saying that Canada's welfare is indeed far greater than that of the United States, and the cost of living for Canadians is indeed much lower than that of Americans. Then he changed the subject and said that with the innovation of fishing technology and the export of timber to the European market, Newfoundland's income in the next few years will exceed Canada on a per capita basis. I believe that in 3 years, considering the factors of welfare and cost, the living standards in North America should be Newfoundland, Canada and the United States. This ranking is reasonable. After all, the United States is separated from Europe by the Atlantic Ocean, and there is no urgent motivation to improve welfare. This is different from the situation in the mainland. Now the country must improve national health and medical care to reduce the burden on citizens. Such words made many representatives look fascinated. In fact, this is one of the reasons why Labrador wants to join Canada. However, for the residents of St. John's, the benefits of welfare are not the decisive factor that shakes their autonomy compared to the management of the fishery by Canada. In fact, this is also the case. In the referendum, 150,000 Newfoundland citizens with voting rights voted in favor of joining Canada, and 71,000 voted in favor of maintaining autonomy. This result is really very reluctant. Even Alan Wilson felt that, as long as he worked hard, Newfoundland could continue to remain under the control of the United Kingdom and exist in the Commonwealth as a dominion. Newfoundland has the potential to easily surpass Canada and the United States. In order to appease his fiancée, and as an apology for not revealing the iron ore for the time being, Alan Wilson said that Grand Beach in eastern Newfoundland has a geological layer of oil. As early as the beginning of the century, the United States had conducted offshore oil exploration around the Gulf of Mexico. In the 1930s and 1940s, offshore oil exploration technology was very mature. Now, the difficulty of offshore oil exploration lies in the time of finding it, not in technology. It doesn't matter if you can't find it. Alan Wilson said that there are clues of oil resources, so that the residents of Newfoundland can have this expectation in their hearts. Anyway, in the impression of the residents of Newfoundland, whether it is a real meeting or on the radio, he, the governor, has always been like that. The situation is either good or very good, and there is no bad time at all. After leaving the Humber River logging area, Alan Wilson did not rest. If there was any change, it was that the number of broadcasts increased slightly. The citizens of Newfoundland also learned some new words, such as what is business attraction. Another habit is to take a lunch break when there is nothing to do. This is a habit left in the logging area. After all, it is physical work. Even if there is only a little time to rest, it is better to close your eyes than to open your eyes. But Alan Wilson did not sleep well at noon. He suddenly woke up before 12 o'clock, but his eyes were still squinting. He always felt that something was on his mind. After thinking for a while, he couldn't figure out what it was. Of course, it couldn't be about Newfoundland. Who would be so hard to let go of work? Mr. Allen, a ship from the United States has docked. Savevich pushed the door open and entered. It seems that several stars have arrived, and many local residents are watching. Alan Wilson jumped up like a spring, and at the same time, fiddled with his hair with both hands, washed his face, and did not forget to order, "I will go to greet them immediately, so that the guests from afar can feel the enthusiasm of Newfoundland people." To be honest, the 4 female stars who came were much more popular than when Alan Wilson first arrived in St. John's. He had to admit that beautiful women were more popular than rough men, and this was the case everywhere. The residents of St. John's were extremely welcoming to the 4 female stars who came to the door. The streets and windows on both sides were full of people. It was a sharp contrast to when he first came to St. John's. "Dear Ms. Vivienne Leigh, thank you for coming here at the invitation of Newfoundland." Alan Wilson rushed all the way to the dock and expressed his welcome to these female stars, who came here to help alleviate poverty as a local chief executive. "Mr. Allen is so polite. As a British, it is my duty to help the subjects of the British Empire." Vivienne Leigh suppressed her enthusiasm and answered in a tone that we were not familiar with. A hint of understanding flashed in the eyes of Hedy Lamarr and Ingrid Bergman. Paulette Goddard, who had never seen Alan Wilson, was about to say something when Ingrid Bergman pulled the corner of her clothes. Alan Wilson led the way from the front, and the 4 actresses became the focus of the residents of St. John's. Cheers continued to come from both sides. Vivienne Leigh and several others nodded in a friendly manner to express their respect for St. John's. This reaction made the atmosphere even more enthusiastic. In fact, there is no younger member in Vivienne Leigh's girlfriends group. Although each of them is naturally beautiful and can maintain the classic image on the screen, they are inevitably facing the crisis of going downhill. Some members have a strong sense of crisis, such as coming to Paulette Goddard this time, but in fact it is only Paulette Goddard who has a sense of crisis. In the eyes of others, there is no crisis at all. Alan Wilson arranged for the 4 actresses to stay in the governor's mansion, and he was going to go to the parliament for a while. "The conditions in Newfoundland are simple, so we have to leave Miss Vivienne Leigh and your friends," Alan Wilson said as he led the 4 actresses to the door of the governor's mansion. "In short, thank you all for your help. Let's talk about work first." Seeing that Alan Wilson was about to leave, Vivienne Leigh tried to stop him, saying, "As the local chief executive, Mr. Allen must have a plan in mind, and we want to talk about it. Obedience is worse than respect." Alan Wilson followed him into the governor's mansion where he used to live. After the door was closed, Vivienne Leigh rolled her eyes at Alan Wilson, who was pretending to be unfamiliar with him, and said, "You are really good at pretending, Governor Wilson. You don't know how tired I'm on this trip." "Vivienne, don't say that. There are so many people watching outside." "Did I say I'm familiar with you?" Alan Wilson apologized with a bitter face. "I have to consider your reputation. You are a national treasure of the British Empire." Alan Wilson muttered for a while, and then changed the subject. "How can I be tired? I'll earn bone setting from the Chinese workers. If you don't mind, I will give you a massage." Vivienne Leigh coughed softly, reminding Alan Wilson to pay attention to the occasion, as there are other people here. God knows, Alan Wilson really learned bone setting. He was exhausted in the first few days after arriving at the Humber River. If there were no workers with this skill among the Chinese workers, he would have to lie down for a few days to relax. Vivienne Leigh obviously recalled that when she was in New Delhi, a commissioner's assistant took advantage of her under the guise of relieving fatigue. She was wrong, and she would never do that this time. Gabba. Alan Wilson, who had already practiced with several workers, showed his skills on Ingrid Bergman's body. With the occasional sound of bones, He said, actually, Greta's temperament is very suitable for Newfoundland. It's the kind of icy and melancholy temperament. It would be more suitable if it was snowing. I called her, and she said she was not feeling well and couldn't come. Ingrid Bergman, who volunteered to try the bone setting skills, listened to Alan Wilson's words and replied, she has been staying at home all the time, and rarely comes out. Humph. That's such a pity. Alan Wilson moved his shoulders. The 1.75 meter tall skeleton of Ingrid Bergman, the Nordic goddess, was placed here. The workload obviously exceeded his estimation. My idea is this. Newfoundland needs a few well-known spokespersons. At present, we need to increase our popularity, so I would like to ask a few beautiful ladies to come and help. After struggling to move Ingrid Bergman's body over, Alan Wilson let out a sigh of relief. Ingrid, if I were to make a living with this skill, you should be paid more for a body like yours, don't you know? Chapter 418, Same person, different fate. It's really too much. We are sought after by thousands of people wherever we go. I don't know how many men want to have close contact with me. You actually want me to pay more? Ingrid Bergman shouted, if it weren't for your good skills, I would definitely sue you. But since you are a good person, if you bow your head and apologize now, this matter will be forgotten. Okay, I want to talk about my own things. I would like to express my gratitude on behalf of Newfoundland for coming to help. This service is a gift to you. Alan Wilson didn't want to argue here. He might consider it in another occasion. This promotional video is extremely important to Newfoundland, otherwise Vivian wouldn't have used her connections to open up the situation. Then Alan Wilson explained his ideas for several spokespersons, targeting the current development directions that Alan Wilson is optimistic about, namely fisheries, forestry, and tax havens. In addition to the 3 development directions, the spokesperson for Newfoundland is naturally Vivian Leigh. In any case, Vivian Leigh is British, so it is natural for her to appear in the image of Newfoundland. Before that, the two had a good opportunity to work together. Vivian Leigh had endorsed British India and the effect was very good. By the way, India's daughter has been released, and it was approved to be released recently with the news that British India was going to be independent. Seeing that Alan Wilson's people changed from Ingrid Bergman to Hedy Lamarr, Vivian Leigh had a stinky face and mentioned the documentary she shot in British India, which has already had a box office of $2 million and caused a social response in the United States. The current US box office is still in the $1 million era. Unless it is a particularly outstanding movie, most movies are on the scale of $1 million box office. Alan Wilson, who did not forget to serve, nodded, knowing that this number was already good. In fact, it is different from people's impressions. In the 1940s and 1950s, a group of actresses, including Greta Garbo, Ingrid Bergman, Paulette Goddard, and Vivian Leigh, gathered to make a living. The golden age of Hollywood was limited to these female stars. But in fact, the 1940s and 1950s were when the American film market was going downhill, and the box office of movies was far less than before the outbreak of World War II. It was almost heading straight for the silent film era of Mary Pickford. From this perspective, Greta Garbo's retirement from the film industry was a peak of Hollywood. Therefore, she is missed by many fans, and the remaining actresses, facing a shrinking market, are naturally not qualified to negotiate conditions such as pay. Otherwise, how could Alan Wilson be so proud to offer £5,000 per person to transfer for well-known actresses from the golden age? Pay is one aspect, and the Barbie doll company is the big head. The annual sales of $5 million are the capital for these actresses to make a living. If it weren't for Newfoundland, 3 development directions in Newfoundland's spokespersons, which only needed 4 actresses in total, he could have sent a telegram to bring all the Golden Zodiac to support Newfoundland. Then congratulations Vivian, you have already jumped out of the identity of an actor to some extent. Alan Wilson expressed his congratulations with a smile and said with a sourist, you can plan your own future route. The box office of $2 million may be among the top 10 Hollywood box office this year. After all, the current film market is so watery. I want to go back to Europe to develop. Ingrid Bergman looked relieved and expressed her thoughts frankly. The European market has been integrated, so I'd like to see if there is a better environment. I also want to set up a company. Great idea. Alan Wilson agreed. It was originally a serious topic, but it changed because of the next sentence. European films are relatively strong in France, so how about setting it up in Paris? I've also thought of a good name. Woodpecker Films. Not bad. You can consider it. After listening to it, Ingrid Bergman felt that there was nothing wrong with it, and nodded in agreement. I even want to be the male lead. A strange look flashed across Alan Wilson's face, and then he returned to his serious demeanor. In short, I have always respected ladies, and this is a fact that everyone knows. If you can help Newfoundland become more well known, I will definitely thank you. After serving every respected guest, Alan Wilson stopped and analyzed the roles of the 4 actresses, based on their appearance and temperament. As for Ingrid Bergman, who had a great test drive experience with Volvo, she protested angrily, because she was assigned the role of a lumberjack. I'm a woman, and you ask me to endorse logging. This is the only way to create a contrasting beauty. In fact, with your appearance, let alone logging, people will accept you cutting anything. I'm saying, don't classify forests as logging. When Alan Wilson saw Ingrid Bergman stand up angrily, he moved his wrist unconsciously, thinking that this decision was not wrong. Look, he didn't even object, because of the fishery endorsement. If you let me taste all kinds of seafood from Newfoundland in front of the camera, I won't object. Ingrid Bergman snorted and said indignantly, it's not my fault that I'm tall. Some people like me. Ms. Ingrid is absolutely right about this. Alan Wilson also agreed deeply. In fact, he also likes this one. Who wouldn't like this one of Ingrid Bergman? Almost all the hardware facilities that should be available are complete, and they all have excellent performance. The production year can only be said to be a small flaw, which is not a big deal. As for replacing Paulette Goddard, who originally belonged to Greta Garbo and became the image of a tax haven, naturally there is no objection. The wealthy governor of Newfoundland said that Paulette Goddard, who competed with Vivien Leigh for the role of Scarlett O'Hara, must be very suitable for role wear. She would definitely wear a shirt, a hip skirt, and a big black stocking without any hesitation. As for Vivien Leigh herself, she has brought the outfit from Gone with the Wind to become the image spokesperson of Newfoundland. After staying in the bedroom for a while, he took out the same outfit as Gone with the Wind, but he didn't wear it. This outfit is extremely complicated to wear, and the British treasure can't do it alone. I live in the apartment opposite the governor's mansion. If you have any questions, just call me directly. Alan Wilson walked to the door and gave Vivien Leigh instructions. When shaking hands, the apartment key had already slipped into the other's palm. Thank you for your help, Governor. Vivien Leigh blinked and put away the key she received. Until the evening, Alan Wilson was so anxious that he couldn't sleep. Finally, there was a sound at the door. It felt like a long time since I saw her, not to mention so many days. As the local boss, Alan Wilson had the responsibility to provide thoughtful service. Newfoundland did not have a splendid and grand place like British India to hold a cocktail party, but even so, he could not neglect these actresses who came to help the poor. He carefully prepared food to reward the distinguished guests, and also to reward himself. He was very tired all night. In the center of the table was a delicately decorated silver plate, holding a bouquet of flowers high, and hanging around it were baskets of sugar-coated almonds and striped mints. Clustered around the decorative theme were several lower stuffed porcelain plates, piled high with raspberries and strawberries. Outside were stacks of cookies, pancakes, strawberry shortcakes, steaming cornbread, and golden, fresh butter cubes that had just been unwrapped in the dairy's plain cloth wrapping. Side dishes included spicy roast turkey legs and cream braised chicken cubes, cucumber and tomato slices, and several heavy silver pots filled with butter-colored cream soup. These foods were actually impossible to prepare in Newfoundland, and many of them were imported from the United States. Alan Wilson himself tried his best to maintain the image of a civil servant, but he used them to entertain guests. Seeing Alan Wilson's appetite, and taking the opportunity to enrich himself, Hedy Lamarr and Ingrid Bergman looked at each other. They were very clear that someone had disappeared last night. Even if history is going in the right direction, Alan Wilson's days as the governor of Newfoundland have not come to an end. But the days of another governor are numbered, and they are far less relaxed than those in Newfoundland. This is the same person with different fates. As time approaches, Mountbatten feels a little busy. He examines whether he has spent too much time at the reception at the governor's mansion. If he stays for a few days without having fun with the people, maybe the current schedule will not be so tight. At the suggestion of Commissioner Beran and Secretary General Ismay, Mountbatten went to Kashmir, which not only showed that he was willing to contribute to the integrity of India to deal with Nehru, but also expressed his inability to do so at the right time. On the issue of princely states, Mountbatten also did his best. The vast majority of nearly 600 princely states said they would not be independent. More than a dozen princely states, including the Hyderabad princely state, did not respond or object. Mountbatten felt that he had satisfied Nehru and set off for Kashmir with this idea. Most of the residents of Kashmir are peaceful Christians, and people generally believe that it may be incorporated into Pakistan. However, in the eyes of the Kashmiri Hindu upper class, it is not good to join any party. If they must join one party, they would rather choose India than Pakistan. The Kashmiri upper class believes that when there is no choice, they are determined to drag things out, and the longer the better. Maybe they can eventually gain independence, because among the many princely states, Kashmir is one of the largest. The person who is most concerned about what Mountbatten can achieve is actually the Maharaja Ali Khan of Hyderabad. Alan Wilson has reminded several times that the Kashmir issue cannot be resolved. Hyderabad's only chance of survival lies in Kashmir. If Kashmir causes a war between India and Pakistan, it will be Ali Khan's opportunity. Before the Kashmir issue is revealed, Hyderabad should try to drag it out until the conflict breaks out, even if it is superficially obedient to Nehru. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 419 Indian Independence. As a good son-in-law, Alan Wilson did not forget to give advice to his father-in-law, even though he was halfway across the world. The meaning of the telegram was simply not to hold out hope. Whether it was Kashmir or Hyderabad, it was not a problem that could be solved by majesty or coordination. If nothing unexpected happens, you will return empty-handed, but as long as you have done your best and have a clear conscience, it will be fine. I believe that London will not blame you at all. This is not an easy task. As expected, Mountbatten's trip to Kashmir was unsuccessful. He persuaded the Maharaja to agree to join Pakistan, but to no avail. For this reason, some Pakistanis saw that Mountbatten failed to persuade the Prince of Kashmir to join Pakistan and thought that he was deliberately biased towards India. Similarly, many Indians also complained that Mountbatten did not persuade the Hyderabad princely state, which should have been joined to India, to join India, and thought that he took care of Pakistan. So far, he no longer wanted to manage it. He didn't want to come to British India in the first place, but was brought here by the cabinet's means. Now that he couldn't coordinate the results, he simply didn't coordinate. It was more important to let India and Pakistan become independent as soon as possible. No matter what remaining issues remain to be resolved, the independence of India and Pakistan can no longer be delayed. The independence dates of Pakistan and India are March 14th and March 15th, 7 months later than in history. The British Indian colonial institutions are united and have bought precious time for the restoration of the British Empire. At this time, governments at all levels are distributing brand new rupees to everyone in the name of celebrating independence. According to the plan, Mountbatten will attend the independence ceremonies of the two countries respectively to show fairness. At this moment, his greatest wish is to spend these 2 independence days safely at all costs. As long as there is no conflict between the peace believers and the Hindus in those 2 days, as long as there is no friction between the British and the locals, everything will be fine. Since Pakistan's independence was a little earlier, Mountbatten had to go to Karachi to attend Pakistan's independence ceremony first, and then immediately return to Delhi to attend India's independence ceremony. Before that, Mountbatten arrived in Karachi by plane and took a car to the government building. On the way to the government building, the crowd watching Mountbatten far exceeded when Jinnah arrived here a few days ago. That night, Ali Jinnah held a grand banquet to celebrate Pakistan's independence and to welcome Mountbatten to Karachi. Mountbatten was not going to speak, but after Jinnah finished his toast, he politely asked the guest to say a few words. Mountbatten then expressed good wishes to the soon-to-be independent Pakistan on behalf of the British Empire. The rest of the time was waiting for Pakistan Independence Day to arrive. After attending Pakistan's celebration, he would return to New Delhi to attend India's independence celebration. The biggest news in the world recently naturally reached Newfoundland, but Alan Wilson did not reveal the news to the locals and pretended not to know because Newfoundland was in a similar situation. Alan Wilson, who was feeling uncomfortable, just chatted with Vivien Leigh and a few other actresses. It can be seen from his face that he was not in a very happy mood. "Alan, didn't you say it was a matter of time?" Vivien Leigh consoled him softly, hoping that the man in a bad mood could calm down. "You have done your best for the situation over there, don't worry about it. Colonial independence is a historical trend, there is nothing to be sad about." Pauline Goddard didn't know Alan Wilson very well, and blurted out, "Don't you British feel ashamed? You Americans don't feel ashamed, so what do we have to be ashamed of?" Amid the slightly changed expressions of the other three women, Alan Wilson exploded, "How about I make a bet with you? You will never see the United States withdraw its troops from Japanese territory in your lifetime. It is obvious that Japan is now just like a colony, but it still pretends to have a sense of morality in front of us in the UK. It's ridiculous. The most ridiculous people in the world are Americans. They kill and burn people in the same way, but they have to find a reason that everyone thinks is hypocritical. They can't fool anyone, but they still indulge in it. Do you think you Americans are moral when you call for national self-determination? That's because there are still a large number of people in the world who follow Britain and France. You Americans feel that you have the strength and want to poach them. Ellen." Vivien Leigh frowned and called softly, "Pauline doesn't understand these things. It's not intentional. Beautiful lady, I'm sorry for my rudeness just now." Ellen Wilson, who had been resigned to advice, returned to his sanctimonious appearance and apologized softly. "If I were an American, I would do the same. Patriotism is never a bad thing." Miss Pauline's words just now make a lot of sense from the American perspective. The will of British India to be independent has long been a consensus. Ellen Wilson can't help but feel disappointed and can only accept the reality. If he wants to change, he still has to start from the land under his feet. First of all, he must work hard and then talk about other things. Ellen Wilson practiced it himself. No matter how tired he was, he had to satisfy the women in front of him first. First of all, he had to make a schedule and separate the women who lived together. It's not been long, and it seems that you have become a lot stronger. Ingrid Bergman expressed her satisfaction with this reception with a satisfied look. "It's good to be young. I got this from working as a lumberjack recently. Logging is very tiring." Alan Wilson, who was holding up his trousers, looked back at Ingrid Bergman and said helplessly, "I know you have a good figure. You don't have to show it off. You should also pay attention to it. Are you scared now? Weren't you very aggressive just now?" Ingrid Bergman rolled her eyes at Alan Wilson and started to put on her coat. She lowered her head and said dissatisfiedly, "It's turned red again. It's hard for me to explain you like this." Alan Wilson stretched out his arms and legs and lay on a fur-stuffed chair. He held a homemade cigarette in the corner of his curved mouth, and cigarette shavings fell drop by drop. His two cold, needle-like eyes shot directly into Ingrid Bergman's eyes, and he praised the hardware of Northern Europe. In fact, judging from Hitler's summary of the appearance of superior races, only you people in Northern Europe and Eastern Europe meet his description of blonde hair and blue eyes. Germans don't have so many so-called superior race characteristics. Do you know what the Germans think? Ingrid Bergman was already dressed, and there was no trace of the previous lovemaking in the room. Then the two had another verbal dispute that would not leave any evidence, which was considered to be the end of this exchange. "Prepare some food, they will be back soon." Alan Wilson got up and went to the kitchen, which was a whitewashed room. There were several smoked hams hanging from the rafters, potted flowers on the windowsill, guns hanging on nails, and rare large cups, porcelain and pewter utensils, as well as several portraits of Queen Victoria. Many bowls and spoons were placed on a long and narrow rough wooden table, and a string of onions hung high above the table. On one side of the recessed fireplace, there were some spices. In fact, from this house, it can be seen that Newfoundland, which is somewhat isolated geographically, is worthy of its position as a paradise. If not for many people participating in the World War, it would be like staying in an isolated space during the glorious period of the British Empire. He pushed open the window and leaned out. The sun was about to set. The houses and windmills on the street were blurred, showing a light blue color. In the distance, there was only a dark wilderness. The air could smell the smoke from the wood burning in each kitchen. The ponies came out for a walk at dusk. Their heads, black and furry, were reflected on the top of the gate. He flicked the cigarette butt in his hand, and a burst of sparks fell. The horses immediately retreated to the side, and then ran away. Vivian Leigh, who had gone out to shoot, had returned. She had no airs of a big star, and she was holding a gift from local citizens in her hand. Her bright smile looked heartwarming. The days of the master of time management will continue, but thousands of miles away in the subcontinent, the days of the British Empire have come to an end. The Union Jack that has been flying high over the subcontinent is about to be lowered. This day is Pakistan's Independence Day. The Pakistan National Assembly opened and declared Pakistan's formal independence. Mountbatten was invited to give a speech at the National Assembly. He called for an end to violence, claiming that the partition of India and Pakistan was not a severance of relations, but the beginning of a new relationship, and asked Pakistan to maintain a special friendship with Britain. After Mountbatten's speech, the parade to celebrate Pakistan's independence began. Ali Jinnah, Mountbatten and his wife boarded an open-top car and drove slowly at the forefront of the parade. The parade was 3 kilometers in total. Because they had received intelligence in advance that extremists were going to throw bombs on the open-top car, they stood on the car and tensed their nerves. That afternoon, Mountbatten hurriedly flew back to New Delhi to participate in the independence activities of another part of British India. Nehru announced from the Indian Legislative Assembly that at 12 o'clock midnight, when the world is in silence, India will embark on a new life of independence and freedom. At the same time, Mountbatten's governor's mansion was silent. He sat alone in his study, thinking about a lot of things. To be honest, Mountbatten was deeply upset about the loss of the largest colony of the British Empire during his term, but this was the only choice. He had no choice. The boundary between New Delhi and Delhi has disappeared. Next to the sign with the countdown to independence, countless Delhi citizens poured into New Delhi, which was previously only inhabited by the British. In the rural areas around Delhi, countless farmers also heard the news of the independence celebration and poured into the capital of the Republic of India. His wife Edwina came in, listened to the faint cheers, and whispered to comfort him, "Louis, you have done your best. The independence of the subcontinent is not your fault. Now be a gentleman and face it calmly." "Of course, dear." Mountbatten took a deep breath, forced a smile and said, "Let us celebrate with the Indians." Chapter 420 Hepburn arrives in London. I have never seen such a large crowd since I can remember. In the morning, he and his wife went to the Durbar Hall to attend the inauguration ceremony of the ministers of the Indian government, and then went to the Parliament Hall, where he delivered a speech. Mountbatten said that the independence of the subcontinent was earlier than the date indicated by the British government before he took office, and frankly admitted that it was the threat of religious struggle and anarchism that forced him to do so earlier. He also emphasized again that the partition of India and Pakistan was an inevitable action taken according to the will of the two major religions and a decision made according to the lines and policies of both sides. In other words, he wanted to explain to the leaders of the Indian National Congress, who had long advocated that the subcontinent should be a country, that the partition of India and Pakistan was not just his personal idea. Mountbatten went to attend the independence celebration ceremony again in the evening. When his carriage approached the viewing platform where the new Indian national flag was hung, it was immediately surrounded by people. Mountbatten decided to leave here and return to the governor's mansion because he did not feel comfortable as a symbol of Britain in this grand and joyous scene of Indians. Moreover, among the crowd of 500,000 or 600,000 people, any small incident or violent act would immediately lead to a disaster. Under the protection of the guards, the carriage he was riding crawled inch by inch, and it was possible to be swallowed up by the crowd at any time. We finally didn't let Mr. Governor do anything. When Governor Mountbatten was making a friendly gesture, the British Indian Commissioner Baron and Secretary General Ismay clinked glasses with a look of melancholy. After the crisp sound, the two looked out the window at the same time, just like Mountbatten or even more depressed. The two comforted each other and said that India would never develop. It was nothing more than a congenitally disabled person pretending to be able to stand up. After a long time, the mood of the two people turned better and discussed where to go in the future to continue to benefit the public. I may go to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Ismay said his next job and waited for Baron's answer. I was going to the Bank of Scotland, but there were many competitors. Sir Norman said he would go to the Middle East for a while and arrange for a position when there was one. Sir Baron said with envy, "You are so comfortable, returning to your home country with excellent conditions. I still want to work abroad. Home country has its own advantages, and foreign countries have their own advantages." Ismay said without comment, "Of course, in theory we all hope to have a position with all the advantages waiting for us, but such a position is hard to come by, and we still have to adapt to specific things. There are always opportunities." While the independence celebrations of India and Pakistan were held, and the people of the two countries were immersed in happiness, the British troops stationed in various parts of the subcontinent also received instructions to evacuate. The British troops stationed in India were divided into two parts, with the ultimate goal of going to the Persian Gulf and Malaya to strengthen the local British military forces. Many British Indian naval officers were employed by the Portuguese Navy's Asiatic Fleet Lisbon and Porto battleships, which were actually two Nelson-class battleships, and were rushing to Portuguese India to serve as instructors, to train the Portuguese Navy. No one cared about such a happy day. Mountbatten was very happy. On the one hand, it reduced the burden and saved military expenses, and on the other hand, it could make Portugal rely on Britain. Some British naval officers stationed in India have rushed to Goa. Of course, this is not all, because some senior officers will temporarily stay in the Indian Navy to help the Indian Navy become a professional force. As for the British troops stationed in India at various army bases, they will go to the state of Junagadh in accordance with the withdrawal plan, waiting for the fleet to transport them to the Persian Gulf. The Indian government with Nehru as the core will naturally continue to solve the state issue. Although almost all the states have already been assigned, none of the large states has made a strict statement. This work still needs to continue. For this reason, Nehru specifically asked Mountbatten to continue to be the Governor General of India and stay in India to express the harmonious relationship between India and the British Empire. Now for Alan Wilson, unless the India-Pakistan war breaks out, there is no news from the South Asian subcontinent, which is good news for him. But after hearing the news that Mountbatten would continue to be the governor, Alan Wilson still sent a telegram to his father-in-law, saying that this might be a conspiracy against the powerful princely state under the name of Mountbatten. Still feeling that it was not enough, Alan Wilson contacted the Hyderabad Commissioner Relasa, who had no previous term, and asked about the current situation of the Hyderabad princely state. The Maharaja has made preparations for war and will wait as long as possible until the Kashmir issue involves New Delhi's energy. After receiving Eliza's reply, Alan Wilson sent another telegram. As long as there is a problem in the princely state, Kashmir will definitely be the first, but what happens afterwards is beyond our control. The subcontinent is no longer safe. If you have a chance, find a safe place and take your box. It is really reassuring to have such a caring boss for his subordinates. I have already made arrangements. After all, having accepted Eliza's precious gift, Alan Wilson certainly did not want to see anything happen to this subordinate. Hundreds of millions of people regained their freedom. Alan Wilson, who learned the good news, naturally became more serious. Anyone could see that the Newfoundland chief executive was in a bad mood at the moment. Even if the first ship of timber from Newfoundland had set sail and was shipped to Europe, it would not change anything. Why do I feel that the relationship between Vivian and this Alan is not simple? Pauline Goddard found an opportunity to ask Hedy Lamarr, saying that the two people were too close. Oh, really? Hedy Lamarr was surprised. You said that. It seems that they have a close relationship. Hedy Lamarr gave a non-committal answer. Pauline Goddard secretly asked Ingrid Bergman, who thought to herself, there are people who are more in the dark than I was in India. But Ingrid Bergman was not as transparent as her elder sister of the same nationality and did not give a positive answer. Pauline is just an ordinary woman. She doesn't understand what you care about. Don't be angry. Vivian Leigh pressed against the man's back and said softly, you are such a big man. Don't be so stingy. If it weren't for that dead look of the most moral in our America, who would care about her? Alan Wilson lit a cigarette and patted Vivian Leigh's smooth back without turning his head. Go back to the quilt. Don't catch a cold. Don't you know that you are not in good health? Don't you know the principle of placebo? What is a placebo? Vivian Leigh was very obedient and she retreated directly into the quilt, leaving only her shoulders exposed. Alan Wilson looked back at the great British treasure and said sincerely, dear, I know how to kill boring time. Alan Wilson did not feel ashamed about plagiarizing the placebo effect and submitting to the Lancet. No matter whose it was his, since he proposed it first. What's wrong with that? Don't you see that the core foreign policy of the British Empire, the three-ring diplomacy, has been tied to the current Prime Minister Attlee? Now that it has been widely accepted by the British people, who can be dissatisfied? Not even the famous MP Churchill? We should remember that the placebo effect is more likely to occur in patients. About 35% of patients with physical diseases and 40% of patients with mental illnesses will experience this effect. It is precisely because of this psychological characteristic of patients that quack doctors and witch doctors have a market to operate and practice their skills. Alan Wilson's signed article soon appeared in the Lancet. This is of course very normal. After all, he is a civil servant favored by Whitehall. Some privileges, such as cutting in line, are not surprising. Alan Wilson, who is well versed in shifting contradictions, was happy about his move to kill another historical figure's opportunity to become famous when a telegram from London arrived in St. John's. The telegram was sent by Ali Khan's London housekeeper. Alan Wilson had given his contact information in London to Alim, so that he would appear close to Ali Khan and pretend to be one of our people. Alim's telegram mentioned that a Dutch girl named Audrey Catherine Ruston had contacted him and said that she had just arrived in London and he had not responded yet. Hepburn? Although there was no one else in the room, Alan Wilson still looked around like a thief and then directly spoke to the telegraph machine. Because he was not in London, there was a task related to whether he was reliable, which was given to Mr. Alim to do. In Alan Wilson's telegram, he stated that he wanted to establish a persona of a kind brother and let Alim shape it. Whether he could establish a memorable image in front of this Dutch girl was related to the long-term cooperation between the two. A day later, the telegram came back with only a short word on it, understand. As the most trusted Indian in the British Empire's colonies, Alim certainly had to do his best to help and began to help this ordinary little girl's life in London. Alim's first impression was that she was ordinary. He thought that Alan Wilson would not have any romantic feelings for such a girl, because this Dutch girl was too ordinary. She could not be said to be ugly, but she was obviously not a breathtakingly beautiful woman. Audrey Hepburn arrived in London with her entire net worth of £100, ready to realize her dream in this city. Miss Audrey, my friend Mr. Allen has already known that you have arrived in London, and he has told me to help you gain a foothold. He said that you are a girl with dreams, and left a very special impression in his heart. Alim looked at the girl in front of him with a hint of vigilance in his eyes, and introduced himself. I'm an Indian citizen. We became friends when Mr. Allen was working abroad. He is now in North America, and he has said that once he has the opportunity, he will come back from North America to see you. For this reason, he specifically told me to help you gain a foothold in London. If you have any difficulties, you can tell me directly. I will definitely do my best. Chapter 421 Beozantang. Is Mr. Allen busy? Audrey Hepburn asked curiously. What kind of person is he? If you want to ask what an Indian British person is like, you have definitely asked the right person. Alim coughed softly and said, Dear madam, this is a very complicated question. Everyone is a complicated individual. However, Alan's strengths are his humility in dealing with people, his kindness, tolerance, and compassion for everyone. He is undoubtedly a role model. The most important thing is that he has a sense of social responsibility and is willing to do his best to help others. As an abnormal British person, Alim's skin color actually doubles the effect of compliments, including but not limited to, from personal character to work experience, shaping the image of Alan Wilson. Even for you, I just contacted Mr. Allen, and he immediately thought of the scene of meeting you by the river. If you are not really inseparable, he will fly back from North America to help you arrange your life in London, and then go back. Don't take it so seriously, I'm fine. Audrey Hepburn smiled shyly. I just arrived in London, and I just thought of it by chance. Alan once left his contact information, saying that if there is a chance to be in London, you can contact him. After listening to this, Alan decided to correct his judgment just now. The judgment that Alan Wilson was not an old pervert was too hasty after this incident as evidence. Now it seems that the British friend of the Maharaja has a very good appetite and is not very picky about food. Dear lady, if you have any difficulties now, please tell me directly. As Ali Khan's butler in London, Alim represents Ali Khan's status in London's eyes in a certain sense. Although he has been discriminated against because of his skin color for a long time, Ali Khan's huge financial resources are obviously a weapon to overcome this discrimination. Alim believes that he can also do things in London. I want to study at Mary Lambert Ballet School. I wonder if you can help me. Audrey Hepburn immediately said that this was her biggest dream at this stage. Leave it to me. Although Alim was completely clueless, he agreed without feeling any difficulty. Being an Indian, he had the confidence. No matter whether it could be done later, it was always right to agree first, not to mention that this should not be difficult. Through inquiring through his connections, Alim learned that the owner of Mary Lambert Ballet School was Mrs. Lambert. Mrs. Lambert was Polish and was 60 years old this year. She was the soul of the British ballet world. She was sent to Paris by Poland to study medicine, but she devoted herself to the art world to study dance. After that, Mrs. Lambert became a British citizen and formed a strong lineup of the Lambert Ballet in the 1930s. This was the first professional ballet company in the UK. It held a series of performances in the United States and around the world and achieved great success. Now she is a soul of British ballet known to countries around the world. Alim found out the details, but did not think that he had to go to Mrs. Lambert's house. After all, it was just a matter of admission, not a big deal. Alim thought that he needed to get a letter of introduction from Mrs. Lambert, but he couldn't let Mrs. Lambert be too concerned. It was very important to master the timing. Civil servants in the Whitehall Treasury were the most well-connected group. As Ali Khan's butler, Alim often dealt with these people. Since he corrected his judgment on whether Alan Wilson had a relationship with a man and a woman, he had understood that this matter could not be done through Alan Wilson's connections. After all, the Mountbatten family had a very high status in London, and if Alan Wilson's fiancée Pamela Mountbatten knew about this, it might make it difficult for Maharaja Ali Khan's friends to do it, so he could only use the Maharaja's connections to eliminate the influence on Alan Wilson. Otherwise, why did the British Empire like to use Indians? Why did the United States and later generations also like to use Indians? Of course, it was because Indians really had the potential to be lackeys. Alan Wilson, who received the telegram, felt that Alim was more reliable than the real British in many things. Audrey Hepburn's current dream was to be a ballerina, and Alan Wilson knew this. In fact, Europe is much more conservative than the United States. When Vivien Leigh was in London, she thought that there was no difference between being a stage actor and acting in a movie. Of course, this situation is not only in Europe, but also in China in later generations. Many TV actors come from the stage of drama. Heroes do not ask about their origins. It is not surprising that Audrey Hepburn wanted to dream of becoming a ballet dancer. It seems that Elizabeth Taylor also came from ballet. Alan Wilson's thinking was unconsciously a little crooked. As a British civil servant, he certainly hopes that the actors of his country can stand on the world stage more. This idea is very normal, without any evil thoughts. Maybe it is not mixed. Maybe it is not mixed. What if it is mixed? Alan Wilson felt that maybe he should be a behind-the-scenes hero, watching the rising stars of the British Empire on the world stage, which is very fulfilling. He didn't know that his response left a deep impression on Audrey Hepburn, because Audrey Hepburn had fallen into financial difficulties and had the idea of returning to the Netherlands. It was his response that allowed Audrey Hepburn to gain a foothold in London. Alan Wilson now manages his own radio personality. Because of the arrival of 4 Hollywood actresses, he, who knows human nature well, directly turned the fireside chat into a radio interview. These Hollywood actresses expressed their optimism about Newfoundland from a seemingly neutral, but actually not neutral, perspective. The United States and Canada are not good. Newfoundland is okay. He is not as idle as Mountbatten at this time. He practices the wealth code everywhere to inspect, visit universities, middle schools and primary schools, lay the foundation for new projects, cut the ribbon for the completion of new hospitals, and accept honorary degrees. He constantly praises the virtues and ancient and splendid culture of the Indians, saying that as long as all Indian people live in harmony and work together, India's future will be promising. Wherever he went, he was warmly received by the hospitable hosts. Although the purpose of doing things is the same, the residents of Newfoundland are not as easy to deceive as the Indians. If you want to deceive successfully, you must show enough sincerity. Some words that Alan Wilson said are completely different from those said by these eye-catching beauties. As long as you follow his script and capture the hearts of Newfoundland residents with a beautiful voice, who says that this does not require acting? The addition of 4 actresses has made the show even more interesting. Take Boris, an ordinary resident of Newfoundland, for example. His life in Newfoundland is very tight. Apart from his previous accumulation, he now only has one set of clothes, a shirt, a stiff collar, a tie, a pair of shoes that are almost worn out, and a pair of socks with holes all over them. He also has a coat that he will pawn when it is absolutely necessary, and £5 in cash. He has a suitcase, which is a broken thing made of cardboard. In the suitcase, there are actually medals, photos, and miscellaneous things. Despite this, Boris always manages to look very decent. He shaves with a blade that has been used for 2 months, does not use soap, ties so that the holes on it cannot be seen, and carefully plugs the holes in his shoes with newspapers. Finally, after getting dressed, he takes out a bottle of ink to blacken the skin exposed by the holes in his socks. Even this resident who shares the same name as the future British Prime Minister is excited by the frequent appearance of the radio, not to mention some local residents who can live a completely decent life. For Boris, what he recognized most was the special status of Newfoundland. In addition, he had served in the army and believed in some of Alan Wilson's descriptions of the European market. This time, he was ready to use all his belongings to recommend himself and express his approval of the views of the Newfoundland chief executive. Although St. John's is the capital of Newfoundland, it is actually only a few tens of thousands of people. As long as you are willing, it is easy to find a local chief executive. Boris, a veteran with no other advantages, only had plenty of time. He actually blocked Alan Wilson at the Newfoundland Parliament building, almost causing several Ustasher to draw their guns. "Mr. Allen, I'm a local resident." Boris introduced himself, trying his best to maintain his dignity, reaching out to stop the Ustasher's impulse. This was an event that was very suitable for expressing a close to the people gesture. Alan Wilson had already seen that a dozen residents not far away had noticed the situation here and said in a friendly manner, "Hello, sir, there's no need to be distant when speaking. Just call me Alan, and you can tell me directly if you have anything to say." "Hello, Mr. Allen, my name is Boris, and I'm a local." Boris saw that his words had been responded to, and barely maintained this reserved self-introduction. Boris? Alan Wilson heard the name. He looked up and down, and found that it was very different from the impression of Bao Zhangtang in his mind. The only similarities were in the clothes. The same unkempt appearance, the same exquisite appearance, and a closer look could show the unique temperament, and no matter how good the clothes were, they looked rustic. Because of the name, Alan Wilson was more polite. There was still some time today, so he listened to what Boris had to say first. So he said that the two of them could find a pub to eat and chat. Anyway, St. John's was so small, there was no place to go. Arriving at the pub, in the first 10 minutes of the 2-person church, he only heard Boris's loyalty to the British Empire. It seems that he should be a member of the 1/8 group in Newfoundland. In the end, Alan Wilson had to interrupt Boris's loyalty and expressed his thoughts on personal development. If you come to receive the company's settlement, do you have any ideas? Alan Wilson asked proactively. Chapter 422 Bureaucratic Instinct. Of course I'm very honored. Facing what might be the greatest opportunity of his life, Boris stuttered, but said firmly, I think what you need, Mr. Allen, is someone who is flexible, calm, and has extraordinary energy. Although Boris has a weird personality and is moody, he always wants to return to the army, but at the same time, he has been idle for a long time, so his thoughts and ideas are like those of a dreamer. Although the money he saved has never exceeded £100, he took it for granted that he would be able to turn the tide and make a fortune in the end. Alan Wilson took a sip from the wine glass and smiled leisurely. Especially reliable. Reliable, yes, reliable. Boris didn't actually understand what Alan Wilson meant, but he repeated it twice like a repeater. Let's think calmly about the specific advantages of Newfoundland. Alan Wilson described it very calmly. For most places in the world, Newfoundland's natural conditions are so outstanding. Naturally, I certainly hope that Newfoundland's future can be in the hands of trustworthy people. Alan Wilson also wants to build an airport in Newfoundland. Of course, there are existing facilities that can be used. During the war, there were military bases from Britain and the United States in Newfoundland. In his opinion, Newfoundland should also become a free port, which is in line with the positioning of a colony or dominion. If Newfoundland is eventually incorporated into Canada, the so-called plan should naturally be aborted. The Comet airliner has begun to prepare for test flights. After all, with the insistence of Pamela Mountbatten, a famous second-generation power in London, the Comet airliner is already very different from the original design. The reason why Pamela Mountbatten insisted forced de Havilland to give in. On the surface, it was Pamela Mountbatten, but in fact it was Alan Wilson who believed that, although airplanes were the safest means of transportation in terms of data, the psychological gap they gave people was also different from ordinary tools. If the plane fell, it would be a big event known to the whole world. How did the airship become obsolete? Wasn't it because the Hindenburg turned into a big fireball in full view of the public? Without the Hindenburg accident, the airship would never have disappeared so quickly. The purpose of the advancement of jet airliners is only one: low cost and profitable for airlines. As for safety, that is a byproduct. The cost of crashing an airplane is too high, so the ultimate goal of improving reliability and safety is actually to reduce costs. So the purpose of passenger planes is to allow more and more people to fly. The cheaper the ticket price, the more the airline earns, and of course the aircraft manufacturers also make a lot of money. Decades later, the appearance of passenger planes has hardly changed much, and only the most mature solutions will be used, not the most high-tech solutions. It has been proven to be the safest, most reliable, the lowest production cost, the most convenient maintenance, and the lowest risk. In short, it is to remain unchanged in the face of changes. What multiple engines, delta wings, and any innovation are to be rejected? Using the most mature safety solutions is responsible for aircraft manufacturers, and also for the safety of the public. Even the supersonic Concorde is a crooked way, not to mention other changes. If he was still in Newfoundland when the Comet was officially tested, Pamela Mountbatten would have said that she would fight for it, and the test flight route would be from London to Newfoundland. Of course, Alan Wilson would not urge him. Safety is still the first priority in this matter, and avoiding the mistakes of the Comet in history is the most important thing. Alan Wilson, who has seen Boris's true and false, certainly knows in his heart that this middle-aged man who is trying his best to hide his embarrassment should have nothing but loyalty to the British Empire. But he needs such a person now. Although it is inevitable that he will overdo it when he is a local chief executive for the first time, for Alan Wilson, achieving results is more important than anything else. What does it matter if it is too much or not? Boris should represent 1/6 to 1/8 of the Newfoundland group, and this group's identity is British. In fact, it is not a particularly small number. This group of people does not care whether it is a colony or not. The remaining two groups are the groups that restore the Dominion and join Canada, and the number of people is comparable. Otherwise, the result of Newfoundland's incorporation into Canada is very reluctant. Alan Wilson didn't care if he was overdoing it. After all, there would only be 1 or 2 referendums. If the first one didn't work, there would be a second one. There couldn't be endless referendums. As long as he could get through this period, it would be fine. After treating Boris to a few drinks, Alan Wilson was ready to pay the bill and leave, but Boris said he couldn't accept it. He took out all his belongings from his pocket and paid the bill for £5, maintaining the little dignity left. "Thank you." Alan Wilson thanked him seriously. In fact, Boris's current appearance was very similar to the current situation in the UK. Trying to maintain dignity and conceal embarrassment is, in a sense, also Alan Wilson's situation. Boris left, saying that he needed to prepare so that he could work in a better mental state. After today, it would be a new beginning for him. He returned to his home and passed the room on the first floor that was used as a storage room. Light came in from the skylight upstairs. The furniture inside was just a narrow bed frame, a chair, and a wash basin stand with a broken leg. He usually slept naked on the bed, with his big belly bulging into a small hill under the dirty sheets. It was hard to imagine that this was his living condition, but everything should be over. Boris started to clean up the room and decided to say goodbye to his past self. For Alan Wilson, the days of waiting for the outbreak of war between Pakistan and India were not as comfortable as imagined. There were always some unexpected things happening. Vivian lay on the man's back and asked softly if he had any troubles. Alan Wilson turned around and said, "Aren't you going back to the governor's mansion? It's easy for others to see it. What's there to be afraid of? I'm a single woman, not a married woman." Vivian whispered, "If they know, they know. It's not like they haven't thought about it." "Oh." Alan Wilson took a puff of cigarette, but he didn't think it was a big deal. He said softly, "Actually, I'm afraid that I will be affected by rumors. Is it selfish to think this way?" "That's true." Vivian thought about it and said seriously in Alan Wilson's ear, "I'm so much older than you. Will you dislike me one day? Don't talk about such things. I'm not that kind of person." Alan Wilson put out the cigarette butt, kissed the big British treasure's red lips and said, "Don't always think about age. The laws of nature are irresistible. You are so beautiful, don't use other means. It's best to be natural." This period of time is the era of rapid development of plastic surgery technology. In the 1950s, most of the plastic surgery in later generations could be implemented. Hedy Lamarr had it when she was old, but that couldn't change the laws of nature after all. Vivian may not think so now, so Alan Wilson will give her a shot of prevention first, so that similar thoughts will not grow. What upset Alan Wilson was that on the second day, a man and a woman brought by Savevich's men from the Humber River to St. John's appeared in front of Alan Wilson. The man was Su Yang, a Chinese worker Alan Wilson was very familiar with, and the woman was a Newfoundland resident named Mary. There were more than 10,000 Chinese workers in Newfoundland, and none of them brought their families with them. Alan Wilson also knew that people were not machines after all. The so-called Chinese people had strong willpower, but it was just a rumor. There were always people whose wills were not so firm, just like the 2 people in front of him who were caught on the spot. What should I say? Till lonely hearts met. Alan Wilson looked at the 2 people who were looking down at their phones and said bluntly, "Don't look down now. At least it should not be a secret in Corner Brook, otherwise the local residents would not let the Ustasha catch you. I don't want to ask more questions. Are you 2 willing? If Su Yang forced you, I will hang him immediately. I can't anger the public opinion of Newfoundland because of this. Although the punishment is a bit heavy, it is definitely worth it." After saying it in English, Alan Wilson said it to Su Yang again in Chinese. "I didn't expect that you can do this, even if you don't understand English very well. If it involves coercion, Alan Wilson can only take out the face of an imperialist again for the sake of the overall situation." After making his meaning clear, he stopped talking and waited for a reply. "He didn't force me," Mary finally whispered. "He often goes to the town to purchase. He is one of the few Chinese we see. We have a lot of contact. I think he is a nice person and very hardworking." "Oh." Alan Wilson breathed a sigh of relief and asked, "Miss Mary, what do you think? Maybe he will leave Newfoundland in the future. After all, From a psychological level, the local residents' unfriendliness towards foreigners exists. If I say no, I would be lying. It will be very difficult for him to live in Newfoundland in the future, but letting you leave doesn't seem to be an easy decision. Can I go with him? Mary knew in her heart that she might not be able to stay in Corner Brook. Suyang, you've heard everything. Your life has been saved so far. Alan Wilson switched to Chinese. I can pretend not to know about this, but Suyang, you can't go to Corner Brook again. Save up some money for your wife, and take Mary back with you when you leave. I solemnly remind you that I have a good relationship with Jared Edwards, the High Commissioner of Malaya. If you don't care, the gallows is waiting for you at any time. He didn't expect that there would be such a day when he would have to pretend to be a great official. Of course, he didn't tell anyone else about this. Bureaucratic instinct, cover up if possible. Chapter 423, Changing Newfoundland. It is obvious that Newfoundland's economy has improved, but this has little to do with the logging of the Humber River. The simple fact is that it takes a long time to see the changes brought about by real hard work. On the contrary, the so-called tertiary industry always works quickly, which is why the tourism industry has become the pillar of many countries. Newfoundland's economic vitality is due to the influx of foreign population in recent times. At first, it was from the United States and Canada, but then European guests began to arrive in Newfoundland and brought income. It happened that several famous Hollywood actresses were shooting promotional advertisements in Newfoundland, which increased the stay of these distant visitors. As the local chief executive of Newfoundland, Alan Wilson was very proud that the goddess in the eyes of these people never refused his requests. Mr. Allen, every resident can feel that the situation here is getting better. Smallwood said in admiration, the influx of foreign guests is very generous, which has promoted the vitality of the people. These people of unknown origin are at least very rich. The number of registered companies is increasing faster and faster. The general trend is that it has been increasing. This fiscal surplus has greatly increased Newfoundland's ability to resist risks in the future. Alan Wilson also nodded, but this kind of thing is a good oscillator, not real prosperity. Based on the basic conditions of Newfoundland, forestry and fisheries are the real industries. As many people say, no matter how happy life is, you still have to maintain a hard-working character. Is hard work useful? Alan Wilson thinks it is of course useful. Didn't you see an example just now, where a Chinese worker who couldn't even understand English just successfully took down a big foreign horse? A few days ago, Alan Wilson asked Mary what the advantages of the Chinese worker in front of him were, and the woman answered that it was hard work, and believe that following such a man, there will be no hard days in the future. This matter was finally covered up by Alan Wilson, pretending to be safe and sound, and letting the matter dissipate invisibly. People of unknown origin? Smallwood asked in surprise. I see they are all respected gentlemen. How could they be people of unknown origin? Can successful people be described in this way? Newfoundland takes the grey area route, so naturally it attracts similar guests. They may be wealthy people, but their origins are indeed unknown. Alan Wilson joked, maybe there are Soviets too. Of course, even if there are, it doesn't matter. The US dollar is noble, but the ruble is not despicable. Even if it is despicable, it will suddenly become noble after arriving in Newfoundland. Our identity system should be completed immediately to keep Newfoundland's interests in Newfoundland. First of all, we must distinguish between locals and outsiders. At present, this ranges the difference between subjects of the British Empire and foreigners. Alan Wilson just instinctively felt that someone in the Soviet camp had noticed Newfoundland, but there was no concrete evidence, but in fact there really were. Livre is a French currency unit from the Middle Ages, but this does not prevent him from being a name. His public identity is the chief accountant of the Alsace Heavy Industry and Transport Union, but in fact he is the head of a Soviet spy organization lurking in France. In short, Livre has discovered the merits of capitalism, such as carefully selling some jewelry, selling a villa in Antibes, and comprehensively checking his extravagant spending, changing his past way of spending money lavishly. Then he put the money in a safe place to continue using it. Although Switzerland is more famous, the French government has been paying close attention to this so-called neutral country that cooperates with Germany since the war. Naturally, He needs a place that is more out of the sight of the French government. Coincidentally, he came into contact with some British people who were close to France and negotiated the common market for coal and iron, and learned about Newfoundland on the Atlantic side. Leroy wanted to use the funds he was in charge of for speculative activities. His motives did not rule out the desire to take this opportunity to accumulate funds for the Union itself to expand the Union's strength, but the main reason was to satisfy his personal desires. Obviously, if he had not been tempted by the women he could play with, he could have invested this money in more meaningful businesses. But this is very French. Citizens of other countries can criticize from a moral high ground if there is a loophole because of women, but if it is France, it is completely understandable. Many people are like this. They don't do securities trading because the results are too slow. Drug trafficking is too risky. Horse racing can't make him the big money he wants, and even if he wins, he may not get the money, but he may be killed. So he can only rely on corruption to barely survive, and then find a place to keep the embezzled money in a safe place. Although Newfoundland has just begun to enter this stage, it feels very safe to come here when it is not noticed by the public. Alan Wilson doesn't care whether it is a drug lord or a murderer, whether the money is embezzled or robbed. As long as you pay the management fee in Newfoundland, you are a guest of Newfoundland. As long as you come here, you have to spend money on food, clothing, housing and transportation, not to mention that the management fee must be paid. In Newfoundland, it doesn't look like a place with a lot of debts. It's a paradise on earth. If it wasn't for the fact that it was not the right time, Alan Wilson would have been ready to promote the gambling industry. But what? We still have to wait until the situation in Newfoundland stabilizes. After all, it is not suitable to focus too much on too many projects in the short term. It is enough to handle the things in front of us. The diligent chief executive deserves the reward and tries to maintain the needs of Hollywood's distinguished guests. Compared with the other three busy women, Pauline Goddard's promotional video is the simplest because her image is the spokesperson of the tax haven. She only needs to do some indoor modeling, and she doesn't need to shoot everywhere like other people. After shooting her part, Pauline Goddard was free and had plenty of private time. Then she discovered many abnormalities about this small group and saw the shocking truth. The other three goddesses who are sought after by thousands of people actually have a surprising relationship with this local chief executive. Mr. Allen is so charming that these beautiful goddesses fall in love with you. Pauline Goddard asked about this matter when they were together. If it gets out, it will definitely shock everyone. Alas. Alan Wilson held his forehead and looked at Pauline Goddard helplessly and said lightly, I wonder if Miss Pauline thinks this matter can be spread. Although he was young, he was really busy enough, and he really didn't think of provoking Pauline Goddard, who slipped through the net. Using power to make actresses serve you. Are you particularly proud in your heart? Pauline Goddard asked even more. Alan Wilson had to stand up and untie his belt. Didn't your ex-husband Charlie Chaplin like to let his wife be the heroine? How come it became a mistake for me? You are too unfriendly to me. What are you going to do? Pauline Goddard thought the other party was joking, but after she was thrown down, she realized that she had made a wrong judgment. After a long time, the charming smell in the room dissipated. Pauline Goddard covered her body with a bedsheet and said, aren't you afraid that Vivian would know? She would be sad if you did this. So you have to make it clear. I don't want to provoke you at all. Alan Wilson buttoned up and told the truth. When he passed by the United States, he didn't go to all of them to relive the old days. At least he didn't take the initiative to find Joan Crawford and Bette Davis. This time when Pauline Goddard came, he didn't mean to provoke her. If she could have kept what she saw in her heart before leaving Newfoundland, she wouldn't be in this situation now. But it was too late to say anything now. After Alan Wilson put on her clothes, she picked up the clothes that fell on the ground, put them on her shoulders, and whispered, Vivian told me last time that you are also a woman who needs to be loved. I agreed, but I didn't expect to be loved in this way. The big event of this month was the independence of Burma. 1 month after the independence of British India, Burma also broke away from the control of the British Empire. With the previous car, at this time, several women did not disturb the Newfoundland chief executive who was heartbroken about the future of the British Empire. it seemed that they spoke a lot more gently. Ingrid Bergman mentioned the establishment of woodpecker films, and Vivienne Leigh said that on Newfoundland is really amazing. Hedy Lamarr also pulled Alan Wilson to talk about the play from time to time, asking if there was anything unprofessional about herself and where she wanted to get rid of the vase. Hedy, can you promise me one thing? Alan Wilson said seriously, no matter what happens, don't try to go against the laws of nature, and don't believe in any advertisements that make people more beautiful. Hedy Lamarr, who should believe in science the most, is actually the most superstitious among these women. Alan Wilson didn't know why this happened, but he didn't want to see such a future happen. The look you just gave me almost gave me the illusion that you were in love with me. Hedy Lamarr took several deep breaths in a row and fanned her cheeks with her hand, obviously feeling nervous. That's not entirely an illusion. Love is not about marriage. Otherwise, you wouldn't have divorced. Alan Wilson started to talk trash again, saying that it's not okay for others to be attentive to Hedy Lamarr, but he, Alan Wilson, is okay. After all, he still went further and further along the path of Poseidon and did not hide his desire to get Hedy Lamarr into his pocket. I don't know what to write today. I was supposed to update twice this month, but the big recommendation came, so I decided to continue with 3 updates. Chapter 424. The board governor. A local guest came to St. Louis. Philby, a senior official of Me6 and the leader of the Cambridge 5. He came here specifically to fulfill the mission of the British Empire and to discuss with the chief executive of Newfoundland. To be fair, Alan Wilson was full of contradictions when it came to how to deal with the Cambridge 5. Out of his infinite loyalty to the Empire, he should bring these traitors who had infiltrated our side to justice, but doing so was dangerous in a certain sense. First of all, the Cambridge 5 were either rich or noble, which was why London did not think they would become Soviet believers for a long time. As senior civil servants, the Cambridge 5 had extensive connections in the civil service system and the political community. These traitors were not easy to mess with. The remaining reason was that Alan Wilson always felt that at some point in the future, these people might help him defeat a difficult opponent. This opponent might be a nasty politician. As to who was in control of the British Empire, the elected ministers thought it was them, but Whitehall did not think so. Whitehall only thought so, and Alan Wilson had to take action. It was well known that the Parliament of Newfoundland had been dissolved, and there was no such thing as Parliament in the colonial state. So if he, as an executive officer, can restore Newfoundland to prosperity without a parliament, does it prove that the so-called parliament and parties are simply insignificant? In this cognitive gap between civil servants and politicians, who is right should have a public opinion. It is now obvious that politicians can be bought, and capital has no motherland. It is not that Alan Wilson wants to reverse the situation. He thinks that the aristocracy is more credible than those two groups. He hopes that British politicians can learn from the United States and be a real decoration and don't always interfere with the normal operation of the country. But now, this dream is still in the stage of striving to realize it. As the origin country of the modern parliamentary system, Britain has a heavy historical burden, and it is not easy to subdue politicians. Even if the aristocracy and the civil service class join forces, the result is still unknown. If there is such a person who dares to pull down the emperor, there may be a chance of success. Alan Wilson felt that Philby would be very suitable for this role when necessary, and the other party was right in front of him, with a loyal expression on his face, saying, London means that a secret meeting with the United States and Canada will be held at a military base in the north in May. Oh. Alan Wilson nodded without comment. He still had some concerns about a Soviet spy informing him of the top secrets of the British Empire. But when he thought of what the Conservative Party had done, he still felt that a spy of Philby's level could accept it. Alan, you don't seem to be excited. Philby said with a smile. In fact, you can think about it. Some important guests coming to Newfoundland always have to spend money, and maybe they can contribute to the local economy. That makes sense. Alan Wilson suddenly became energetic and nodded solemnly. Americans are so rich. Anyway, this kind of meeting is a public fund process. It shouldn't be excessive for me to do something. What are you going to do? Philby became alert and reminded Alan Wilson to pay attention to the occasion. This is a major event involving the special relationship between Britain and the United States, as well as the Canadians' ideas, so don't mess around. It's okay. Alan Wilson said that he certainly wouldn't do anything rash. I just want to let the distinguished guests feel the hospitality of Newfoundland citizens. Isn't that a mistake? On Monday morning, in an ordinary apartment opposite the governor's palace, the drizzle hit the window, and the sound of the rain made Alan Wilson depressed. He had been very angry during this period. The work was boring. He either wrote numbers on the pile of annoying documents, or randomly revised those difficult manuscripts, or communicated with colonial officials from all over the world on telegrams, and then continued to be in a daze. Fortunately, Vivien Leigh often came to accompany him, so that he could find a warm harbor from his heart that was exiled to the edge of the world. It was indeed too dull. If he was in British India, he could find something to do from beginning to end for a whole year. If it didn't work out, he could be happy by shooting to anti-British element, but it was not possible in Newfoundland. He had to pretend to be overworked. In fact, it couldn't be said to be pretending. With a few distinguished American guests as company, he was really overworked. Is it that official from London who is causing you trouble? Vivien Leigh put her arms around Alan Wilson's neck, wanting to know why her lover was unhappy. This kind of hard to stir up trouble, but in a place where you can predict what will happen in the day from the moment you wake up in the morning. It was difficult for Alan Wilson to explain this feeling to Vivien Leigh. Vivien, Newfoundland can be a holy place for retirement, but it is too boring for people of my age. Is it boring to play too? Vivien Leigh rubbed Alan Wilson's cheek, and this sentence almost made Alan Wilson swell. Alan Wilson didn't like the wordplay, so he categorically corrected Vivien Leigh's wording, saying that the two of them were in love with each other, and that such words should not be used to taint their relationship. If the two had children, could they talk about the process of their journey in front of the children? I was wrong. Vivien Leigh said happily in Alan Wilson's ear, I will definitely give you a son. It's okay to give birth to a daughter. Maybe she will be as beautiful as you. It's not a possibility, it's a certainty. Alan Wilson looked serious, coaxing the British treasure to be overjoyed. Even her hands unconsciously touched her abdomen to experience the feeling. Newfoundland is indeed very boring in terms of the overall environment. This will not change, because there are a few actresses here to accompany her. As everyone knows, drugs cannot eradicate the root cause, but can only play a slowing effect. The result is chronic poisoning. All drugs have side effects. The food we eat is no exception. Refined white bread, refined candy, milk from artificial farms, etc. All refined and processed foods will change their essence. The strong body that came out of the logging area soon returned to its original appearance, but the bone setting technique has been steadily improving. The skills of the Newfoundland chief executive have been widely praised by several women, especially in after-sales service. The excellent imperial civil servants have begun to have a tendency to indulge in beauty and forget the philosophy and persistence they have always had. No way. At the critical moment, Alan Wilson, who had already disdained verbal disputes, still found the value of existence and welcomed the first ship of food from the United States, including but not limited to pig's trotters and various offal. Compared with normal prices, it can be said to be very fair, which is also in line with his good habit of thriftiness. He left some directly and made a fire to cook for Vivien Leigh and others to show their skills. To be honest, I almost feel like I have turned into a fish. Alan Wilson was very interested in making soup and said to the waiting women in a tone that dared not speak out, I have never eaten this part. Hedy Lamarr looked at Alan Wilson busying around with some doubts. I heard that it has a beauty effect, that's what the Orientals say. Alan Wilson continued to work without looking back. Then I'm going to try it. Hedy Lamarr followed suit and said that the world is so big that we should try ingredients from different civilizations, which is conducive to broadening our horizons. For example, Alan Wilson's bone setting skills are very comfortable. Alan Wilson, with his back to the women, pouted and even swayed his body from side to side. There is a saying that goes shaking the head and tail, which is very appropriate to describe his current state. In fact, judging from the statistics after the meal, the effect is still good, without so much discomfort. At least Alan Wilson was full of wine and food, and he could finally say goodbye to bread, butter and various fish. Alan Wilson, who had stayed in St. John's long enough, decided to walk around and let the guests have an intuitive understanding of Newfoundland. When Philby returned from the military base in northern Newfoundland and looked for Alan Wilson, he found nothing. At this time, Alan Wilson was taking a few precautions to protect a few women on a trip in Newfoundland. As he said to the women, they must appreciate the wonders of nature. Where did Alan go? Philby found the local Governor Smallwood and asked. I heard that it was to thank Vivian Leigh for bringing a few friends to contribute to the popularity of Newfoundland, so she took them on a tour of the island. Because the island is sparsely populated and large in size, the chief executive had to follow for safety reasons. Smallwood repeated while recalling Alan Wilson's words. So that's how it is. Philby nodded in understanding. If he was with one of them, there might be a love affair between a man and a woman. If there were several female stars, there would be no doubt. How could he deal with several such beautiful women at the same time? Philby considered himself to be a person with some achievements in the London social circle, and he dared not imagine this. Of course, Alan Wilson was at a beach in the south of Newfoundland. The beach there was much better than St. John's and a good place for swimming. Of course, the only people swimming there were Alan Wilson and a few others. I heard that there is a kind of swimsuit called bikini in France. If you wear it, it will be absolutely beautiful. Alan Wilson's eyes kept Ingrid Bergman in his sight. Ingrid Bergman was wearing a dress, which was very consistent with the conservative style of the era. Compared with several other actresses, the figure of this Swedish actress was simply nuclear bomb level. How do you know that kind of thing? Hedy Lamarr stared into Alan Wilson's eyes and said, a chief executive thinks about these things every day. So you know it too. Alan Wilson's face was full of I know. Tell me, did you secretly collect a few sets? Did you bring them here? Oh, I thought about the chapter title for 10 minutes. Chapter 425 reminds the Americans, Soviet Union. Several eye-catching ladies walked along the coastline. Under their feet was the sparkling, deep blue sea. Above their heads were white clouds and a clear sky. The waves were shimmering. There was a lot of fun walking on the beach, and you could play many games. You could walk hand in hand, lean your body to do big windmills, and try your best to keep your balance, or just look at the shore to see if there were any gifts from nature. Of course, Alan Wilson kept his distance from the real ocean. At best, he would stand by some puddles, pretending that he had seen the magnificent waves of the sea. It was almost May, and the climate in Newfoundland, at least in the south, was enough to enjoy a vacation. Because Newfoundland had not been developed, there were many wetlands on the island. Of course, there were certain dangers for individuals, so the Chinese workers who cut wood on the island were also warned to pay attention to safety when in the wild to prevent the disappearance of unknown life and death. In fact, in Alan Wilson's hometown in his previous life, there were also many wetlands, and invisible traps were not uncommon, but later they were all developed into farmland. Naturally, if you want to see wetlands, you have to go to the protected area. Newfoundland can be considered a large nature reserve. There are many lakes on the island, so you don't have to play in the sea. So you are so timid. Ingrid Bergman saw that the place of travel changed from the sea to the lake. She was wearing a conservative swimsuit and looked at the man with her superior figure and joked. It is human instinct to seek benefits and avoid harm. In fact, I'm not timid in all aspects. I was still very brave when I was in New Delhi. Alan Wilson said disapprovingly, but his eyes involuntarily entered a perspective state, as if he could see through the blocking clothes and see Ingrid Bergman's inner beauty. Vivian is right there, and you are still so dishonest. Ingrid Bergman raised her eyebrows, pointed to Vivian Leigh by the lake, and said with her white teeth, I don't know what bad luck she has to love you so much. Is it unlucky to be with me? One day you will envy her. She found a huge treasure among the 2.5 billion in the world. What kind of luck is this? Alan Wilson put his hands on his waist, looking very proud of himself. Don't say I didn't give you a chance. When the time comes, give me an illegitimate child or something, like you. There are limited places. You shameless bastard. Ingrid Bergman couldn't stand this man's bragging, so she chased him and beat him up to make him wake up. Instead of sobering up, Alan Wilson became even more dizzy. Ingrid, you should play women's rugby. I'm sure I'm your most loyal fan. What's the point of a pair of grown men bumping into each other for no reason? What are you doing? Vivian Leigh noticed the noise here and turned back to ask in a questioning tone. The water is very clear. Why don't you come over for a walk? Alan Wilson walked over, not afraid at all. Everyone was wearing clothes that could go into the water because until just now they were out catching crabs. Alan Wilson jumped in because he was worried about the splash. He slowly dived down, his eyes wide open, only seeing the blue reflected from the bottom of the lake. His pink palms were like goldfish. This place was different from the sea. There were amorphous black and green shadows there. What's wrong? Vivian Leigh swam around like a mermaid and returned to the man to ask. My own philosophy tells me that I will never go to waters that are higher than my height. Alan Wilson said confidently. To be honest, I can't swim, so let's stop talking about this. The real reason for stopping here was that he felt that the current environment would easily make Vivian Leigh ask the classic question about who to save first, so he had the obligation to change the topic and shoulder everything alone. During this period, the small lake and the nearby forest were as lively as a market. Then Alan Wilson brought several distinguished Newfoundland guests to the nearest settlement and continued to introduce the local customs and customs to deepen their impressions. In the bushes and woods outside the mountain path, there were families driving dairy cows, farmers leading goats, and free-range geese. What's more, no matter where you are, the denser the forest is, the more fat bulls and pot-bellied cows there are. They simply don't know where to step on the steep slopes. The situation of goats is much better. They can walk without carrying any weight, and they can even chew tree bark while walking. This is the real situation in some settlements in Newfoundland, but even so, Newfoundlanders still feel that life is not good. One of the reasons why Alan Wilson came to these settlements was to find out what the citizens of Newfoundland outside the capital St. John's need. After all, he does not want this land of more than 400,000 square kilometers to become part of Canada. To be fair, he has no prejudice against Canada, but this is not a question of prejudice or not. Deep feelings will fade. Canada is more emotionally inclined to Britain, but the problem is that the United States is stronger than Britain now. From a geographical point of view, it is too difficult for Britain to do so in the world after the two world wars. Even if Newfoundland is given to Canada, in the end, there is no benefit except losing this dominion that still has deep feelings for Britain. It is also not good for Newfoundland. Once the control of Newfoundland's fishing grounds is lost, the local residents will regret it in the future. As the current chief executive of Newfoundland, Alan Wilson guarantees that the current fiscal surplus of Newfoundland will take care of every citizen of Newfoundland. There is no doubt about this. It seems that I must take some time to go to Labrador, Alan Wilson asked himself. At present, the inclination of the residents on the island of Newfoundland is not a problem. But this is not all. 3/4 of the land in Newfoundland is on the North American continent, called the Labrador region. Although when he heard the name, his most profound impression was the Labrador. Alan Wilson didn't even know the difference between a Labrador and a golden retriever, but the two dogs are related. Just like the current chicken of tomorrow competition in the United States, a breed of dog created through artificial intervention. Compared with the residents on the island of Newfoundland, the residents of the Labrador region have historically tended to Canada more. If Newfoundland is the base camp against joining Canada, most residents in the Labrador region do not reject joining Canada. Of course, as long as Britain disagrees, Newfoundland will be completely preserved. The problem is that Britain is very short-sighted on this issue. Otherwise, Alan Wilson would not be bothered by this matter. The successive independence of India, Pakistan, and Myanmar forced Alan Wilson to numb himself through travel. He didn't want to be in the same situation as Mountbatten. He wasn't a real British, and he wasn't as open-minded as the British themselves about losing territory. In his previous life, he thought losing land was unacceptable, and naturally this idea didn't change in this life. If Alan Wilson knew the population of Labrador, he might not be worried. The key point was that he didn't know that the population of Labrador was only 1/10 of that of Newfoundland. He had always wishful thinking that the population of Labrador, with more than 300,000 square kilometers, was about the same as that of Newfoundland. He had no idea about the situation on the mainland and was ready to go there in person. Alan Wilson, who returned to St. John's, was blocked by Philby, who had been waiting. If someone doesn't know, they would think you eloped with some female stars. Then Philby, do you believe this possibility? Alan Wilson asked without changing his expression. He was relieved when he saw the other party shaking his head. That's right. These female stars have received widespread attention. I'm also taking them around to leave a good impression. Maybe I can promote them after returning to the United States. Philby's love for Newfoundland was beyond words. He smiled bitterly and said, don't you know that London is going to let Newfoundlanders decide their own future? Of course I know. That's why I want to do this. Alan Wilson coughed softly. London has decided to negotiate with the Americans to cooperate in the field of intelligence. Philby pondered for a moment and said, now as a local chief executive, it is necessary for you to know about this. In this year's American election, judging from the current momentum, Dewey seems to have the upper hand. The Republicans have complaints about the European aid plan. Shouldn't we wait until the political situation in the United States becomes clear before making a conclusion? Alan Wilson said, holding his chin with his hand. If the Republicans come to power and terminate the aid plan to Europe, we shouldn't even talk about cooperation. This is only the first round of negotiations. Of course, the extent of future cooperation is still under consideration. Philby replied calmly, but Alan Wilson took out the notes he carried with him, indicating that it was not that he had done nothing. He had not forgotten the work he had done during his stay in the United States, and spoke from the perspective of the special relationship between Britain and the United States. If we want to defeat the Soviet Union, we must combine the strength of Britain and the United States. The United States can't help us with Britain's problems, and the United States has to rely on themselves for its own problems. But as allies, we have an obligation to remind each other. Oh, what problems did Alan find about the United States? Philby asked with a smile. The United States is so rich now that even we have to rely on the United States to help recover. How come I don't see any problems at all? Some things can't be concluded from intelligence analysis alone without taking a look at them personally. Alan Wilson answered indifferently as he flipped through his notes. Philby, in fact, as our enemy, we have to admit that the Soviet Union is very powerful in certain areas. Otherwise, we would not have united with the Americans. Alan Wilson said earnestly, these problems are easy to be exploited by the Soviets. One of the problems is the Soviet Union itself, and the other problems may be intervened by the Soviet Union. In fact, the United States is now in the process of preparing public opinion, and it will sooner or later fall out with the Soviet Union. But if these problems are not solved, the United States may also have problems. In my opinion, the most long-term problem is black, that is, the racial issue. Past experience has shown that the more distressed the class, the faster the population grows. As a former official of British India, I absolutely have a say in this matter. In the United States, the number of black people is growing much faster than that of white people. The reason why the problem was suppressed was that European immigrants poured into the United States during the two world wars. Now this condition no longer exists, and Americans must solve this problem themselves. So I hope that Philby, when negotiating with the Americans, can remind our allies to pay attention to such problems being exploited by the Soviets. Alan Wilson looked solemn and expressed his hope that the United States would lead the free world to defeat the Soviet Union. The responsibility of the empire forced him to help the United States, or possibly the Soviet Union. Wow. Philby couldn't help but admire. He believed that Alan Wilson was sincerely thinking about the United States. He discussed this issue with Alan Wilson, and then patted his chest, and said that he must remind the Americans at the meeting to fulfill the responsibilities of allies and protect the entire free world. That couldn't be better. Alan Wilson said with a sigh of relief, if the United States can solve this problem by itself, the Soviet Union will definitely not be able to do anything to the Americans. We all hope that the Americans can solve these problems. Philby nodded, indicating that he also agreed with this statement. I believe the Kremlin will approve even more. Alan Wilson muttered in his heart. So the work on the four-color threat was prompted by the other party to remind the Americans. If the Americans can solve this problem, it would naturally be the best, because some unpresentable means are inevitable. The more problems the United States has, the less power it will have to interfere with foreign affairs. I had insomnia yesterday, and I wanted to drink some wine to make up for my sleep during the day today. I made up too much and got up at 8 o'clock. This chapter is 4,000 words, and I will update one chapter today. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.